Beautiful Vesuvius, British Columbia. See the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Beautiful lake. Hello, hello. If you're just joining the stream, this is a little footage from my rest and relaxation location. In lovely Vesuvius, British Columbia. Kind of in the center of the southern part of the province. Known as a pocket desert, I think due to rainfall, because there's also a huge lake. The lake is a glacial lake as far as I understand. Beautiful scenery though. See the snow-capped mountains out in the distance. All the town is right along that little metal stretch in between those two large lakes. So you get to cruise right off the beaches on either side of that in-between spit of land. This is the little pull-off where you can have a picture of it all from the top of the road out. Loading up the chat, my phone. If you're in the chat, make sure you've got it on all messages so you can see everybody who's here and chatting. If you're on top messages, you may be missing out on some funny messages that trips the sensor. Found my broadcast. The echo means it's me, and the audio is working. This live stream is now, Bernice. It is now. And in fact, we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right into it tonight. We'll say our hellos on the other side of the testimony. Just so you remember, we've got cross-examination happening today. It does move into the defense rebuttal of the cross, or the redirect, that's what it's called. So defense redirect is happening in this video.
The fact that Dan Broderick would never talk to you and that he avoided you all the time, correct? Were you aware of the fact that the psychologists, or even your psychologist, Dr. DeVos or Dr. Nelson, were recommending to him that he tried to avoid contact with you, try to avoid any confrontations?
I think the video will get fixed.
They recommended to him that? No, I wouldn't know that.
Even though he tried to avoid a confrontation, you would consistently force confrontations with him. For example, there was a time when he came over to pick up the boys when you jumped into the car and you wouldn't get out of the car, correct?
In 1986? In 1986, I did that once because he would not talk to me, and he had a car with a back seat, and I opened up, I got in it. I said, go ahead, drive away. I'm coming with you. You're going to talk to me. Because he'd usually just drive away, and he wouldn't listen to a thing I said.
And was that the time that you pulled the antenna off his car?
No, different years, different cars, different everything.
Well, that happened back in 1986, didn't it? When you pulled the
The
antenna?
Jaguar had a back seat. I don't remember when he got the Jaguar. I'm talking about a blue Jaguar that had a back seat. The antenna is supposedly on the red Corvette, and I don't know when he got rid of one and got the other.
May I have Mark Turner's people's next in order?
Thanks for popping in to say hi, A to B. Good to see you, Detective Wobbuffet. Disney Mom. Ocean Sounds. Bernice. Scripsy, welcome to the only level. Scripsy joined while we were offline, was watching the replay, and said, "This is my kind of thing." So thank you, Scripsy. Glad to have you aboard.
If you would simply read the sentence that the sentence that's yellowed out there. Does that refresh your recollection about what
Another
it was?
one to say in here?
Pulled the
Yes.
antenna off of the car?
Welcome.
You want to read this now?
Just to yourself, to see if that refreshes your recollection about that was
Or was here,
in
really?
approximately July of 1986.
Yes, I know he said those things, and I didn't attempt to do those things. It's another one of his bullshit letters.
Okay, well, you already admitted that you did pull the antenna off.
Yes,
of his
but
car.
that, not at that time, and that's not what happened. I didn't try to break the rear window of his car. That's just garbage.
Well, so was there another time that you pulled the antenna off the car?
I don't know. There was one time way early on with a red Corvette. I don't even know. Does that say a
Hey,
Corvette?
Satori.
I don't know when he switched cars. And the time I got in the back seat was not in the back seat of a red Corvette. There is no back
Satori or
seat.
Satori? Probably
And it was
Satori.
in this letter that he asked you, in the future, I would appreciate it if you would communicate with me in writing, correct?
That is another one of his totally hateful fuck you letters, and I never read them, and I'm surprised you have a copy of it. I used to tear them up.
But if I call you Elizabeth and I'm
It's a
Dan, they'll
horrible
think
letter.
that we're...
It's total threats and intimidating language, and I told you this, and didn't you do that? It's a lawyer letter. Drives me crazy, those things, and that's why he does it. That one doesn't say Dear Betts, does it?
This one answers the questions that you had about where the kids were. And
Oh, I'm
There's an Elizabeth in chat, and I'm a Dan, and I don't want there to be any confusion that we're as on the outs as Elizabeth and Dan. So I've been referring to Elizabeth as Detective Wilbefit, her handle. But be aware, there's an Elizabeth, and I'm a Dan. Get between us should there be anyone getting out of sorts.
sure
Like
it's
the
very,
answers
very
to that.
proper. He
Tori.
only
Stop,
wrote very,
okay.
very
stop.
proper
He
legal
did
letters.
stop
Thank
calling
you.
you Betts after this letter, didn't he? After when he told, after.
Whenever I got a letter like that, it did not say Dear Betts.
It didn't after this, after July of 1986 ever again.
Oh, no, it changed back and forth. Remember, you said in 1988 when they wanted me to agree to some visitation schedule, that was back to Dear Betts.
No,
in
it wasn't.
88.
That was a letter that was sent to you by Mr. Berry, Mrs. Broderick.
I have letters from Dan that are Dear Betts at that time.
When was the last time that you had contact, physical contact, with Mr. Broderick before November the 5th of 1989?
I don't remember because of all the mix-ups of all the custody changes the weeks before. I don't remember.
Well, when did you have any conversation with him, any physical face-to-face discussion with him before November the 5th?
I have absolutely no idea. If you can,
Was it any time in October?
if I can think of any reason why I would have had to speak to him, or any event, or any place that we were where we had a discussion about something, I might be able to remember. But I cannot. I have no idea when the last time was that I spoke to him about anything.
Okay, so there was no particular event that comes to mind at this time, anyway, of you having any conversation personally with Dan Broderick during the month of October, during the month of September, during the month of August, during the month of July.
I don't remember.
If there was any contact whatsoever, it was him coming over to pick up the boys, correct?
I don't remember because Hawaii was in there, and the Tahoe thing was in there, and New York was in there, and Rhett was in there, and I don't remember. That's all the end of the summer, and when I was in Canada with the boys and stuff. I don't remember when the previous time was because I can't put a reason or a place on it.
Well, the last specific confrontation that you can think of that you've testified to then was back in 1988 when you went over to his house to confront him and try to get him to talk to you, and when he threatened to call the police and then he didn't. Is that the last time you remember?
I don't think it was that far. No, I don't think it was that far away.
Do you remember any
I don't.
other particular incident when you had it out with him, when you had a confrontation with him?
Didn't these things with the gun in my pocket happen after that?
He didn't come into the house. He stayed outside the house and honked the horn for the boys. The kids testified that that's how he would pick up the
Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you not pleased to see me?
kids. Didn't you testify to that?
Sometimes that's
He
what
would call ahead of time. He'd call from his car phone so that there wouldn't have to be a problem, so the kids would be ready, and so that all he had to do was to honk outside so they could come out.
Yeah, but the day that I had the gun in my pocket and everything, Dan came into my house because the children were in the backyard in the swimming pool and they would not go out front. And he had to come in and go on the deck and yell down to the swimming pool that he was there and they better get out of the swimming pool. And then he went in the room with them and helped them gather their stuff up.
Okay, and when was this incident? Are you talking
After I
about-
had the gun,
So sometime after March of 1989, was it in
probably
April?
after April. I don't remember.
Billie Jean, you're
I
only
don't
a
think I
couple
picked the
minutes
gun up
in
until
here.
much after the day that I bought it.
When was the last time that you'd had any physical contact with
Welcome.
Linda Colcana?
Gee, years, I don't know.
Yeah, we're 7 minutes into Betty's testimony today. She spends about 2 hours on this continued cross-examination. An interesting fact that I learned from the Dateline is in the first trial, the prosecutor was worried about going too hard on Betty, like, it might be seen as badgering, a battered woman. So basically figured that because Betty admitted to the crime on direct, she didn't need to cross and didn't. And she, in an interview, said that she was frankly sick of Betty by the second trial. So if you're getting those Chelsea Kepsel vibes from her interrogation, not the car interview, but that, sick of it Chelsea, you could see a lot of that in Carrie, where it's just like she's just not having it with Betty, and she's decided, decorum's out the window. I'm going to fight her tooth and nail every step of the way.
I don't remember
Hadn't been
any
any
physical
time in
time.
1989, hadn't been any time in 1988.
No, I saw her on St. Patrick's Day in 1983, and I saw her at the office in 1985. But
Anytime
after that,
there were no other contacts between the two of them.
not that I can remember.
If I can have just one moment.
Certainly.
I think I'm going to order pizza during this stream. A little early yet, but feel like we'll go for about 4.5 hours, 5 hours. The original video is 3 hours and 20 minutes
It is true, you
long.
acknowledge that you knew that Dan and Linda just wanted to be left alone. They wanted to be left alone by you. Yes or no?
Dan always wanted to be left alone by me, yes.
Okay. And it is true that you told Linda David sometime in October when the kids were getting ready to go to South Bend that you knew that, but that wasn't going to happen, that you were going to continue to make his life a living hell.
I had no power to bother Dan Broderick's life in any capacity in a courtroom or in life at all. His
You
life,
had no power to bother him in any capacity. You weren't bothering him at all during any of this time.
if I was alive,
No worries, Elizabeth. You're not very far behind. If you're listening on minute and a half, you should catch up to us in about 8 to 9 minutes here. We're not very far in at all.
I was bothering him because I wanted a settlement of this case.
Making those phone calls didn't bother him at all. Didn't you admit yourself that you knew he hated those? That you knew he hated it when you called up and you said those things?
They were your answering machines. He didn't have to put that answering machine on to
In
bother
fact,
me.
he tried to take the answering machine off, and you argued against it. You had a fit. You said that he was trying to prevent you from getting messages to the kids. You forced him to put the answering machine back on, didn't you?
I've never forced Dan Broderick to do
You
anything.
demanded that he put the answering machine back on,
No.
because otherwise you couldn't get your messages through to the kids.
In 1986, when he was locking up the telephone and only the answering machine was operable, if he had taken the answering machine off, there would have been no phone number, no phone, no nothing. So I think you might be referring to something back then.
When he tried to take the answering
Interesting.
machine off at the very beginning because you were leaving these horrible messages, and you demanded that he put it back.
You know what?
because it was interfering with your
We're just
contact
getting
with the
started here, so
Right, because implied there is the answering machine and no phone at all available
And he
to
tried to
anyone.
do it again back during those.
I think for the people who were here early, you guys have studied ahead. We'll go back to the beginning of the testimony. It feels like there's some people that got late notifications. Oh, well, this is no good for people to scroll ahead. Okay, we'll just take a pause. And the people who are, because I thought I was doing something good, but if people have gone back to the beginning and then we go back to the beginning and they're speeding up to catch up to us, never mind. We haven't really missed too much. It's known that this was a bit of a marathon testimony. I love how I catch her on these smug looks. My God, that's a perfect pause too. Yeah, I think the prosecutor just wanted to leave no stone unturned and really rattle Betty so that she was not nearly as comfortable as she was in the first trial. And it seems to be getting to middling results. But, there was also really interesting stuff in the Dateline about the jury deliberations for this trial. I assumed that it was second-degree murder that she was up for because the first trial was 10 people, second degree, 2 people manslaughter. She was up on first-degree murder charges. It just later got jury negotiated down to second in this trial as well. So that was an interesting tidbit as well. And they were headed for possible hung jury again. But so yeah, watch the Dateline episode.
Attempts. He tried to take the phone in 1987. He tried to take the answering machine off again, and again you complained that then you wouldn't be able to leave messages for the children.
Hey, Annette,
It wasn't
good to
just
see
the
you.
answering machine. He was volunteering to disconnect the phone and the answering machine entirely, and that was not to keep me from calling anyone ever.
And that's another new viewer to the stream. I appreciate having you here. We are just over midway through our Betty Broderick Marathon. Part of that marathon is this marathon testimony from Betty. She's worn the same outfit every day, but we know at least 4 or 5 days have gone by based off of the outfits of other people who were free to come and go during the time that Betty was incarcerated. You do have to see the Dateline episode. There's footage of her being dragged from the cell. Remember them alluding to her in her underwear, swearing, being dragged from her cell, and later defecating and smeared in on the walls? The last part isn't on video, but the dragging and the swearing is in the Dateline video. It's low resolution, but I'll post the links as we're getting towards the end of this broadcast too, for people who want to see what they might have missed from the end of yesterday's raw video.
It wasn't just the answering machine.
Did you not make that statement to Linda David that you were going to continue to make his life a living hell, or you were going to murder him?
No, I never made that statement. Sorry.
So Linda David is making that up?
Yes.
Hey, Zeke guys, good to see you too. Hopefully this is as fun to watch on the replay crew for people who are missing episodes
Did you
here
not
and
tell
there.
Robin too that you had a gun in your glove compartment?
Do you want me to tell you what happened on that day?
My question was, did you tell Robin too that day when you were angry that you had a gun in your glove
Of
compartment?
course not. I'd never had a gun in the glove compartment of my car. Never. I didn't have. That's in, I think, 86 or 87. There was no gun to speak of. I was driving up to the house to drop off one of my children, and this maniac comes screaming out of the house that she has waving a restraining order, saying she's already called the police, and yelling at my child to get out of my car, that the police
Hey,
are coming
Mom.
to arrest your mother. I thought she was crazy. And I told her stop screaming, and there was nothing wrong with me dropping the kid off at the house. But she had called the police.
She didn't call the police until after you threatened to go get the gun in the glove compartment.
Gun. No. She
Well, you
called
were
the
telling
What
people back
gun?
in 1986 that you'd bought a gun, weren't you? You told Melanie Fuller that you bought a gun back in 1986.
No. Melanie
What was
knows
the
for a
gun that
fact
was-
that I didn't, because she had one and I didn't.
What was the gun that was in the condo that was seen by Carolyn Oliver?
Nobody ever saw a gun in any condo. I don't know what anybody's talking about. As a joke, we were going to tell you we sold it to some man in China and send you looking for it. There's never been another gun.
When you had bought the condo on Morning,
As a joke, we were going to tell you that we sent it to some man in China so that you'd go looking for it. That's a funny joke, Betty.
Way, which was during the summer of 1989. You've already described that you were having problems with your decorator, Carolyn Oliver. She was helping you decorate the condo, correct?
I didn't even know Carolyn Oliver. She was a
Welcome,
friend
Carolina.
of cards that
Was-
Helen sent over to rip me off, is what it turned out. This woman stole thousands of dollars from me and never did anything to decorate my house. Not a single thing.
Okay.
Disney
but
Mom,
you did hire Carolyn Oliver as a decorator.
as far as we know, Disney Mom asked, do her children have contact with Betty? The last parole hearing in 2017, well, I guess both parole hearings, also the 2010, 2 children testified that she should be released and 2 testified against that. So as far as we can tell, there's at least 2 of the children that are, in semi-regular contact. Maybe less so for the ones that are testifying against her coming out. But
During that period of time, correct?
She was sent to my house to help me decorate. I don't
What do
remember.
you mean she was sent to your house?
Helen
she was-
Picard sent her to my house.
She recommended the decorator to you, and you
I
called
didn't
up
need a
Carolyn
decorator.
Oliver. Did you call up Carolyn Oliver and,
Hiya,
and ask
Bernice.
her to help you or to hire her? You mean she just came over and knocked on your door and said, "I'm here to be your decorator, whether you like it or not"?
No, she said she was a decorator and she could do these things faster and better for me than I could myself. And I said, great idea, because I'm moving. But I didn't know her and I didn't solicit her at all. I never saw her.
And
from
she continued to work for you over the whole summer, and it was against your will that she was
She
working for
never
you?
did anything for me except send some man who tore the place apart. And I gave her checks as deposits for carpet and wood flooring that I picked out, that she didn't pick out. She ended up stealing all my money and not delivering on anything. And it has nothing to do with whether there was a gun in the condo or
Isn't
not.
it true that while she was at the condo, working at the condo, and while you were there, that she saw a gun in the desk? That the desk drawer was open and there was a gun there, and that she asked you about it?
That's absolutely, totally, completely impossible. There was never a gun in any desk drawer in a condo or anywhere else.
There was never any instance where she thought she saw a gun and she asked you about, is that a gun, or why is that gun there, or what
She's
is
a
it?
friend of Helen Picard's. Maybe that explains it.
We all know
Because
about Helen
nothing
Picard
like
now.
that ever happened with anybody, ever.
She just said that like everyone would know, like, oh yeah, Helen Picard, we've already heard about her. She likes to tell stories, that Helen. Almost sounds like Reverend Lovejoy's. I think his wife is named Helen in The Simpsons, but she does seem like a bit of a gossip on that show too. I saw comments on the Dateline video for this saying that the stars of this trial are the chair squeaks, the coughs, and what was the third one? Well, chair squeaks and coughs anyway.
Your Honor, I don't have too much left, but perhaps this would be a good time to break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, yeah, they could have put this in yesterday's video then, but
we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone
we still have this TV just sitting here. We know something fun's going to come on the TV.
else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Broderick, before we finish,
That whiteboard puts James Owen's poster boards to shame. That's like the double-sized quadruplast full board.
for lunch, we were talking about this particular order that I had showed you with respect to switching weekends. Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 106 and order of the court dated September 22nd, 1989.
After that, certainly.
I'll post the link again, Bernice, at the end of a few times during this.
We were talking about an order and it hadn't been marked or identified for the record.
It's not necessary viewing prior to this. Like, it actually gets ahead of the ruling, and you'll learn some stuff that happens in this case too, but it's not like, we're going to be shocked that second degree murder, they did convict her. One thing that's shocking is how long they were in deliberations for several days. And another nice thing about this, we're not waiting several days. We'll get the deliberations immediately after the verdict.
Is that the order that we were referring to when we were talking about the switch of dates?
Yes, but I don't agree that that's what it said.
And
You know what? If James Owens is the Timu poster board lawyer, Sarah Boone is the Timu Betty Broderick. Because, we can't give Betty justification for what she did, but all of her arguments make Sarah's version of those same arguments look extremely Timu. Like, I ordered the battered spouse defense, and all I got was his little fingers were coming out of the suitcase. Yeah, one scintilla, that's all. That's all the proof I got. I was expecting several, even a dozen scintilla of overt act, but one, that's all I got.
And you had indicated that you had put your house on the market sometime over the summer, correct? The house on Calle de Cielo?
I think we're more into the fall. As I recall, I closed on the condo in October I'm not sure. I think I closed on it in October or late September, and I didn't put the house on the market until after that.
All right. May I have marked as People's Exhibit 107, what purports to be a real estate ad on the house at Calle de Cielo?
So, Mark,
If you could just take a look at that, and can you identify that for us? Was that an ad that was put out for your house when it was on the market?
Yes, it is.
And you have already testified that you had the boys at least, almost the entire summer of 1989. You said that the boys were at my home the entire summer.
No, I saw them a lot in June and into July. In June, they were in a camp in the Bishop's School in La Jolla. One of them got out at noon and the other one got out at 3 or 4. Sylvia, the maid at that time, did not want to drive from Mission Hills to La Jolla at noon, and back to Mission Hills, and then back to La Jolla at 3 o'clock, and then back to Mission Hills. So she drove them. They didn't live with me. She drove them to Bishop's. I went and picked the one up at noon, and then I went back and picked the one up at 3 o'clock and went back to my house. And then she came by, whenever we decided, she came by later and picked them up. So I saw them every day.
All right, but apparently you previously testified that during the summer, the boys were at my house the entire summer.
Except for the weeks that Dan, maybe 10 days, I don't know how many days that Dan went to Hawaii. The boys were at my house most of that summer. Yes.
Most of the summer of 1989, correct?
Yes, but they didn't sleep there, but they were there.
Now, you also indicated that
Agree,
on that
Elizabeth.
weekend of November the 5th, that there were several specific things that you were,
No, that's exactly it. Like Betty's the real deal as far as emotion, whether, you argue that it justifies or doesn't justify is a whole nother argument. But at least, you can kind of agree that there's real passion there, not invented, oh, I thought George was going to kill me, so I'm here because I survived. Like Sarah's is just so transparently false that it's the Timu version of Betty's arguments 35 years later.
upset about, that you were depressed about, and you listed them for us.
Thank
when
you, Billie
testified.
Jean.
One of them was your financial situation, that your financial situation was in a state of flux, and that Dan was keeping money out of my checks again. Do you recall testifying to that?
While I had, yes,
Okay.
yes.
If I could have marked, Your Honor, as People's Exhibit 108, a series of check registers, series of 3 check registers. And if I could show you the one,
So marked.
thank you, that is marked on the outside number 2 for the dates of August 89 through November of 1989. Is this your check register?
Yes,
And does it have the deposit record on there in the first page?
yes,
And does it indicate that you deposited $16,000 on November 2nd of 1989?
yes. Oh, you're going backwards. Okay, sure.
Does it indicate that you deposited $16,000 on October 3rd of 1989? That you deposited $15,000 on September 6th of 1989?
Yeah,
That you deposited $16,000 on September 5th of 1989?
yes,
And that you deposited $16,000 on August 7th of 1989? And those were all based on checks that Dan Broderick had sent you for support during that period of time,
yes.
correct? If you could also identify this next check register that's labeled number 1, does this appear to be your check register with the deposits between March of 89 and August of 89?
Yes. August is missing, but there's September 3rd.
Okay, March of 89 through, there's a deposit, the last top deposit is September of 89, correct?
Right.
And the last one, if you could identify, is this your check register for the period of January of 89 through March of 89?
Yes.
Yeah, those shoulder pads are a little, once you see them, you don't
When you
unsee them.
testified last time, you testified that although you made $16,000 deposits in your check register, that those weren't based on checks that were sent to you by Dan Broderick, didn't you?
I had a system with my accountant that no matter what Dan sent me, I would put 16,000 even in the account for accounting purposes.
Well, when you look at the check register that we just looked at, the first one that's for January through June of 89, there isn't any even $16,000 deposit on there, is there?
Are you sure? Well, these might be different accounts,
My question is that the last time that you testified.
Yes, this is a different account.
How about the one that's identified as number 1?
Yes, this is what I called the household account.
Okay, and there are lots of deposits on there that aren't $16,000, correct?
There are additional deposits to a $16,000 deposit on the first of the month.
The last time when you testified and you were shown your register, you acknowledged that you deposited $16,000, but you said those weren't based on checks from Dan, didn't you?
They were not necessarily, yes, exactly based on checks from Dan.
May I have marked as People's Exhibit 109, Your Honor, a series of just 4 checks.
So marked.
Be quite an accomplished
And can you
roller
identify
skater as a
these
teen.
checks?
These are checks that are exactly $16,000, 4 of them.
Sent by Dan Broderick to you.
Right, and I would have put them in exactly like that with no additions or subtractions or anything.
And that's for the months of August, September, October, and November of 1989.
He's got a pair
So when you
of brand
indicate
new
that you were
roller
upset
skates.
because
I
Dan was
got a
keeping
brand
money out
new
of your
key.
checks again, it did not have anything to do, at least with the month of November, October, September, August. There were no monies that had been taken out of the check from Dan Broderick for those months, correct?
Hey,
It
Candace.
had to do with him fining me for supposedly scratching that picture that I had nothing to do with. And I was under the understanding that I had court orders that he was not allowed to fine me.
With respect
To
to
those 4
your
months, no.
statement that Dan was keeping money out of my checks again, and that's what you were so upset about on the one of the things that you were upset about on the morning of November the 5th.
Yes,
It is true, is it not, that he had not kept any money out of your check for November? Yes or no?
right, right.
Now, rephrase it.
He had not kept any money out of your check for November, correct?
Correct, we've already said that.
He had not kept any money out of your check for October.
For those 4 months, he hadn't, but before that, he had, again. When there were court orders that said he wasn't supposed to do that.
Was this something that you did anything about back in June or July when you felt that it was a problem?
I called Walter Mond, who was my attorney at the time, and I said he is not allowed to do this, and he's only testing the system. Like he did last time with the fines. You know, the fines built up and built up and built up until I owed him $1,300. So I figured he was starting that process again of testing and testing how far he could get before I was forced to court to pay lawyers to get another court order to fix it again.
And it was clear
And I
that
was
he-
very upset.
Okay, and it's clear that he was not testing you in any way, shape, or form in August or September or October or November before November 5th, 1989.
Hey,
I
another
was
one's
just
in.
Respect to those checks.
What I felt when he did it.
Okay.
And when I went to Walter Mond, I felt that he was setting me up to
And
take
this is-
advantage again.
This was something that you were still upset about on the morning of November the 5th?
On the morning of November 5th, it all came back to me what he had done before and what it seemed to me he was doing again, yes.
You also indicated that you were upset that morning because Dan had refused to let you see the children on Halloween, correct?
Yes.
And that's not true. You knew that that was not true, isn't it?
What are you referring to?
You knew that Sylvia Cavan, that Dan Broderick had given the boys the opportunity to go anywhere they wanted for Halloween.
No, that's not right. The boys and I, ahead of time, asked weeks ahead of time if they could spend Halloween with me, and Dan said no. Absolutely no.
And you didn't
For
hear
no reason.
Sylvia testify the last time that she was there when there was a discussion between the boys and Dan about what they wanted to do for Halloween?
Your Honor, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Again, this is sustained.
Found a gif of some roller
You had
derby
the
for
boys
anyone who
for
hasn't
Halloween
seen
the
it.
year before, in 1988, correct?
Yes, yes.
And this year, at least, you knew that they had plans to go, each of them had their own plans to go out with kids that were there in their neighborhood in Marston Hills.
That's not correct anyway, but no, they didn't.
And they didn't do that on Halloween night?
That's subsequently what they ended up doing because Dan had no interest in them being home or trick-or-treating with them, and he let them spend the night at friends' homes that were not in Marston Hills.
Is that something that you were thinking about on
Yes.
November the 5th?
Yes, because it was typical that he wouldn't let me have my children. The children wanted to be with me. I wanted to be with them. It was a special, memorable time for us. I made a big deal over everything and pictures and tradition. It was a tradition. And he had no interest in carrying on the tradition, but he had an interest in keeping them from me. And he wasn't careful about who they spent the night with or what they were doing. And I was very nervous about parental supervision on Halloween.
And you also indicated that morning that you, of all the things that you were thinking about, one of them, again, was that you were upset with the decorator and the things that have been gone on with her. You've already talked about that. You also talked about the fact that the water heater blew up in your face over at the condo. Did Dan or Linda have anything to do with the water heater blowing up in your face? Did Dan or Linda Broderick have anything to do with any problems that you felt you were having with your decorator?
No.
You also indicated that you were upset about Kim and her finances in Tucson and the phone call that she had made to you on Tuesday, correct? That was the Tuesday before November the 5th.
I believe so, yes.
Had you sent her any money between the Tuesday that she called you and November the 5th when you killed Dan and Linda?
No, I didn't even know an address to send it. She didn't give me an address. She didn't have a phone and she didn't have an address.
Now, obviously, if you were concerned about her financial situation and you told her that you'd take care of it for her, right? That's what you
Yes, I always did.
Of course, killing yourself wasn't going to take care of that for Kim, was it?
He was going to take care of it for me, though.
Okay. You also said that you were upset in general about the children. You've already testified that they were getting older, that you'd missed out on things with them, and that you wanted to spend more time with them, correct? You also testified that you were upset about the fact that you were getting older, that your birthday was coming up.
Yes.
And you said that you kept rereading the marriage encounter book.
Not that morning. I didn't reread it.
Okay. You had indicated that there were many times over some period of time, I'm not sure, that where you kept rereading the marriage encounter book.
Yes.
Was that in November of 1989?
Not in the first 5 days of November. I don't believe so. No, I was moving. Maybe I did in the move.
Let me back up. You also indicated that you were upset that this would have been the 20th anniversary of your wedding, that you were married in 1969 and here it was 1989, and that would have been the 20th anniversary, and you had planned on your 20th anniversary to take a cruise, and here Dan and Linda went and took a cruise. Did
On
you
November
testify to that?
5th, that wasn't in my mind. That was concerning the date that he chose to get married in April of 89, which would have been the 20th anniversary of our marriage in April of 89. And he got married on the closest possible Saturday to our 20th wedding anniversary. Those things were happening in April of 89.
And did you feel that he did that intentionally, that he intentionally chose a specific date in April of 1989 just to jerk you around?
Well, just another little, there was no reason for him to have chosen that date above any other date, yes.
Well, how many times was it that you read and reread this marriage encounter book?
Over the years,
Oh, in 1989.
I just kept it where I would see it a lot in the
Hey,
top
welcome,
drawer of this
Michelle.
lingerie
Good to
chest
see you.
that I
Thank
had. And
you.
actually, I think I did move the lingerie chest, so I probably did have it in my hands that week or earlier that week. And I've read it a lot of times, and I can probably quote it verbatim, parts of it.
And this was the marriage encounter that Dan had written to you, the book that he had written to you about what you felt were his promises, the promises that he had made to you, and the promises that he had broken.
Yes, and I'm recalling now that the USC game is mentioned in there, and that is the last weekend that I would have touched it, I think, or read it.
Which would have been the
So a quick shout out to all the people who were born in 77. Just so you know, if you're born in 77 in the Chinese zodiac, it's the year of the fire snake. Year of the snake is every 12 years, but the fire snake is one of 4 snakes that you can be born under. So it's unsurprising that Sarah's a fire snake, but I think that just combines with her narcissism and all of her other negative tendencies. So just because you're a fire snake doesn't mean you're a bad person, but it does mean that you may be a little excited by prospects of revenge.
week before you killed Dan and Linda Broderick.
I don't know when the USC game was. It's in October, maybe.
A lingerie chest, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Super Kelly G. I almost missed the lingerie chest. Like even Victoria's Secret models don't, it's small enough to fit in a drawer. Do you need a whole chest for it? I could see like having, a leather chest, but, that stuff takes up a lot of room.
3 weeks before, I think.
Not only was this the 20th anniversary of your wedding to Dan Broderick, but the weekend of November the 5th when you killed him was also the anniversary of your marriage encounter, which was also on November the 5th, correct?
Yes.
And that was something that you recognized as you read that marriage encounter book the week before you killed him?
No.
That was a marriage encounter book that had been written 13 years before, correct?
As I testified last time, I was
Excuse me,
unsure.
Had it been written in 1976?
Last year, I was not sure of the year or the date at all. It wasn't until we found the other one that the date came up.
And was that written 13 years before?
76, November 5th, 76. So is that 13 years before? Yes.
Now, you also testified that on that Friday, November the 3rd, that you did go to see your accountant, Mary Dietz.
I think that's what things say. That day, that Friday, yes. I think that's what the appointment was that day. Her stuff was still on the seat of my car, and you ended up with her stuff.
So you had testified that morning, before, that's why you didn't think you went shopping with Lee. That morning is when you went to see Mary Dietz, which was on the 3rd of November.
I believe that is what I did that morning, right?
And you talked to her about your financial situation. She didn't give you a big picture of gloom with respect to your financial situation, did she?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Addie. Good to see
In
you.
fact, there was reason to be optimistic about it. She's talked to you about the fact that you could even hold on to your house of Calle de Cielo as well as the condo. You had enough money to hold on to both properties.
It was an introductory for both she and I meeting, and we discussed all different possibilities. She had computers. We needed more information, but it was an okay meeting. It was a first time meeting. So we didn't come to any conclusions about anything.
So that wasn't something that you were tremendously depressed about then on November the 5th.
No, I wasn't depressed about it.
You were angry about it?
I didn't know about capital gains is what I learned from her. I believe I learned that from her. And so I was going ahead with my plan to sell the house and move to the condo. And then she tells me about capital gains, which I don't really remember what she told me. But now she told me that maybe I shouldn't sell the house and move to the condo, that I should stay in the house and rent the condo.
And you were angry about the fact that if you sold the house that you wouldn't clear anything more than $50,000 or $60,000. Isn't that what you said to Gail Forbes, to Helen Picard?
I heard those two people testify to that, and I laughed because I had no idea, and neither did Mary Dietz, of how much I would have been able to sell my house for or how much I would have ended up with. So that those two people had opinions as to what I would have ended up with after the sale of my house is ridiculous. Because nobody could have told us that at that point. The house hadn't
When
been
you talked to
sold.
Mary Dietz, didn't she write down some figures on some pieces of paper about how, if you paid capital gains and if you deducted the improvements on your property, how much money you were going to recover?
I don't know if she made notes. She was going to do things on computers. You have the whole packet that I got from her that morning, and I never consulted it again because that morning was Friday, and I ended up in jail on Sunday. So if
So
she
we-
made those notes, I didn't further investigate them.
So when Gail Forbes indicated that you were angry about it on Friday and that you had made this statement about only clearing $50,000 or $60,000, and when Helen Picard made the same statement that you were angry about the same thing on Saturday morning about only clearing $50,000 or $60,000, these were things that these two women were independently just coming up with?
Not independently, they did it together. They're very good friends, and I don't know where they got that from because that is not a fact. No one knew what I would sell anything for or what I would net or what I owed in taxes. I didn't know, Mary Dietz didn't know, and I don't know how they would have known. There were too many unknowns.
The next morning, you had the children on Friday, you picked the children up. The next morning on Saturday, you went to the condo on Morning Way, correct?
To
That's
pick
where
up
you,
a soccer uniform is my recollection, yes.
and that's where you saw Helen Picard.
That's where she barged in on us, yes.
Okay. And after that, you went to a soccer game with Rhett.
Yes.
And
But I had to have gone somewhere first because somewhere Danny got lost there. So I either put him home or I put him somewhere else because I don't believe he was at the soccer game with me and Rhett.
after the soccer game, you then went back to the house and picked Danny up, so you had both boys, and that's when you went to the beach and you saw PJ Hathaway.
Yes.
And you had that conversation with PJ Hathaway where you were angry about your financial situation, you were angry about Kim, and you made the statements that he testified to.
Why that? No, I didn't make all the statements he testified to. The conversation I did not talk about my divorce with PJ Hathaway. What came up was Kim. PJ knows Kim. And so Kim came up, not the divorce. And what Dan was what Kim told me Dan was doing to Kim is what came up in that conversation,
Did
not
you
the
make
larger
this-
picture of a divorce.
Did you make any of the statements that PJ Hathaway testified to, your statements about wanting to kill Dan?
I don't remember his precise words and stuff. It wouldn't have surprised me if I would have said that son of a bitch, I want to kill him and stuff. It wouldn't surprise me if I said that because
you
of
were
what I
very
felt he
angry
was
at the
doing
time.
to Kim. Yes, about what he was doing to Kim.
After that, you went grocery shopping for dinner, correct?
That's what my checkbook says, but we went somewhere. It could have been before the beach, for all I know. I don't remember.
And you invited Brad Wright over for dinner, and you cooked dinner, and Brad Wright came over for dinner.
Brad
correct?
Wright,
Right.
not my boyfriend.
And Brad Wright testified that during dinner, you were normal, you weren't crying, you weren't hysterical, you weren't depressed, you had a normal dinner, you watched TV after dinner, you didn't go to bed till between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, correct?
No, not correct. Brad says that he had a normal dinner and he watched TV and he went to bed at 9 and 10 o'clock. I didn't have any of those things. I don't remember dinner. I don't remember fixing it. It's my recollection. I went to
That's another thing I picked up out of the Nightline documentary is I thought it was just a name that Victoria might have had for Dan, but Count de Monet was a name he had for himself. He liked to call himself the Count de Money, which is like, the Count de Blanc, the Count do this, the Count de Money. Yeah, cool name for a guy who wears a cape.
bed around 6 or 6:30, and I don't remember watching TV at all.
You don't recall Brad Wright testifying that you went to bed between 9:30 and 10 o'clock.
That's what he thought, yeah.
And now you were saying that Brad Wright is mistaken about that.
And not my lover, Billie Jean. I was saying the exact same thing to my mom. Like, quite apart from her crimes, if you just imagine her as a person you get paired up with at, a wedding table or, a tea and crumpets afternoon, she's the fun one. Like, you don't want to be at the other table looking over and hearing the fun stories that are being told and you're stuck at the boring table. She might not be somebody you want in your circle of friends, but if you've got 2 or 3 hours to kill at a luncheon, she's the one I want at my table telling stories.
I don't know when you asked him that. I don't.
They asked him that when he was on the stand.
No, I mean, when
She was in jail, yes.
As soon as time you asked him to restructure.
Credit for time served. Yeah, that's a good point. Addie asks if she gets credit for time served. And how long does she spend on the friggin' stand? I wonder if time on the stand counts towards credit time. But that said, so she was eligible for her first parole in 2011, and that would have been prior to the full 32 years, which was the minimum of her sentence. So she was sentenced to 2 consecutive 15 to life, in addition to 2 years for illegal use of a firearm in commission of a crime. So the early parole hearing probably would have had a ton of restrictions, and most people don't get, but it's at least a chance to have a hearing and learn what to do by the time real parole hearing comes up. Betty didn't learn, and in 2017 she got the maximum 15-year review period because her 2017 parole went so poorly for her.
What we did that evening. I don't remember. All I remember is what I think I did. I was very upset and very depressed and very tired and dragging around. And I was always tired because I hadn't slept well, a single night's sleep in a very long time.
These are the ways that you're describing yourself that weekend, but it's not the way that other people were describing it, correct?
Other people would have perceived me differently, maybe.
So you went to bed Saturday night, Sunday morning. What time was it that you got up?
I got up several times during the night. I don't know what time it was that I got up and stayed up.
You indicated that when you got up and stayed up, that it was already starting to get light. That's what you said, correct?
I don't remember. All I remember is I went in the kitchen and I was kind of dragging around, and I don't know if I made coffee, but I sat on a bar stool and I started reading a newspaper. I don't know.
Where did you get the newspaper?
I'm just saying, I don't know if it was that day's newspaper. I don't remember going out and getting it off the driveway. So what I'm thinking maybe when I'm trying to guess and piece things together is maybe Brad brought it in the night before he went to bed. Or maybe it was a newspaper from a former day. I don't know.
Well, what time of the morning was it when you were sitting there in the kitchen reading the newspaper?
I don't know.
Was it still dark?
I didn't look out the windows. I don't know. I had the light on.
How long did you read the newspaper?
I sat there and I kind of I didn't read the newspaper. I looked at it and nothing was going in my eyes. I was flipping pages and stuff. So I really didn't read it. I was just doing something.
And then you said that you picked up the letter from Kathy KAFARO and you read that letter, correct?
Yes, there were letters that had arrived. A bunch of mail had arrived, and I was quiet, and so I had time to read the letter right.
Now, you previously testified that you had received that letter at least 2 or 3 days before, correct?
At least 2 or 3 days before Sunday. I don't know when I received it. It had to be Friday or Saturday.
Okay. Did you
because it's
testify
dated
before?
November 2nd.
Right, and you testified before that you had received it at least a couple of days before, that you'd read it enough to know when you received it, that he was threatening contempt, jail, fines, etc. So you knew that was the gist of that letter when you received it 2 or 3 days before.
The earliest it could have possibly come would have been Friday the 3rd, being that it's dated the 2nd. So I wasn't clear on when it came. And when it came, I didn't read it. I looked at it and I saw what it was and I flipped it on the counter because it was the weekend already and I was busy.
Did you not testify before that you had it a couple of days, 2 or 3 days I had the letter?
By the time Sunday came, yes, that's right.
And did you also not testify that you opened it up, that you read it, and that it was, as far as you were concerned, threatening contempt, threatening jail, threatening fines, threatening to haul me back into court, and that you read it enough on Friday to realize that?
I read it enough, yeah, I looked at it, perused it enough to know what it was, yes.
Okay. Now, on Friday after you received that letter, it was clear to you that the letter did not come from Dan Broderick. It came from Kathy KAFARO
No,
and went to Walter Mond.
no, all I saw was a letter with Daniel T. Broderick, real large at the top. To me, that's a letter from Daniel Broderick. Whether Kathleen KAFARO signs it or not, it's a letter from Dan Broderick because she's his employee and she wouldn't do anything that he didn't order her to do.
Well, if you read it enough to know that, at least as far as you were concerned, it was threatening jail, etc., then that's consistent with you complaining about that with Lee on that Friday as well, isn't it?
Yes,
And it's consistent with you complaining about that on Saturday with Helen Picard, that he was threatening to take you back to jail based on this letter that he'd sent you, correct?
I felt that he was threatening to do things, right?
And on Friday, after you received this letter, did you call your attorney, Walter Mond?
No, I didn't read the letter. I threw it on the counter. I didn't do
When
anything.
you read it enough to know that in your mind he was threatening contempt and jail and fines, did you call Walter Mond to ask him about this letter or what to do about it on Friday?
No,
Did you call him on Saturday?
no, I wouldn't. No, I'd never call him on a weekend.
This letter is for identification purposes. Been marked as People's 27, just to make sure we're talking about the same letter. Is this the letter that you're referring to that's dated October 27th, 1989?
What letter? Now, what are we talking about?
The letter that Dan Broderick, you claim was threatening jail, contempt, fine that you received on the Friday before November the 5th.
This is the letter that I wrote on, so this must be the letter. But it's the cover page that I thought said November 2nd.
Cover page says October 31st, correct?
Right.
I want to ask you about what it says in this letter. Your Honor, I have a poster board that says blow up of the letter.
This is pretty
I don't
big.
believe it needs to be marked. It's just a verbatim blow up of the letter.
All right.
Wow. That's an exhibit. I'm going to even turn. Let's see.
With respect to the first paragraph says, enclosed, please find a verbatim transcript of just a few of this week's obscene messages left on my client's answering machine by respondent. You will note that all three of these messages are directed to the children. Needless to say, my client and his wife are very upset that this type of behavior is still occurring, not to mention the effect it has on his sons. I am writing to elicit your help in getting respondent to stop this offensive conduct. Now that when you read that first paragraph, it was clear to you, obviously, that this was written by Kathy CAFARO to Walter Mond, in which she was asking Mr. Mond for some help to get you to stop leaving those messages, correct?
I've testified over and over and over. I did not read that letter like you just read it. I only got impressions from that page. The impression was it's from Daniel Broderick. I
Miss
didn't know it was
Broderick,
from CAFARO.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm not talking about now when you read it on Friday. You testified that you read it on Friday enough to know that you felt it was a threatening letter. Now I'm talking about when you sat down on Sunday morning and you had the time to actually sit and read it, to figure out whether or not it was threatening and what it was actually saying. And then you did read the full and complete letter on Sunday morning, correct?
Yes.
And when you read that first paragraph, it was clear to you at that point that this was a letter from Kathy CAFARO to Walter Mond that Walter Mond had forwarded to you,
Your
correct?
Honor, I have an objection, Your Honor, to asking in oral.
Oh, Mr. Early, he is
Was that
there.
not clear to you when you read that first paragraph?
I told you, even if it's signed Kathy CAFARO, that's from Dan Broderick.
It was clear to you that it had been sent to Mr. Mond. Mr. Mond is the one that sent it on to you. He sent the cover letter with it, correct?
It came in an envelope from Walter Mond's office.
Do you have the actual letter? It came in an envelope from Walter Mond's office, and it had a cover letter on it from Walter Mond. Here's the envelope from Walter Mond's office, correct?
I'm not
Hey,
sure because
13,
I got so
Mandy.
much mail. This envelope says November 2nd on it, so that's where I got the idea of November 2nd.
Here it is, People's 27.
I'm not sure if this is the envelope from that letter, but yeah, it would have been an envelope that looked just like that.
And there was a
2nd.
cover letter from Walter Mond that included the enclosure of a letter from Kathleen CAFARO, correct?
There was a different letter. This could be the wrong cover letter to this letter. There was a different letter from Kathleen CAFARO, the same within a day or so.
This letter says, "Dear Mr. Mond," correct? It's signed Kathleen CAFARO, correct?
Right. I think the other letter says the same two things.
Okay, and when you read this first paragraph, it was clear to you that she was requesting help from Mr. Mond to get you to stop leaving the obscene messages, correct?
I don't know if
Was
that's,
there anything you didn't understand about the first paragraph?
that I didn't understand about it? No,
Your Honor, I would just request, show her the blood, put it in a position where she can see.
Which I've got the letter there in front of me.
Okay, now what's the question?
Was there anything you didn't understand about the first paragraph?
No, I understood they were threatening to file contempts again because I was yelling at the phone machine because Linda was on the phone machine again. I complained to Walter Mond about this being an ongoing problem, and I was hoping
Thank
that
you,
he'd do
Mandy.
something about
It
it.
is true that you had left messages on the machine to the children in which you were calling Linda again, correct?
Oh,
And it
Larissa,
was not supposed to
definitely.
be on the answering machine.
Mrs.
That's
Broderick,
great.
is it true that you left messages on the machine, no matter whether you liked the fact that she was on it or not,
Absolutely,
where you called her a cunt?
right,
And where you
this is
talked
still
about, "We're
defense
also
case,
thrilled that
Larissa."
the little back in town, etc.
etc.
She's
right?
gone hard.
There wasn't any necessity on your part to leave messages like that in order to leave a message for your children or to talk to your children, was there?
We've already gone over this a million times. I'm
Okay.
trying,
She tried to do an asked and answered objection. Larissa was asking where we are in her testimony, and yeah, it is still cross. In this video, I do see Mr. Early stand up in about an hour and 15 minutes. He starts rebutting, or not redirecting. So, but that said, I don't see anyone else on the stand right up to the end of the video. Betty's still there. Finishes with Peter Boyle playing the judge. So yeah, we'll stick with it. We'll see what the next video is. I know the defense case wraps up with 2 psychologists, and then the rebuttal case includes Dr. Park Dietz, who a lot of people thought was Dr. Death by the way it was being pronounced in yesterday's testimony. But Dr. Park Dietz. There was a psychologist for Betty's side that refused to testify because of how limited the scope of his testimony would be due to pretrial arguments. So there's that to consider for evidence that wasn't brought into this trial. But yeah, that's the lay of the land so far. We should be getting to we'll be finished the case on May 2nd. So if you want to work back from there, it's probably the very end of April that's going to be the Park Debts Day.
to return
Mrs. Broderick,
messages to
was
my
there a
son.
necessity for you to call Linda those words, to say those things in order to leave a message for your children to return your call? Was there any reason you had to do that?
Your Honor, objection, it's argumentative, she's already answered that.
Overruled, Senator Cross, go ahead.
What do you want to know?
Is there any reason you had to continue to use that language that people had been asking you not to for years?
Because people have been asking her to stay off my kid's phone line for years. Yes,
And this was Linda Broderick's phone in Linda Broderick's home.
that's what she wanted to think at this time, yes. And she then had the right, she thought, to keep me from contacting my kids, which was, she
We're not
didn't have
talking
that
about
right.
not having any contact with your kids. In fact, you just acknowledged you had a lot of contact with your kids during this period of time.
Not
They
this
were-
period of time.
Let's go on to the next paragraph here. This is where he talks about the contempt. You should know that since Judge Howard's final ruling of January 30th, 1989, respondent has committed at least 20 separate acts of contempt, of which we have documentary proof. Although my client would prefer to avoid filing contempt charges against respondent, he is prepared to do so if her odious behavior does not stop immediately. As you may know, respondent was ordered to pay $26,000 in penalties and was sentenced to 25 days in jail for various contempt violations in the past. I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to seek the court's assistance in enforcing the restraining orders in existence, another jail sentence will be imposed. That's the paragraph that you're talking about, correct? That you felt, that upset you, that you felt was threatening contempt and jail. Is that correct?
Exactly. Another jail sentence will be imposed.
And it was clear to you that it said, although my client would prefer to avoid filing charges. It was clear to you at this point,
That's
no
a great
charges
point,
obviously
Larissa.
have been filed, correct?
Larissa Harris says, I don't like that this prosecutor did not allow cameras after this trial. To me, the more that is hidden creates more conspiracies and bad behavior in court that favors prosecutors mainly. And yeah, I tend to agree. I think that it was very interesting for me to read that the prosecutor was that upset about cameras in courtrooms that as a judge, she never allowed it. It was... unless there was a specific, she would allow it for sentencing, but that's it. I do have a little information on her too. Where is it here? This isn't as good. Apparently she went to some Southeast Asian countries to help train their prosecutors on how to handle stalking cases, and apparently stalking became a pet issue of hers, thanks to some of the issues that were raised during this trial. So, interesting to know. She served as a judge from 2011 to 2018, I believe. Retired in 2018.
I knew of.
And it was also clear that it says, I firmly believe that if my client and I are forced to file contempt charges, that another jail sentence will be imposed. Again, it was clear to you once you read the letter that no contempt charges had been filed, correct?
I already answered that, yes.
And obviously you had control. You had control over whether or not contempt charges would be filed by simply not leaving the messages on the machine in which you referred to Linda as you referred to her, correct?
I don't know what that question.
Well, you had a choice. You had a choice of either continuing to do it like you had in the past or not doing it if you didn't want to go back to court.
Mark Dietz is testifying in the state's rebuttal case. So, yeah, not for Betty, but yeah, worth sticking around.
Correct?
Not doing what? Not yelling at her to get off the machine?
Using the language that you used consistently on the machine. That was your choice, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was her choice to get on the machine for the sole purpose of driving me crazy,
All
too.
right? Let's assume that that's a fact. It was also your choice not to continue to leave those messages. No one was forcing you to do it. No one was holding a gun to your head to make you say those things. It was your choice to do it or not, correct?
Right.
The third paragraph. The
No
Brothers
problem,
would like
Bernice. We'll see you
responded to know
back
that
and
the phone
forth.
ringers have not been turned off on the phones in their home since the first day school started. Perhaps you should also tell her that every morning the boys feed the dogs in their backyard and therefore cannot hear the phones ringing at that time. This is where they were Monday morning when the respondent called. On Wednesday morning, she called approximately 15 minutes after the boys had already been picked up for school by the bus. It's clear to you that they're attempting to explain that the ringers had not been turned off, that nobody was trying to prevent you from getting through to the boys. When you called, the boys were at school. They were gone. They weren't there. They couldn't immediately
This is
return your
lies.
call.
This is legal posturing. This is bullshit. This is after the fact. This is not true.
Betty testifying that it's bullshit, getting that on the record, which she's already written on the court documents. Mandy 13 asks, can you put comments up on screen? And it's a good question. There was a point where I could, and that's when I was streaming directly through my software. But apparently I basically have to sign in twice. There's some hiccup between me scheduling a live, in which case I can't have access to the live chat because maybe I'm already logged in on too many devices. Whatever it is, for me to schedule these in advance, I'm giving up access to the live chat because I'm streaming it through something else. There's probably a way I can do it, but I don't know it. So I can't highlight my own comments on screen. But I think, if the pinned comments on the bottom are a pain in the butt, then I can just stop pinning them. You guys can dismiss them once, and I'll just mention comments rather than pin them. How we do it.
Sylvia Cavan said that she told me when she came to work that the ringers were turned off again. These are lies. But it was the same thing going on again, and Sylvia already attested to that. And this thing about the dogs that I called 15 minutes after they left, that's not the truth. That's legal posturing.
Well, the messages that you left were left. One of them was left.
No,
One of them
federal
was left
courts
at
and
7:30
Canadian
a.m.
courts too.
Approximately. it
No
says.
cameras. In general. Always exceptions, but
The last sentence, finally, I find respondent's actions completely inconsistent with the contentions of her psychotherapist that her emotional disturbance and mental disease are improving. The contrary appears to be the case. That's the sentence that made you the angriest, isn't it?
I was, yes, sick to death at this point of them carrying on the way they were always carrying on. That I was crazy, that I was sick, that I was doing all these nutty things for no reason.
You had been seeing Dr. DeVos, you had been seeing Dr. Nelson, and you knew that they did feel that you had some emotional disturbance that was tied into your rage at Dan Broderick. That's why they sent you to a codependency group, because you could not give up your relationship with Dan Broderick. Isn't that true?
Absolutely not. I went to those people because I was having a literal, as real as you can get, beyond the brink, nervous breakdown of being manipulated and pushed through the courts and forced to fight everything in courts with lawyers where I could never get anything done.
The only
And
reason
that's
that you
why I
went,
went there.
the only reason that you went to that codependency group is because you were told by your attorney that if you didn't, that he wouldn't represent you, that he wouldn't try to move forward for custody, that you had to do something like that. Isn't that true?
No.
You didn't make fun of that codependency group, talk down about them to other people?
No, I didn't talk down about them. I didn't think I belonged there because those women were still living with the alcoholic. I was not living with them anymore. I didn't see the relevancy of me. I did not have to deal with him on a personal daily basis because I didn't live under the same roof with him anymore.
Well, I thought
So
you
I
just
went
said
to
the
other
only reason you
programs.
went was to get help, and now you're saying you didn't think you needed help.
I needed help dealing with the legal assault that I felt that I was under all the time. I wasn't living under the same roof, which is why I
And
quit
what
alimony.
kind of legal assault had there been in October of 1989, in September, in August, in July, in June, in May, in April? What kind of legal assault had there been on you?
In the summer, nothing happened because I had the boys. Before that, I had Walter Mond, and Dan started taking the fines out again, and he was fighting that I would get custody with Walter Mond, not in.
You hadn't
in
filed the
Kansas.
motion for custody until September.
I hired Walter in February. I don't know what he did.
That was his legal assault on you because you had filed a motion in court?
No, because he was fighting it, that he wouldn't agree to anything. He kept telling people, supposedly, that's what we'd heard in this courtroom, that he was going to give me the boys, but his actions proved totally different.
So there's a lot of interest in who Dr. Park Dietz is, because, some of us are excited and others are going, who is this guy? So I asked AI to give me a quick summary. Dr. Park Dietz is a prominent American forensic psychiatrist and expert witness known for his work in high-profile criminal cases, including those of Jeffrey Dahmer, the Unabomber, and the Menendez brothers. He's a leading expert in threat assessment, violent prevention, and the intersection of mental health and the legal system. Other cases include the assassination of Ronald Reagan, Susan Smith, the Boston Marathon bombing, past president of the American Academy of Psychiatry, one of the 10 most famous psychiatrists in history by biography.com in 2014. Often described as a scholar of the bizarre or part private detective, Dietz focuses on evaluating offenders' mental states rather than treating them. He is known for advising the media to change how they cover mass murders to prevent inspiring copycat crimes. Right, that is who Dr. Park Dietz is, and he'll be testifying for the state in the rebuttal case. He's the final witness the state calls.
Dr. DeVos was under the impression that you were no longer using any bad language with the children, and that's why he felt that your emotional disturbance was improving. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Didn't you tell Dr. DeVos in your meetings with him that you weren't using that kind of language with the kids anymore?
The last phone calls with that kind of language were years.
I think it's Dietz 13, Mandy. Everyone in the trial was saying it very close to death, so I'm just saying it as close as I can to death, but knowing the spelling of it.
Before this because of Linda on the machines.
But didn't you tell him you weren't using that language at all in front of the children anymore? And the fact was that you weren't. You were still using it constantly.
I always called Dan.
Whoa. I think they went to pause out her swearing and forgot to bring it back. I don't know what she said after the beginning of the pause, but the beginning was, I always called Dan fuckhead and fuckface. I think we'll go back a second. You'll probably even be able to read her lips.
I always called Dan.
Inappropriate. You shouldn't be doing that with the kids. And you told him.
Definitely fuckhead was the first one. I'm not sure on fuckface. That's 50-50 on that lip read.
You weren't doing it anymore, didn't you?
Welcome, Phoenix
think so.
Riding.
That's not why he was under the impression that things were improving, because you had told him that you weren't using that language anymore?
No, he was under the impression things were improving because of the summer, and I had the boys,
Yes.
and he saw how
Yeah.
we got along so well, and he spoke to the boys and knew how much they wanted to be with me,
And
and
you
there was no
also told
reason
him-
they shouldn't be with me.
You also told him you were not using that language anymore.
I don't think I would have lied if I was using it, or maybe I wasn't at the time. I don't know.
You didn't tell him anything about having the gun in your pocket either, or showing the gun to the boys, did you? Did you tell Dr. DeVos anything about that?
I don't. If he asked me, I would have told him anything. I mean, I don't. If Danny mentioned it to Dr. DeVos and Dr. DeVos mentioned me, we would have discussed it. I
You
don't
were
remember.
upset because
We can guess on what it is. I'm sure he'll say what his name is when he finally testifies, and then half of us will be like, "Yeah, that's what I thought it was." The other half will be, "Oh, I thought it was Dietz."
Dan, you claim Dan, or, well, obviously here, the suggestion that's being made that your emotional disturbance was not improving was a suggestion.
You know what, Larissa? That's a great point. And maybe when we start getting back into Sarah Boone coverage, if you are hanging out in our chats, I'd love to hear what you think of Dr. Julie Harper's testimony in the Sarah Boone trial, because it speaks to me of the problem with having hired guns. Like, experts should be experts, and certainly, you'd go out of your way to hire an expert you think is sympathetic to the case. But it shouldn't be, okay, I got hired by Team A, so all my testimony is going to be Team A. Like, if you're an expert, you're an expert. And, maybe you get a second opinion for somebody because you don't believe they're expert. But it shouldn't be just a matter of, well, I know what my job is. I'm a prosecution guy, so we're going to put this guy in the slammer. Like, the good thing about having experts ostensibly is that they're independent and they're going to, steer a prosecutor the right way. Hey, just so you know, the guy you're chasing might not be guilty.
Being made by Kathy CAFARO, correct?
I told you that, no, this letter is from Dan Broderick. The fact that he didn't sign it meant nothing to me. He would have had to approve every word in it.
Well, you heard Kathy CAFARO testify that she felt that contempt action should have been filed against you all summer long, correct? And it was Dan who was
All summer long for what?
all summer long for making the phone calls, for not returning Rhett.
Oh, I know she thought that they should have done something about the red thing. But what all summer long?
You felt that it was inappropriate for Mr. Broderick to suggest that you had mental disturbance, but it was fine for you to suggest to everybody in the world that he had mental disturbance. Is that what you're saying?
He never had any mental disturbance. He was just vicious, evil, and mean.
But you told everybody, you said all the time.
That he was crazy.
A raving maniac.
I thought he would, but he never had it. He was never
Dateline did
mind
discuss the hitman.
affected.
So as far as the hitman evidence, because it has been brought up a few times in chat, and there's probably some discussion of, if this was relevant, why didn't it come up in trial? That's specifically why it didn't come up. The judge ruled it was irrelevant because whether or not the evidence would have proven the statement, because Betty wasn't aware of it, it's irrelevant to her state of mind. So there is evidence that exists. Whether it's compelling evidence, we don't know because it didn't get brought into the trial. But Betty's side did try introducing evidence that Dan had hired a hitman, and it was disallowed before trial in the pre-trial hearings, voir dire, I think it's called, because whether or not the evidence was compelling enough, if Betty wasn't aware of it, it shouldn't have had any effect on her state of mind, which is all they're looking at for first, second, or manslaughter, or not guilty.
What's the word I'm looking for? Biologically crazy. He was just, the way he was acting was crazy.
Well, you're saying you were all upset because he would say to people that you were crazy or that you were doing crazy things. You said the same things about him all the time. In your letter to Dr. Desk.
Not until way, way, way late when it appeared to me that he was insane, that he was carrying on like this legally. I thought he was insane.
Was
Back
it
in
emotional
83,
abuse
84,
by you
85,
then?
83, 84, 85, 86, 87, when he started telling me I was crazy in 83 for suspecting his affair. It was a hammer all those years. And he wasn't insinuating I was acting crazy, because I wasn't acting crazy. I wasn't doing anything. I was just innocently saying, what about this problem I have was thinking you're screwing this girl at the office. And his answer was, you're crazy. I wasn't acting crazy. I just had very serious
Somebody
questions.
says you're crazy, that's like saying a denial, right? It's not saying you're insane. It's not, he wasn't hiding things in rooms and making you think that they weren't there. He wasn't making you think you were having hallucinations. He
No,
wasn't drugging you at night.
No.
When you confronted him with an affair, he said, you're crazy. No, it's not true. He wasn't
For
driving you
instance-
crazy.
For instance, the day that I burnt the clothes and stuff, it was pretty real to me what I saw and what I thought happened. And he would tell me that I didn't see, feel, or think anything that I
Said,
thought.
that's right, you're right. He said, it's not going on, it didn't happen.
And you ought
But
to
he
go get
wasn't
help.
driving you
You're
crazy,
sick.
was he?
You ought to go get help. What's sick about saying, wait a
Do you
minute?
think that after you slit your wrists, at least according to you, after you slit the wrists and you took every pill in the house, you don't think that it was reasonable for him to say, maybe you need to see someone about that?
I went to someone the next day. It had nothing to do with dancing.
Well, you just said he's the one that
so
sent you.
upset and nervous at the time. No, this had been going on before then. This had been going on for months before then, that I was crazy and I was sick and my wheels were coming off and I needed help.
After, at some point, you began calling him raving
Ooh.
maniac.
I'm going to post this could be a contentious issue. I think I've got an interesting poll. Normally I've been comparing Sarah and Betty, but I think I found another comparison that might spur some discussion.
Pathologically sick, mentally deranged as well, correct? It was okay
In
for you to call me that.
1989, I thought he was those things. I thought he was crazy. But there was no end to this, that he was just nuts. Because he threatened this would never be over until one of us is gone, and I didn't see any point to it going on.
So you decided to put an end to it by killing him.
That's not true.
You wrote on that letter, you wrote some things on that letter that morning, you said. When was it that you did that?
I don't know. I know there was another letter there that I wrote to Kathleen CAFARO, trying again, guessing and putting things backwards. I wrote that letter, would have written that letter first, maybe on that morning. I don't know. But I know I wrote this and then left the house.
Well, okay, that's my question. Which did you write first? Did you write this letter to Kathleen CAFARO, or did you write on that letter there?
I don't even know if I wrote that morning.
You testified last time you wrote the two of them within moments of each other.
Well, what I testify to is I'm not clear about the events. That's really, I can guess, and I know that was sitting there. I don't remember writing that letter, and I don't know what that letter says. And I only know what this says because I've seen it since.
Early results are 50-50 on the poll. I'll give the question out loud soon for people on the replay crew that are wondering what we're doing. I would have said it right there if I
Did
realized
you
I
not
had this
testify
much
last
time.
time that you didn't know which one came first, but they were written moments of one another as you sat there at the kitchen counter?
I'm guessing at that, yes. That's what I just said now. I
Well, that's
know I
not
wrote
what you
this
started
one
to say
last.
now. What you started to say now was that you didn't know when you wrote these letters. And isn't it true that you said last time that they were written moments of each other as you sat there at the counter in the kitchen?
If that's what I said last time, that's what I said last time. I don't
Is that
remember
true?
now. I don't remember now when I wrote them.
Does it refresh your recollection to know that you said last time that they were written moments of each other?
Right now it doesn't, but if I remembered better last year, maybe that's when it happened. I don't remember that letter as much as I remember this one.
When you wrote this letter, which is People's Exhibit 29,
I'm going to read the question because it's got exactly the 50-50 split that I knew that there would be a split. I didn't know it would be almost exactly at 50-50. The question I've posed to the chat is it harder to have sympathy for Dan than it is for George Torres? And I think one of the answers that, is kind of hidden in the yes-no responses is if no murder is justified, that still gives, there's still an opportunity to have less sympathy for a victim of murder, even if all of them are, fairly sympathetic, because as murder victims, makes sense that there would be sympathy for them. But, for what you've heard, what you've seen from Betty's side of it, even if we take it as hyperbole, are there not elements that would make you less sympathetic to Dan than George? I can definitely see how it could go either way. I'm glad I can just post the question without having to vote. I might have to think about my answer before I close it.
Let me just have you identified. Is this the letter that you wrote to Kathy KAFARO that morning?
Okay.
And this is it's on a yellow tablet, a 2.5 page letter that you sat down and you wrote to Kathy KAFARO, correct?
I don't know how those pages got torn like that. I don't know.
How did those pages get torn?
I don't know. I
The bottom
wouldn't,
of the page is
I
torn
wouldn't
off.
have written that and then torn off 3.
Betty's not shy about just reaching over and grabbing it from the prosecutor. I think she's just steaming. She's just trying to hold. Yeah, she's not happy with Betty for sure.
Pages like that. I don't know. Maybe someone took a telephone message or something. I don't know if that's the end of that letter.
You addressed the letter to Ms. KAFARO, correct?
Right.
So
Because it would have
obviously-
been a response, a legal response to this.
You weren't responding to Dan Broderick. You were responding to Ms. KAFARO because you knew it was Ms. KAFARO who wrote that letter.
I knew she signed this letter, but
Yeah, are you sure you didn't write this letter back on Friday when you received that letter?
what I'm telling you is I don't remember that letter. I remember this one, writing this one that morning. I don't remember that letter.
You have no recollection of sitting down and writing this letter.
I'm sorry, I don't. But if last year I said I wrote it moments before this, that'd work.
Were
I
you
don't know.
sitting at the same place when you wrote it? Were you sitting right there?
If I don't remember writing it, how will I remember where I was sitting when I wrote it? I think I was standing on the other side of the kitchen counter from the bar stools when I read this letter and wrote this one. I don't remember writing that letter.
Would you have ripped off the bottom of this letter before you went to go see Mary Dietz for your appointment on Friday?
I have no idea.
Those Mary Dietz and Dr. Dietz, they're non-related? They're just similar named people?
If you take a look at what's been marked as People's 32 with some photographs. Are these some photographs of your counter?
They appear to be that, yes.
And is there a photograph in D here of that letter that you were writing to Kathy KAFARO?
Well, no, if you think it is, maybe it is. Is it surprisingly? Is it? I can't,
answer your
well, get me the letter so I can compare it, please, because I can't read in this picture what this says. Severely, it looks like that page right there, yes.
So there's a picture of this letter on this tab, People's 29, that was sitting on your counter. And on top of it is a ripped off page
That's not
sitting
a
on
ripped off
top that
page.
says Mary Dietz appointment 9:30 on Friday, correct?
Yes, but first off, this is not a ripped off page. This is a full page that has been taken off a legal pad that's folded in half. There are no torn edges on that page.
And it's sitting on top of this letter with some kind of paperweight on top of it, correct?
Yes, but I don't know when these pictures were taken yet. What do
Okay,
you?
so are you saying that on Sunday morning, when you wrote this letter on this tablet, that you also put another piece of paper on top of it with an appointment for Mary Dietz that you had on Friday, and you put a paperweight on top of it before you left the house?
No, I'm not saying any of those things.
So
I
what
don't-
you're saying is, this had to have been written back before you had your meeting on Friday with Mary Dietz.
No.
How
This
did this letter that says Mary Dietz appointment 9:30 on Friday, how'd that get on top of that?
It's a piece of paper that says that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It doesn't mean that this is on Friday or that I needed that piece of paper. And whoever was taking these pictures and moving these papers around, when I made the phone calls on Sunday morning, I sent people to find the suicide note and they couldn't find it. I don't know. There it is. There's the suicide note in this picture.
Okay.
That does not.
She keeps taking it away from her every time she tries to.
You indicated that your house that weekend or that week or couple of weeks before this happened had been cleaned spick and span like a model home
That's right.
because it was
Mhm.
on the market
That's correct.
and nobody was living there, nobody's sleeping there,
exactly
nobody's eating there.
That's right.
Does this counter look like it's spick and span and nobody's eating there?
This is exactly what I was talking about. That counter has that weekend's mail and that weekend's junk on that counter. The rest of the house was, see, all the other counters, everything is perfect. And that's why I didn't want to be around the house. It's only that one spot. And that is also where the phone is in the house and where all the mail and the bills were that I scooped into the car in a cardboard box is all that kitchen bills
Did you do
and
that
mail.
that Sunday morning?
No. I had a cardboard box in the car with that kind of junk. But that stuff, I would have done it when I brought the boys home and cleaned the house up for Monday.
When you wrote this letter to Kathy KAFARO, you end it with the sentence,
And Larissa, I'll confirm the thing that I really like about this trial is the variety of opinions. I think the thing I like about watching true crime in general is that it's pretty easy to pick the bad guy and, you know, just mock and, you know, have a good time making fun of a person that deserves mockery for their evil deeds. In this case, I think there's a lot more nuance to it that I find the discussion is fascinating. I totally don't 100% have a side going in. Like I'm leaning, I'm definitely leaning, but I'm still open towards hearing evidence that'll convince me that, you know, maybe for manslaughter as opposed to second degree, but I still see first degree. I still see a lot of first degree. So, but I just think it's a fascinating case. And I think there's a lot more weight to her arguments, even if you ultimately dismiss them. At least the arguments had some merit to be argued, as opposed to Sarah, where the arguments were so spurious, so off the mark, so specious. And she just argued them with the same confidence. With Betty, you see her argue it with the confidence. And some of it is, you know, because she earned it through woe. Now, that said, and I've said this almost every stream, if she wasn't so focused by money and just, you know, could have found satisfaction in running, you know, a wedding planning company or an interior design company, she had more than enough internal ability and, you know, the funds, even if he didn't have the funds, enough to build a business, like people who would believe in her and invest in her. Like, she's persuasive, she was outgoing, she had friends, she was in a social circle, but she was so focused on revenge and put so much energy towards evening this scale that she would never be satisfied. If, you know, money is all you're motivated by, there'll never be enough of it where you go, okay, that's all I need. Even Elon Musk is trying to get more money, and he's got all, you know, or more than anyone, or I don't know, more than anyone I know. But yeah, focus on the things that matter to you, even if they're more shallow. Like, they can be, you know, not money and still relatively shallow. They make you happy. They make you happy. Go on vacations, date guys that look like Hermie the Drill from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Just have a good time with your life. It's still way better than what she's set herself up for now.
really sick of being his victim. If anyone in the
Oh, and that's the breaking news too. The appellate brief was filed in Sarah Boone's case. A number of creators are covering it. I'm glad that I woke up to see people covering it rather than feeling like I had to get all my stuff together and break that news too, because I was on the road coming back from rest and recharge. So quite glad to watch that on some other channels. Just the Lazy Gamer did a really good breakdown. But yeah, that's the new news in the Boone case.
his family has mental disease as sure as him, correct?
Mhm.
So when you were done writing this letter, you had decided you weren't going to be his victim anymore. You were going to make him your victim.
I don't remember writing that letter, so I couldn't have made any choices like that.
This is your handwriting, isn't it?
Yes,
And you did say, I am really sick of being your victim.
I was really sick of being victimized, yes.
Obviously, if you killed yourself, you would have been his victim. Killing yourself would have continued to have been his victim. Would have been exactly like you have said before, exactly what he would have wanted. You would have been out of his life. He would have had his money. He would have had Linda. He would have had the kids. And you would have been gone. You had no intention of giving him the satisfaction of killing yourself, did you?
But I don't know what the question is.
You had no intention of killing yourself.
No, that's not true. And he wouldn't have.
I just
if
used
killed
up all the
myself,
bullets on them.
He wouldn't have. I mean, I wouldn't have been his victim. I would have done it to myself.
You have specifically talked about that claim of suicide. You told Amy Wallace, for example, after you tried it back in 1983, you swore to yourself, I swore to myself I'm not going to do it again because that's what he wanted. Correct?
I swore to myself in '83 that I wouldn't do it again.
No, when you were talking to Amy Wallace in 1990, and you were talking about whether or not you had rejected the idea of suicide that
From
morning.
1987
Mrs.
on.
Broderick, did you
I'm trying to
say,
answer.
the question is, did you say to Amy Wallace, I swore to myself I'm not gonna do it again after 1983 because that's what he wanted?
It was the thought of what I did back then that kept me from doing it again and again when I kept wanting to do it in 87 and 88 and 89 when I,
And that's why you told her you rejected the idea of suicide that morning as well.
no.
You indicated that after writing on that letter, that you decided to leave the house to go to the beach to get some air, correct?
Just get out of the house, right?
To get out of the house because you felt like you just needed to breathe, you needed some air. That was what you were going to do at that point. Get out of the house and go to the beach, correct?
I wasn't thinking real clearly. I tried to explain that everything came tumbling down. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing.
Didn't
I
you
just
test-
wrote this note that said I couldn't take it anymore, and I went out of the house.
Didn't you testify specifically that you left the house to go to the beach to get some air?
You're right, because I felt like I was dying and being caved in, and
Now, obviously, you had choices about how to do that. You lived less than a mile from the beach. You could have walked out of the house and walked down to the beach to get some air, correct?
I was too depressed and enervated to do that.
Okay, so it made more sense to you if you were so depressed that you had such a hard time handling anything. It made more sense to you to get into a car and drive than to just leave the house and take a walk down to the beach, which is something that you often did.
Often did that in the early time in the house in 85. I used to run out of the house and run on the beach and run home. And then I would walk to the beach and walk on the beach and walk home. And then I drove to the beach as I got more and more depressed. I would drive to the beach, walk on the beach, and drive home. Then I drove to the beach, sat on a bench, and drove home. And that's the stage I was in that day. I would have driven to the beach, sat on the same bench I always sat on, right near the Sea Lodge, and gone home again. I was
Is
too
that what-
depressed to move.
Okay, so that was what you were going to do when you left the house. You were going to get in the car. You were going to drive to the beach. Are you saying now you were going to sit on a bench instead of take a walk on the beach? Was that your intent?
I thought so. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought I'd go out of the house and I thought I'd get some air. And then I thought I'd go down to the beach to
Where
get
did
some
you
air.
get the keys before you got into the car?
The keys were in the car on the seat with all the other junk that was scooped into
The
boxes.
keys to drive the car.
Or in the car.
The keys that went to the Suburban or in the car? So how did you have your gun in the purse locked in the car if your keys were in the car?
Maybe the car wasn't locked. Maybe the keys were on the counter.
But I thought you
don't know.
locked the car because you were concerned about the safety of the gun, and you locked the car because the gun was in the car.
I locked the car a lot. I don't
But you
remember.
didn't lock it that morning, did you? And you
I
hadn't
don't
locked it
remember.
the night before either, had you?
I don't know. If I had the key, if the car was locked, the keys would have been right on this kitchen counter where everything else in the whole house was.
Well, did you pick up the keys in order to go out and get into your car to drive the car?
If the keys were on the kitchen counter, I would have picked them up and gone out and gotten in the car.
Okay. And you got in the
I
car
don't
and you
remember.
headed towards the beach. You testified that you headed towards the beach, correct?
Right.
Okay, now where were you when you made the decision to not go to the beach and to go to Dan Broderick's house instead?
I don't know. I don't know at what point I made that, but I know I went out of my street and around and down to where you would have had to turn right to go to where I go to the Sea Lodge and stuff, and I went straight to Dan's house. So I had either made it before that turn or right at that turn.
So you're talking about a less than 2 block,
No,
before you have to turn right off of your street on Calle de Cielo?
to go where?
Well, how far away from your house are you talking about that you made the decision to go to Dan Broderick's house instead of to go to the beach?
1.5 miles or 2 miles, I think.
Well, it's less than a mile to the beach.
Straight down to a different spot on the beach, yes. The bench that I sat on, that I would go to and sit on, the bench is in front of a hotel called the Sea Lodge, which is not the closest point of the beach to my house.
And how far away is that bench on the Sea Lodge then from your house?
You go down, you turn left again, you go along, you get to a light, you turn right, you go straight down to the beach, 2 miles.
And where were you when you made the decision to?
I don't know.
Well, you indicated that you remembered making certain turns on the way down there. What's the last recollection you have of how far you got to the beach before you made the decision to go?
No, I just told you.
That's not an argument.
Well, we're looking after that.
I just told you, knowing, sitting here now, how you get from A to B. That morning, I wasn't consciously thinking of turn left, turn right, turn this, turn that. And I don't know when I decided to go to Dan's house. Obviously, I decided somewhere in La Jolla to go to Dan's house.
So somewhere in La Jolla, somewhere between your house and between the beach, which is 1 to 1.5 miles away, you made the decision that rather than going to the beach to get some air, you would go to Dan Broderick's house to confront him, correct?
Well, that and a lot of other things is because then I thought when I got to the beach, I'd sit on the bench and just blow my brains out.
Well, that's not what you testified before. You testified that if you were going to blow your brains out, you were going to make sure and do that in front of Dan and Linda.
That was all going on in my head at the same time. I thought, I was just couldn't stand it. I was going to go to the beach and I was going to blow my brains out. And then right away, the thought was, no, don't do that. That's not a good idea. Go talk to Dan. And why would you go down to the beach and blow? It was all happening at once.
So you made it, even though obviously thoughts are always going through people's brains.
Not like this.
You made the decision at some point, rather than going to the beach to blow your brains out, you wanted to go to Dan Broderick's house to blow your brains out.
There were so many thoughts going on in my head at once that I've already testified that I didn't even see where I was going, and it was not a normal thinking process. It was not anyone thinking of then I'll do this and then I'll do that.
Didn't you specifically testify that you decided you were going to go to his house, you were going to confront him about the situation with the boys, and that if he didn't give you the boys, tell you he was going to give you the boys, then you were going to blow your brains out? Okay. So you hadn't made the decision to kill yourself until you made the decision to go over to Dan's house and confront him. There wasn't any need to kill yourself. You indicated yourself that you didn't want to do it for the boys. So it wasn't until you made the decision to go and confront Dan Broderick that you then decided, if he's not going to give me what I want, then I'm going to kill myself.
Your Honor,
That's not the way it went.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you testified that you were going to go over to his house and confront him, and if he didn't give you the boys or tell you that you could have what you wanted, then you were going to blow your brains out?
That was the next thought after, don't go to the beach and sit on the bench and blow your brains out. Try again to end this, to get the kids right.
Okay. And when was it that you checked to make sure that you had the gun in your purse so that you could blow your brains out?
I didn't check to make sure I had the gun in my purse. I knew the gun was in my purse.
So
I
you
never
just,
checked it.
so you drove all the way over to Dan Broderick's house, all the way from La Jolla to Marsden Hills, with the plan or the intent of possibly killing yourself, and you never checked to make sure that you had a gun to kill yourself?
I wouldn't have had to check it. If the purse was there, the gun was there. I wouldn't have had to check it. The purse
Coley ordering the pizza during his class at Fast Times at Ridgemont High is one of my all-time favorite movie moments as a youth.
is large. I mean, the purse was there.
So you never turned and looked to make sure you had the gun or to make sure that the gun was loaded? You just knew
No.
that it was there?
If the purse was there, the gun was there. If the gun was there, the gun was loaded.
And where were the keys, Kim's keys, that you used in order to get into Dan Broderick's house?
They were either flat on the seat of the car or in that cardboard box that had all the bills and all the junk that I had cleared off the kitchen counter that looked just like that previous.
And the fact is that you knew that those keys were Kim's keys when you found them, didn't you?
No, I didn't know they were Kim's keys.
This is again another weird thing to lie about, but you know, she had to know they were her daughter's keys. They weren't her keys. But it's another one where she's arguing for the sake of arguing, and she'd be better off admitting stuff like this.
You knew that Kim had lost her keys a couple of weeks before.
I thought it was longer than a couple of weeks before. I thought it was before she left for Arizona.
Which had only been a couple of weeks before. And the week before she left Arizona, you knew that she had lost her keys, correct?
I knew she lost her keys, but I'd never seen what her keys looked like.
You knew that she had lost her keys and she had actually asked you to.
We used to do, when I worked for a magazine, whenever we were shipping a magazine, we'd order a bunch of pizza for everyone who was helping, move the boxes. And one pizza would be feta cheese and anchovies. And yeah, if you liked salty, then that was the pizza for you.
Look for the keys for her at your house, correct?
No, because she wasn't at my house that I knew of. I mean,
did she ask you to look for them in your car?
the day she was in my car and getting out and had to climb over a fence or do something weird, she told me she lost her keys. And they weren't.
She'd been over to your house for quite a bit for that whole prior week. Whether it was that day or not, she'd been spending some time over at your house. And didn't she ask you that when you got back to the house to please look for her keys?
I don't remember that she asked me to look for her keys, because when I saw Kim a lot that week, what I was doing was going to her apartment.
Mrs. Broderick, if you could
She wasn't at my house.
Did she ever ask you to look for the keys back at her house?
No, there was no one. In fact, there was no one looking for keys at my house.
You knew that she had lost her keys, period.
On one day at her apartment, she told me she had to climb over a fence or something because she lost her keys.
And where
didn't
did you find
think
these
a lot
keys
about
in
it.
the house?
I found them later on a piece of furniture in the dining room that has a mirror behind it. I don't know what to call it. It's a piece of wooden furniture, and it has a mirror behind it, and they were on that.
And you found these set of keys, and it didn't occur to you at the time that those keys were Kim's, who had lost her keys the week before.
No, because Kim was not looking for her keys. She had moved out of the apartment that she lost the keys for. She was living in Arizona, and no one was looking for any keys.
Whose keys did you think they were?
I didn't think whose keys they were. I didn't care whose keys they were.
Well, you're in your own home, and you find a set of keys, and you have no idea who these keys belong to, and you didn't think or you didn't care whose keys they might be?
I had a collection of sunglasses, lighters, keys, even wallets that were left at our house. I kept them all in the kitchen there. If anyone was looking for them, they'd come looking for them. No one was looking for anything at that time.
Keys are obviously very important to people, right? They have car keys, they have house keys. They're important, and you found this set of keys, and it didn't occur to you that they might belong to somebody else or that they might belong to Kim.
Yes. At that time, Kim was not looking for those keys
She
because
had
she
been
was living.
Yeah, Melody, we've been
No one
we've
was
watched a couple hearings, or it's 2 videos from the 2017, and it was just a couple minutes of Betty speaking for herself and then her children speaking. And yeah, they were still split. Kim and Danny were against Betty being granted parole, said, still no remorse. You could still, it was heartbreaking to hear Danny because he sounded, as a grown adult, so much like the 11-year-old Danny we heard on the phone call. And you've got to think that there's some element that's always, he probably regresses to that in times of high anxiety and stress. And I don't, it was chilling to hear him in the parole hearing with that sadness. So familiar. And then Rhett, the youngest, and also youngest son, but youngest of all the siblings, as well as Lee, testified, hey, it's been a long time. She's not going to hurt anyone. She's been a model prisoner. She's, it's very interesting that they're split, because it speaks to how we shouldn't worry about the fact that we might be a little split in chat. I think there's room for a lot of opinions on this, and even if you're sympathetic to Betty and think she belongs in there, I think that's a reasonable opinion to have. That's kind of close to where I am, where I feel sympathy for her situation. I think there's a lot of scenarios where she lives her life and never is involved with crime whatsoever. Like, it never has to be part of the law enforcement system, aside from a speeding ticket or maybe a shouting match with a hotel manager or something like that. But just interesting. If the children can be split, we can be split too, and we don't have nearly the stakes in it. So then we can move on to the next case where we're likely to agree, and then use this case as a way to analyze future cases. Like, Betty was guilty. This person's more guilty than Betty, so super guilty.
For those keys, sorry.
Piece of paper.
Nice, Phoenix Rising. I like to do some cooking. I'm not an expert, but I've worked as a cook. I know a little bit about baking. Basically, just follow the recipe. I prefer cooking to baking, because cooking, I feel like, it's a little bit more
Perhaps, Your Honor, this might be a good time
You
for
can
a break, since she's...
adjust as you go.
I've got to put that in the record anyway, but we can take the break. That's fine. Ready to go? We'll take our afternoon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes until 10 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition.
Yeah,
Thank
Four
you.
Cheese used to be one of my
You
favorites,
indicated that
Disney
you
Mom.
first found these keys, Kim's
El Quattro Formaggio.
keys, in the dining room, on the table in the dining room, correct?
It wasn't a table, it's a little piece of furniture.
A little piece of furniture in the dining room. Isn't it true that you told Amy Wallace in an interview in March of 1990 that Maria had found the keys behind a chair?
I told her I found them on the thing in the dining room.
I agree,
and
Phoenix.
assumed that Maria found them on the floor.
Phoenix says Betty was a classical beauty. It's a... Where did it go? That's why I'm careful with the pins. Darn shame she placed all her worth on keeping Dan. Yeah, you still see in like her latest prison parole mugshot, like she's maintaining her look fairly well for a woman in her 70s. Like,
But Maria doesn't remember that, and I don't know where that came from.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at an article dated March 3rd, 28th, 1990, about what you said about the keys?
I think in a time where everybody
This
was
is not a quote of mine, and it's
stuck in the
somebody's
80s,
paraphrase. Betty had it.
because this is 1991, so, you know, people didn't know what the 90s style would be, so a lot of this is people holding on to what the 80s styles were. And Betty had the confidence to, you know, take a classic style. Hers is kind of retro pinup girl, like those 50s women's empowerment posters and stuff like that. I think, like, I'll find a picture of it, but there's something where the woman's got her, she's flexing her bicep and staring at the camera, got like a bandana tied, like, you know, time to go to work. I think it was in the post-World War II era where women went to work while men went to war, and then the men came back and women were like, your job is not nearly as hard as you said it was. I've been doing your job for the last 2 years, and yeah, I can keep doing it, or you can stop lying about how hard your day was.
Your maid found behind a chair in her house. That could have been where they came from.
Didn't you tell Amy
Thank you,
Wallace
Melody.
that you had a ring of keys that your maid had found behind a chair in your house?
I could have told her that's where I thought they came from, but where I found them was first on this dining room thing, and I didn't know where they came from.
The fact of the matter is that at the preliminary hearing, your daughter had testified about losing the keys. After the preliminary hearing, Amy Wallace had asked you about it. You told her that Maria had found the keys behind a chair in her house. And then when you found out that Maria denied that and had no knowledge of that, that's when you changed your story to saying now you found them in the dining room.
Maria doesn't deny it.
There's still this debate.
Maria didn't deny it.
But you were just surmising, you were just making this up when you talked to Amy Wallace and told her that Maria had found them behind a chair in your house?
I was guessing, yes, and Maria said that it's a big house and she, cleans it all the time, and she doesn't even remember if she found them or not. I don't know where they came from.
So when,
Good point,
when
Emma.
Amy Wallace asked you where the keys came from, you didn't say, I don't know where they came from, it's a big house. You said Maria found them behind a chair in the house, didn't you?
I guessed. I guessed that that's where
Bless
they
you.
came from. I didn't know where they came from.
How
I
did the keys that you found in your house, how did those end up in your car?
because when I found them in the dining room and I was cleaning up the house for all the moving stuff, they ended up in the kitchen, and everything on the kitchen counter ended up in cardboard boxes in the car.
Okay, so you're moving from your house, you're moving to a condo, correct?
Right?
The condo is smaller than the house, correct?
Okay.
And you're indicating that you had no idea who these keys belonged to, but you were going to put them in a box and you were going to move them over to the condo.
I just cleaned the junk off the kitchen counter. It never actually moved into the condo. It was just a box of junk. The box didn't move into the condo. It had all kinds of junk in it.
Okay, and the keys were in this box of junk that you were moving into the condo, correct?
Yes, bills and mail and what would have been on that kitchen counter swooped into a box.
And how is it that the keys got out of that box that you were moving to the condo, sitting up right next to you on the seat in the car?
The box was next to me on the seat of the car.
Okay. And so when you were driving over to Dan Broderick's
That's
house,
it.
how
Thank
is
you,
it that you
Kid
fished
Pusher.
through this box to find these keys to get into his house?
I didn't fish through the box. I just put my hand in the box and took the keys out.
And you just put your hand in the box, were you looking for the keys, or did you just put your hand in the box and lo and behold, there are some keys?
We have pictures of the box. Most of the things in the box are paper goods. The keys would have been right at the bottom.
Why?
And there were, what?
So the keys were underneath a bunch of paper goods in this box, and you, when you got to Dan Broderick's house, you fished through that box to find those keys?
I didn't have to fish through any box. I don't remember exactly how the papers were arranged, but the keys were right there and I just picked them up. I didn't have to look for them
And why did you just pick these keys up that you had no idea what they belonged to?
because they had a funny looking key on the key ring.
So when was it that you saw the funny looking key on the key ring?
I knew about that Dan had a funny looking key from a long, long time before. When I found that key ring, it had a funny looking key, but I threw it in the kitchen and I didn't think about it.
And so when you found this key ring, after knowing that Kim's keys were lost the week before, and it had a funny looking key on it that was consistent with Dan Broderick's house, it still didn't occur to you that these were Kim's keys.
Kim's keys were not only lost the week before, they were lost a long time before that.
We talked about that. Her testimony was that it was the week before she left for Tucson. Let's say it was 2 weeks before. Let's say it was 3 weeks before. when you saw these keys, when you knew her keys were lost, when you saw this funny, distinct-looking key, it still didn't occur to you that these were her keys?
When I saw those keys, I didn't think whose keys they were or anything. I told you where I did. I put them in the kitchen. I scooped them in the box. If anyone was asking me, had I seen any unidentified keys around, I would have thought, oh yeah, there's that.
Oh yeah,
Where are
I
those
saw
keys?
unidentified
Nobody was looking for those
keys.
When
Kim didn't need those keys.
when did you decide to look for those keys in this box in your car that morning?
She's just trying so hard to convince, like, you know, oh no, I just picked them up. Like, you know, I'm always picking up keys without thinking about it. It's just, I'd had no reason to think anything about whose keys they were. But previously she testifies, you know, how she sees the Boston cream pie and can't resist immediately walking over and smushing it into the bed. She knew whose bed it was. She knew whose cream pie it was. Like, that she remembers, but, you know, she's suddenly not thinking about, you know, oh, if I get those keys, that will give me a chance to do something, maybe another cream pie incident, whatever. But, you know, she had to be excited to see the keys for the same reason that she was excited to have access to Boston cream pie in the bedroom.
When did I decide to look? I told you, I just picked them up and brought them with me to try. I didn't decide to look for them. They were right there.
Well, so you get over to Dan Broderick's house and you decide at that point to just pick up some keys that are at the bottom of a box, just to take them with you on the off chance that they might open the door to Dan Broderick's house?
This box is only this deep. It's a little box. It wasn't like digging through anything. I picked up the keys and took them with me, thinking that a long time ago I knew Dan had a funny key. That's a funny key. I didn't know if it was the same funny key or if it would work at all. It looks like a funny key.
And you said
Funny
that there was
key.
a whole bunch of other keys and sunglasses and all sorts of stuff that was on this table that you scooped into this box when you were moving into the condo. Was all that junk in that box too?
No.
Well, you
There-
said that there were a whole bunch of people that left keys and sunglasses and stuff.
Over the years, there were all kinds of miscellaneous things left at the house, and I'd always put them on the kitchen counter. And if, after months and months and months went by that nobody took the stuff, we'd just throw it away.
But you didn't throw
Not
these
at that
keys
day.
away, did you?
They hadn't been sitting around for months and months.
And this, I think, is getting to the heart of the prosecution strategy of just asking her about absolutely everything. Because the more stuff like this that she gets into these weird arguments with, I think it allows the jury to discount more of the stuff that they might have found compelling as evidence. But in the face of all these, like, just this defensive question answering where, I don't know, it just doesn't seem believable that she didn't know whose keys they were and why she's fighting it so hard, aside from just being locked in battle with the prosecutor and nothing else matters in this particular battle. And she's even lost sight of her case.
And nobody was looking for them.
Okay, they'd only been sitting around for a
They
couple of
probably
weeks
would have
then,
ended
hadn't
up thrown away if I didn't know who they belonged to. Yeah, they would have ended up thrown away.
they? So as you're driving over to Dan Broderick's house, the gun just happens to be there in the purse right next to you, and the keys just happen to be there in a box right next to you, correct?
Sorry.
The purse was on the floor.
And was the gun sitting on the top of the purse, or was it underneath all your stuff in the purse?
There's a special compartment in the purse that had nothing but the gun in it. The purse has 3 sections. If you want to get it, I'll show you. 2
That was a
open
fart.
sections where sunglasses and wallets
Looking
and
for
all
something
the
like
stuff
that.
that are in those bags that were in that purse are stuffed in these sections. And those sections kind of fill up and meet each other. And then there's a 3rd section with a zipper, and there was nothing but the gun in there.
And so when you got over to the house, you picked up your purse, obviously, and you unzipped this zippered pouch, and you got the gun out of the purse, correct?
I don't remember doing it, but obviously I got the gun out of the purse.
We're at the hour and a half mark of this video, 3 hours and 20 minutes to watch. When we get to another 10, 15 minutes, we'll take a quick intermission. I'll try and plan it for when my pizza gets delivered. And I do have a little B-roll of some dandy shorts, so you can stay and watch if you want to stay and watch. You need to get up and stretch your legs and, move about your house. It's an 11-minute break. 11 minutes, yeah. Anyway, we'll probably take an 11-minute break in 11 minutes.
Now, at that point, when you got to Dan Broderick's house, you had decided to confront him, correct?
To talk to him, right?
Yeah, and that was, another one to say, getting back to the case. The keys are a crucial piece of evidence because they're part of the timeline of Betty making cold, calculated decisions in the opening statement of the prosecutor's argument. So they said Betty, took the keys that she knew would open the door, went to the house, didn't use them in the front door. The key would have worked in the front door. She walked around to the back because if she opened the front door, the bedroom at the top of the stairs, you would have been able to hear the front door open. More likely that she wouldn't be able to go in silently. By going around to the back of the house, she could open the back kitchen door, quietly sneak up through the house, come up to the bedroom where she did. So the keys are a critical part of the overall timeline evidence, but not critical for her to argue that she didn't know where the keys went. Like, this argument isn't helping her case, even if people believe that she didn't know where the key, like eventually she knew what they did because she took them and used them. So
And that was
Make
your
him
word.
talk to me, right?
And your words were to confront him. You wanted to confront him about the children, correct?
I don't know if I use that exact word, but I wanted to talk to him about
What
it.
exactly did you expect to accomplish by confronting him on that Sunday morning at 5:30 in the morning?
prosecutor asked exactly the question that Elizabeth asked. Why did she take the box with the bills, the letters, and the keys to her car? Prosecutor asked, what did you expect to accomplish? I think those are both the same question. Let's see if Betty gives an answer.
I wanted him to give me the kids.
Okay? And so you felt that by breaking into the house and confronting him in his bedroom at 5:30 in the morning, that he was going to be inclined to think at that point that you ought to get the kids?
He was going to be inclined to listen to me.
And in fact, that's what you testified as to why you took the gun, to make him listen to you, right?
Right.
And it didn't have anything to do at that point with wanting to kill yourself. You took the gun initially because you wanted to make him listen to you.
I took the gun into the house to make him listen to me. If he wouldn't listen to me, I was going to kill myself.
You took the gun as a show of force, were your words?
So that he couldn't say, you've got 10 seconds to get off this property or I'm going to call the police. Or Linda couldn't yell like she used to yell out the window. You want me to call the police?
And did you think that by pointing a gun at him and forcing him to listen to you and forcing him to tell you that he was going to give you the kids, did you think that he was genuinely going to be inclined then to truly give you the kids after you confronted him in that manner?
I thought so. I thought I could make him see how serious I was and that I really wanted the kids like now.
Now. Yeah,
No
that
more
would
playing games.
let me
You didn't
know.
go in the front door of the house, correct?
That
you
said,
I think so. Yeah, right.
if I had an ex that came to me, like I guess at gunpoint, you're not saying no, but I certainly would even be less inclined to let her have the kids. Like, oh, you're coming here at gunpoint and want the kids? Yeah. See you kids, have a good time with mom. She's serious today. Like, lock the doors, fucking lock in. Like, I don't know, like the emergency drills they do in school now, like just lock down.
You went directly to the back of the house, and you intentionally went in the back door of the house because you didn't want to wake him. You wanted to sneak up on him, correct?
I didn't want him to see me and call the police before I saw him. Right.
Correct. So you wanted to sneak up on him so that you could catch him off guard to make sure that he could.
Disney Mom, the jurors did talk. Watch the Dateline episode. The foreman for this particular jury does give an interview. At one point, they were 11-1, talking about first-degree murder versus manslaughter in this trial. The previous one went 10-2, second-degree murder, manslaughter.
do
Call
it.
the police, right.
And that's why you snuck in the back, and that's why you snuck up the stairs, and that's why you went down the hallway, and that's why you went through the TV room and snuck through the back door of the room, correct?
I guess.
Or were you carrying that you took the gun out of your purse? You didn't take the purse with you to go into the house, correct?
I think so, right. Just the gun.
But that was the choice that you made. You obviously had the choice. You could have taken the purse up there and tried to have him talk to you, and if he didn't talk to you, then you could have taken the gun out and pointed it at him. You chose instead to take the gun and make sure that you had that gun in your hand, correct?
I took the gun, right.
And you had the keys in order to get into the house in the other hand, correct?
I don't remember what was in which hand.
Okay, well, you were obviously carrying a gun and you were carrying keys, right?
So the gun was probably in your gun hand and the keys were in your other hand, but
Were you carrying them both in the same hand, do you think?
No, probably not, but I don't know which was which, and I don't really, remember this.
I don't know. I've never shot a gun. Instantly, I think that I have a gun hand. Anybody who's shot a gun is, if you're holding a pistol, is it ambidextrous? Do you just, sometimes I shoot left, sometimes I shoot right? Or do you have a gun hand?
I told you I didn't remember if I went to the front door.
When you went around the back and into the back door of their bedroom, did you open the door in order to enter the bedroom, or was the door already open?
The door to the bedroom was, I believe, ajar. I don't remember turning something and opening it.
So you walked into the bedroom without having to turn anything, without having to do anything to the door. You walked into the
Right.
bedroom, and you did enter into the bedroom, correct?
It seemed to me just barely. I opened the door and stepped into the room.
Another interesting bit of info about the jury deliberations in this trial, when they were 11-1, the deciding piece of evidence, according to the foreman, was they asked to have another listen to the audio tape where Danny's crying and Betty's continuing to swear in the face of him begging her not to. And that may have been the it wasn't the piece of evidence that decided the case, but it was what they used to convince the people who felt like they were deadlocked, like we're never going to come to a decision. The foreman played that and said, look, we owe it to this child to come to a decision here. So let's just, let's re-listen to everyone's arguments. Let's figure it out. But, let's come to a decision. We don't want to be a hung jury. And then the deliberations continued on from there.
Well, we've had some testimony about the fact that in order to accomplish the shot that you made, for example, that went into the wall, that you had to enter the bedroom looking at a diagram that's
Both
been
hands.
marked, people 63.
But you don't just walk around with your gun in both hands, right? Or do you? I don't know. But like even water gun fights, like, if I had a super soaker, there's sort of like your lead hand. Well, hold on. Yeah, you've got your trigger finger and you've got your pressurizer hand. But yeah, the trigger finger is always your dominant hand, I think.
You had to enter the bedroom.
And if you're holding keys and a gun, then it would be the trigger hand that you would hold the gun with, right?
To the approximate position that the X is marked on here, correct?
That's not my recollection, but if that's what you say, that's okay with me. It's not. I don't remember. I just remember opening the door and stepping into the room.
Okay, well, obviously you had to take more than one step into the room. There's a nightstand here. There's a lamp on the nightstand. One step wouldn't have done it. You had to take several steps into the room in order to get into a position to make the shots that you made at Dan and Linda, correct?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling Dr. Defrancesco when you had an interview with her that you didn't even go into the room at all?
No.
Do you remember telling Defrancesco, when I opened the door, I never saw them just open the door. I wasn't even in the room. Linda moved and I shot.
All I have are impressions of what happened. The
Mrs. Broderick,
impression.
did you tell Dr. Defrancesca
I hear
that you weren't
barking.
even
It
in the
might be
room? That
time.
you opened the door, you weren't even in the room, Linda moved and you shot.
I don't remember being in where you say I was in. I opened the door and stepped into the room. I didn't enter the room, but I wasn't outside the room.
Did you tell Dr. Defrancesca, I wasn't even in the room? Linda moved and I shot.
That's bad news.
If I told her
My brother, it's not pizza. Now I'm going to have to share.
that, I meant I didn't walk into the room. I entered the room, but I wasn't outside the room.
Well, obviously entering the room, you didn't crawl into the room. If you entered the room, you walked into the room, didn't you? You had to take
Can I
several
kind of
steps.
demonstrate what I did, what I think? It's like, it's the same thing, but it's not putting me several steps into the room. It's
This is a total Sarah again. Could I demonstrate? I could reenact what I did. I'll gladly reenact the crime. No remorse, no you're asking me to reenact the crime?
opening the door, stepping into the room.
Okay, well, there's a difference between stepping into the room and saying,
Yeah, we're going to go back just a half second on that.
Well, obviously, entering the room, you didn't crawl into the room. If you entered the room, you walked into the room, didn't you? You had to take several
Can I
steps.
demonstrate what I did, what I think? It's like, it's the same thing, but it's not putting me several steps into the room. It's opening the door, stepping into the room.
Okay, well, there's a difference between stepping in the room and saying, I wasn't even in the room. I
Right.
opened the door and I wasn't even in the room.
See how big the room is? I didn't walk into the room.
I don't know anything about body language, but I know this is steepling.
Opened the door and took one step into the room, or it was just that motion. I didn't walk into the room.
And then you indicated that Linda moved and you fired the gun and there was one big explosion. Remember, one big noise and one big explosion, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you testified last time before the jury? And Your Honor, perhaps so that she can see this and the jury can as well.
They're going to play it.
Perhaps Mrs. Broderick could just stand over there.
Certainly, go ahead, man, you can stand up.
They're going to make her watch her testimony instead of just read it.
Talk, Chris. For the record, you stipulate my reporter is going to have to take down the tape.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is going to be good. Got to get the IT guy in there. It looks like they've got the wrong source on. Looks like they're on cable when they need to be on RGB1.
First thing you remember.
Wow. Well, there we go. KNSD 7, KN San Diego 739's coverage of the previous trial.
No, I remember the noise of the gun.
How many times do you remember the gun going off?
I remember the real loud noise 5 times. But I didn't clearly remember it then. I mean, I just remember the noise.
And how,
Total poltergeist. It's better than the static screen.
You can step back.
Should have never built this courthouse over this Indian graveyard.
Isn't it true that you testified the last time that you remembered the 5 shots? Like you just demonstrated there?
That was the only way I could demonstrate that it was one noise. It was not 5 separate noises. It
When
was
you were
one
asked
noise.
the last time whether you remembered the shots, you testified specifically that you remembered all 5 shots. When you were asked this time, you said,
No, that's not true.
Can you read the whole answer?
It speaks for itself. Let's rephrase your question.
this time you never did indicate that you remembered hearing all 5 shots. You said that you heard one big noise, it was one big explosion,
It's
correct?
exactly the same as I said on that tape. That's all I
Your
remember was
testimony
one
there is
noise.
exactly the same as you testified here.
Yes, if you want to play it again, it says I didn't remember then the 5 noises, but after hearing other people testify and knowing now intellectually that there are 5 bullets in that gun, it had to have sounded like that, but I did it like that. That's the fastest you can do 5 separate noises and have it come out one noise. It was just one noise on that morning.
You also, when you testified last time, you never testified that anyone called the police, did you?
Did anybody ask me that?
Yes, they did ask you that. This time you testified that Linda moved and Linda yelled, call the police. The last time when you were asked, did anyone say anything? You said, I don't know. You never testified, never said anything.
So there was some speculation in the Dateline episode that, and it was from the prosecutor, but that Betty felt like her case wasn't compelling enough the first time, so they embellished it, they added things, and so they were mostly ready for what she was going to bring up, as opposed to the first time where they were surprised by some of the allegations.
During your testimony last time about anyone yelling, call the police, did you?
I don't remember anyone talking to me at all. I just remember that noise coming out. She didn't say it to me or anything. It just
We're not talking about whether she said it to you. We're talking about whether or not she yelled, "Call the police," which is what you testified to this time. Last time when you were asked that question, you said, "I don't know whether anybody said anything."
Hey, Carolina.
The thing is, this whole thing was such an impression to me that's what I remembered. It all happened at once. It all happened
And did
fast.
something happen between the time you testified last year and the time that you testified this year to make you remember suddenly that someone yelled, "Call the police"?
I thought I said that last year.
Does it refresh your recollection to take a look at the testimony?
Let's see if
Volume
Betty
5,
is Betty going to say yes or no, or is she going to testify based off of what she's reading?
page 40.
Okay, what do you want me to say?
Did you say anything when you were testifying about the shootings last time about anyone yelling, "Call the police"?
Said I didn't know. What do you think?
You can read as much of this transcript as you want. Did you say anywhere in there about anyone yelling, "Call the police"?
I don't know. I mean, that's what happened.
Isn't it true that you did not testify to that last time?
I don't remember. If I know it came out in the trial last year. I don't know if I said it. That's what you were
But you're the
saying.
only one that's still alive that was in that room, and you're the only one that could have testified.
They
about
moved,
it.
I moved, and it was over.
And
They
that's
moved, I
exactly what
moved.
you testified to last time. That's what happened. They moved, I moved, and it was over.
I think a ludicrous song.
You
That's
said
the-
nothing about anybody yelling, "Call the police," did you?
But up above here, I knew that Dan was going for the phone because Linda said, "Call the police." Dan was going
Mrs. Broderick, there doesn't say anything there about Linda saying, "Call the police," does it? Now,
No, it doesn't say that right there.
doesn't say it anywhere in that transcript.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I don't know.
This year, when she was asked what happened when she went in the room, there's no difference in her testimony.
Your Honor.
It's argumentative. You both can argue this later. Proper cross, go ahead.
You didn't say anything in your testimony last time about you screaming, about you having one big scream and going, "Ah." There was no testimony about that the last time you testified,
I
was there?
still don't know if I made any noise. I know I had this sensation of screaming. I don't know if I screamed stop or no or just scream. And I don't know if a single sound came out. It was just a sensation.
And you never testified about any sensation or any not knowing whether you made a noise or not last time, did you?
I don't remember you asking me a thing about what went on in that room.
When you were
last year.
asked a question by anyone to describe of the shootings, isn't it true that you said nothing about you screaming?
I don't remember if I said it last year or not. It's the same story. I can keep
Isn't
it.
it true that you said nothing last time that you testified about hearing the gun click after you shot all 5 shots? In fact, you testified to that this time, that you don't recall ever hearing the gun clicking. That was a suggestion or a question that was asked of you by Mr. Early, but you did not ever hear the gun click after the 5 shots, did you?
I don't know what was going on. I heard this humongous noise and what seemed like a flash or something, and the gun was empty. I don't have any recollection of doing this for the first shot, for the 5 shots, or thereafter when the gun was empty. But the gun was empty.
You didn't testify last time about when on the drive over there, feeling like your eyeballs were turned backwards or the whole world was inside your head, or you weren't seeing where you were going, or you were filled with darkness and crazy thoughts. You didn't say anything about that either last time, did you?
It's the same what was going on. Maybe I'm explaining it better this year because
Maybe
I
you're
am so
embellishing
much
it better
better.
this year.
Maybe you're embellishing it better this year.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's
Stands
argumentative.
argumentative.
Oh, she loves when her lawyer gets sustained just as much as she hates when the prosecution's objections are sustained.
You did see Dan and Linda on the bed when you entered the room, correct?
I have no recollection of seeing them at all.
Well, how would you know whether Linda or Dan moved if you didn't see them?
Oh, good call.
I know now who was where, and I know that I had the impression then that she was closest to me, but I don't remember seeing her.
Well, you can't have an impression about something unless you
I didn't see them, and one of them moved. Good catch, I think.
saw it. You testified that when you went into the room, Linda moved towards Dan and Dan moved towards the phone. Did you see that or not?
I don't know what I saw then and what I know now from pictures and testimony and what happened later.
I've been corrupted by the evidence.
My
When you didn't
impression
qual-
then-
Excuse me, you didn't qualify your testimony at all when you were asked that question before.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's all argumentative.
Good for the cameraman. The cameraman just is like, he's got to object soon, right? And just left the camera sitting on him.
Pictures and testimony and what happened later.
When-
My
when you
impression
didn't
then-
Excuse me, you didn't qualify your testimony at all when you were asked that question before.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's all argumentative. If she can point out where she cross-examined and asked her that fine.
She's talking about this trial.
I'm talking about this trial. It was your testimony that when you entered the room, Linda moved. Linda yelled, "Call the police." She moved towards Dan. Dan moved towards the phone.
That's
Did
the
that
impression.
happen?
That's the impression of the whole thing that I had then and that I have now.
So you saw that happen, correct?
I don't remember seeing Linda or Dan at all. It was just blurred.
How do you know that Linda moved towards Dan and Dan moved towards the phone if you didn't see it?
Because all I'm trying to do is explain what I thought happened then. Is that Linda, who was closest to me, that I know now from pictures, moved toward Dan, and Dan moved toward the phone, and she yelled, "Call the police," and that's what was going on there, and that's how I knew the phone was over there.
If you had any impression whatsoever about the fact that they were moving, it is true that they were moving away from you, correct? And what about moving away from you was so frightening or startling that
Caught
it
that
caused
one.
you to start shooting your gun?
When I entered the room, I was about to say something to them. They said something first, and they started moving, and I just panicked. It was
You-
not a thought process.
You brought the gun for a show of force. You brought the gun to make them listen
Talk
to you.
him, right?
But when you entered the room, you didn't use the gun for a show of force. You didn't use the gun to say, "Hold it, I want to talk to you, Buster." You shot.
I didn't have a chance.
You didn't have a chance. What do you mean you didn't have a chance?
Because it all happened so fast. I'm telling you, it wasn't a thought process. I moved, they moved, the gun went off, and it was over that fast.
When I move, you move. Get on up.
Obviously,
When I
it wasn't
move,
over
you move.
that fast. It took 5 shots for you to shoot these people, correct? And it could not have happened like that, could it?
Well, when I was, later with a watch, counting how fast you can go to 5, that's 1.5 seconds.
That's not how
That's
you
that
testified
fast.
on that tape. You didn't, did you?
No, that's what that other man did.
When you pulled the trigger, obviously that was a voluntary action on your part. You voluntarily pulled the
I
trigger.
don't remember voluntarily pulling the trigger, no.
Okay, we have 2 different kinds of actions that people can be involved in. One is involuntary, like your heart beating or your pupils dilating. We don't have any control over that. When somebody pulls a trigger, you have control over that. It's your brain telling your finger to pull the trigger,
Your
right?
Honor, the question, that's argumentative.
Sustained. Sustained.
Well, are you suggesting that you had some sort of epileptic fit that made your finger go
Hello,
pull on that trigger,
Margarita.
or did you voluntarily pull the trigger?
Your Honor, objection. She's testified, has been asked and answered.
No, overruled. You can answer that.
I was in a totally altered state of consciousness. I've already testified I didn't remember driving there. I was scared to death at confronting Dan Broderick, which I always was, because he scared me. I walked into the room. I testified that it was dark because it appeared that way to me. I moved, they moved, the gun went off when I just tensed like that. I don't
moved, they
remember
moved.
pulling the trigger once, twice, 3, 4. I don't remember
Are
pulling
you
the trigger at
saying
all.
that you just tensed like that once and
And
you
the gun
just
went off?
tensed like that twice and you just
No.
tensed like that 3 times and you tensed like that 4 times?
I went, and I don't know if a noise came out, but I just had this screaming kind of sensation and a tensing, and I don't remember doing that even once.
But you do know that you did do it, whether you remember it
Yes,
or
now I
not.
know.
You voluntarily pulled the trigger when you pointed at Linda's chest, didn't you?
It was a reflex action on my part. I didn't even
Where was
point
the
it.
gun? Where was the gun when you walked into the room? How were you holding the gun?
I don't remember. It must have
Well, were
been in
you
my
holding
hand.
it, pointing
my
at them as you
hand.
walked into the
I
room?
don't think so. I think
So
it must
you
have
had-
been in my right hand.
And how was it when it was in your
There
right
you
hand?
go.
Were you walking in it with it down to your side?
Gun hand.
Again, I didn't even walk in. I entered that room. That's
I
how
didn't
fast-
walk
When you
in.
entered the room, how
I
were you
didn't-
holding the gun?
I would have assumed at my side. I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't walk in. Well, you didn't float in the goddamn room. Use my French. Didn't float up the damn stairs.
The room, how were you holding the gun?
I would have assumed at my side. I don't know.
Okay. And so when Linda moved, you had to bring that gun up and point it at her to shoot her, didn't you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. She's asking him.
I don't think so. I think
So
it
you
was
had-
in my right hand.
And how was it when it was in your right hand? Were you walking in it with it down to your side?
Again, I didn't even walk in. I entered that room. That's how fast
When you entered the room, how were you holding the gun?
I would have assumed at my side. I don't know.
We're going to take a break. I think my pizza is here. So what I've got set up for you is that screen. Press play.
A dramatic reading
And I'll be back
of a
in 11
YouTube
minutes.
comment. You are obsessed, dude. Third rail has its onset of issues. But I suggest you stay in your on rail. You are not entertaining or funny. I will speak to the bozo who told me to check you out. Taking Sarah way too serious. She's nobody. Go read a book. That was a dramatic reading of a YouTube comment.
Everything was fine and dandy.
This, in turn, has compelled me to now bring attention to some of my concerns in the egregious decisions he has made prior and during my incarceration, as well as from my son personally stating, quote, Dad's laziness, empty promises, and disappointments. Beep knows without any hesitation or doubt I will do anything, anytime, anywhere, all within reason, to help him. Which is why I, as his mother, have been his go-to person in many ways, for many things, throughout his life, including while being incarcerated.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Mens rea, mens rea, mens rea. Now, say it with Sarah.
I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
That's a definition. We're looking for a pronunciation. Mens rea.
It was not intentional.
Sarah,
That was not my intention.
Sarah, we're trying to teach the people Latin. Stop giving your definitions and just say the word.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this.
Fine, we're running out of time. Let's just skip to the definition, Sarah.
No malicious content.
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as Lowell, 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 Lowell. This is the place where she will dwell. But that's not all. You'll get All I Want for Christmas is Wine, The Holly and George's ID, I Won't Be Home for Christmas, and everyone's favorite, Last Christmas I gave you a bike. The very next season I said it's my bike. This year I'm saving my fruit to make up some hooch that is special. Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. No Holy Night. Sentencing was the most wonderful time of last year. It's beginning to look a lot like Boone lied. And we can't forget, Mrs. Boone, I wouldn't touch you with a 39.5-foot spoon. Ba-da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Subscribe to Dandy True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season. Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited. Nothing, because former husband is bored and bitter. Totally unfair. And the cruel ego trip is disgusting. And nothing to be proud of. What is the point?
There is nothing left other than my dignity, which he will never have. What would our son say? How would he feel knowing the truth? And there's another pause, and I'm going to pause that because I think she's stealing from Whitney Houston there. No matter what you take from me, you can't take away my dignity. 'Cause the greatest love of all is happening to me. Alone in the middle of the dorm, and my desperation, I ask why? Why are you doing this to me? Fully and completely knowing that I have no one, nothing. And how meaningful it is to be called Beep's mother.
I had to censor son's name.
His response is simply, it will make you say yes now. If you keep doing as you have been doing, everything will be fine.
That's how Betty changes it.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as Silent Night, Lowly Spied, Sarah's Guilt, In Plain Sight. But that's not all. You'll also get favorites like It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like LWAP, Straight A Student, and Please, If You Don't Mind, Please. And who can forget this John and Yoko classic? All we are saying is give me some snacks. Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Like a Flying Monkeys Christmas in Wales. All I Want for Christmas is Pink Shorts. Away in a Prison. And we can't forget, Hark the Herald Sarah sings. Please can I have George's ring? Subscribe to Dandy True Crime today and make sure the holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season. Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska, void where prohibited.
Welcome to Learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word is compos mentis. Compos mentis. Now, say it with Sarah.
Compos mentis. Compos mentis. Compos mentis.
Now, try using it in a sentence.
We're compos mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compos mentis. Okay.
Explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means. I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Compos mentis. Having control of one's mind. This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone by Dandy True Crime.
DDTC presents a Boone's Farm playlist the whole family can enjoy. Next time you gather for a sing-along, join in with instant classics such as Ronky the Red-Nosed Bear Clown. Can't get drunk but still she does. All of the other bears frown, watching her catch a buzz. But that's not all. You'll also get Christmas in Lowell. Will Sarah get run over by a reindeer, please? And I sing for Wing Wings. Plus this classic. Wish list with questions for scoundrel detectives. Wine glasses full of Woodbridge white wine. Smoking and drinking in Pink Shorts Muldoons. These are my favorite fun things to do. Yes, with the DD Holiday Collection, you'll get all this and so much more. Here comes Kim Carolyn. It's that fish soap season. And walking in a winter park wonderland.
We're just about ready to get back.
Give me some cash, I need some cash. 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 Give me what I want for Christmas.
Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me what I want for Christmas. Give me some. Give me some
Subscribe
cash.
to Dan
I
D.
need
True
some
Crime
cash.
today
Give
and
me
make sure
some
the
cash.
holiday collection is part of your Merry Christmas season. Allow 11 to 12 months for shipping, not valid in Hawaii or Alaska. Void where prohibited.
I think we're just about done here. To learn Latin with Sarah Boone. Today's word, mea culpa. Oh, this is a good one. Mea culpa. Sarah, tell us about mea culpa.
Mea culpa. To admit that you are at fault. Now, say it with Sarah.
I'm not going to say,
Mea culpa.
oh, I never said,
Mea culpa.
I'm not going to say.
Mea culpa.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
This has been Learn Latin with Sarah Boone.
Everything was fine and dandy.
You remember the documentary I was talking to you about?
Yes.
Well, I just wanted to follow up. A few things. I just finished setting up my visitor account. I went ahead, I ordered you the healthy breakfast package with diabetic glucose packs.
You
on
don't
the
even
side.
know me. I don't eat breakfast, Dan.
I would assume that I'm that kind of person.
Well, I mean, I've been following your case for a while. I know that you reject breakfast, and I know about your need for medical sugar.
You don't know me.
All right, that's that. We will cut back to this. Hopefully we don't get an autoplay. Her Final Fury is shown in the inset there. That is a YouTube video, hour and a half long, starring Meredith Baxter as Betty Broderick. I haven't watched it yet, but will watch it immediately after the trial. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. I have a margarita pizza beside me. I have medical cigarettes on the other side. Medical pizza to the left of me, medical smoke to the right, and I'm stuck in the middle with you. We have about 20 minutes left of the cross-examination, and then Mr. Early's getting up to do some rebuttal, so we still have plenty to go. We're about halfway through our broadcast day.
So when Linda moved, you had to bring that gun up and point it at her to shoot her, didn't you?
Right, I'm gonna object. She's asking him to assume and speculate.
Overall, you match that.
The reflex action didn't make the gun go off in the floor, did it?
No, I went like that.
So you pulled the gun up and you pointed it at Linda to shoot her, didn't
I
you?
didn't point it at anything in particular.
Was the gun pointed at Linda's chest when it shot her?
I don't know. I'm telling you, it was dark. I didn't see Linda. I couldn't have pointed it at anybody's chest.
You do remember pulling the trigger.
No, I don't.
Did you tell Dr. DeFrancesco you remember pulling the trigger?
Not that I remember telling her because I don't remember pulling the trigger.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her notes?
Rebel Wilson would play a great Betty Broderick, eh?
The sentence here?
Margarita's a little annoyed by the skinny actresses playing Betty. I could see Rebel Wilson doing a pretty scary Betty. Both funny, like engaging and charming, but also with that, like, yeah, you wouldn't want to piss her off.
I never saw them. I just opened the
Mrs.
door.
Broderick, you know that you're not supposed to read it out loud to yourself.
This has been the problem, though. She literally is palming. This has happened, like, more often than Sarah Boone testifies to stuff that's not part of the family law trial. I've told you for the 9th time, we're limited to talking about the parenting plan and the custody agreement. Oh, Carrie Wells has had it.
Out loud. Could you please read it to yourself?
Just as hard.
This sentence, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you remembered pulling the trigger?
You heard the glass the judge is pouring himself one, too.
Well, do you remember pulling the trigger?
She's not fat, but she's not skinny either. I think Rebel Wilson could... I think she could play both sides of Betty. I think she could just, wear padded clothes a little bit to kind of big up. But I think she could play a bigger girl. Well, yeah. She's not like super skinny anyway.
I don't remember my finger pulling a trigger. I
Did you
remember
tell
tensing up.
Did you tell Dr. Defrancesco that you remember pulling the trigger?
And that said, Betty's not, like, for all of this, you know, she was old and fat. This is even 2 years after the murder and 7 years after the divorce. She's still attractive. I wouldn't have called her fat, like, you know, some fat chick is calling me. I don't want to go out on the date. Like, she looks attractive.
That's what that says there. I remember tensing up once. I don't remember moving my finger.
And when you tensed once and you shot Linda, you obviously had to then change your aim in order to shoot Dan. Dan was not in the same position that Linda was in when you shot him, was he?
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't see them. It was dark. That's what that says.
exactly. Her weight's unremarkable, Margarita. Like, I wouldn't comment on her weight either way if I was describing her to somebody as, you know, a fix-up or something.
There on that paper. I didn't see them. It was dark.
Okay, you were the one that was in the room. You were the one that was shooting
Thanks,
that gun,
Michelle.
correct?
Yes.
And when you shot Linda, she was on the bed and you shot her in the chest, correct?
I didn't know that then.
Oh, are you denying that you did that?
Not now. At this point, no.
And are you denying that when you shot Dan, you had to change your aim to shoot Dan because he's on the other side of the bed?
I know I did not move the gun. I did not move the gun. It
Did
was
you
a
feel the-
one-time thing.
Did you feel the recoil of the gun?
Consciously, no.
The forensics testimony at the beginning of this trial, the guy demonstrated that you would have to have moved in order for the gun trajectories to match up. But if she doesn't remember, she really can't say one way or the other whether she moved, unless she remembers not moving but doesn't remember shooting.
No, I know that
Are
it
you-
probably bounced around a little because that's what guns do.
Are you saying that you did not move the gun in order to shoot Dan Broderick in the back?
I'm saying I never moved the gun. I walked in, and when I went like that, I did not move. I did not change aim or move the gun. If the
And so
gun
was the
moved because
bed
it went off,
moving?
excuse me?
Was the bed moving
Of
so that
course
they could
not.
get in position?
No, they were moving. The gun didn't move, and the bed didn't move.
Yeah, even the prosecutor is like super thin
When you
compared to
pointed-
Betty. I get that, yeah.
the gun at Linda and shot her, when the gun was pointed at Linda and the bullet went into her body, you obviously were not intending to kill yourself at that time, were you?
I never pointed the gun at Linda.
When the gun was pointed at her and you flinched and shot, according to your testimony, you obviously were not intending to kill yourself at that time, were you?
At that exact moment, no.
You weren't intending to kill yourself at any of those 5 shots that were pointed at Dan and Linda in the bed, correct?
After it was over, I thought of killing myself, and there were no bullets left in the gun. That's all I remember.
Well, you had testified that you were going to confront him, and if the confrontation didn't work, you were going to kill yourself. Now, obviously, if they're rolling away from you and they're yelling, call the police, the confrontation isn't working. But that gun never came up to your head, did it? It went to their bodies, didn't it?
It was a reflex action. There were no thoughts involved in this.
No thoughts.
After you shot them, you didn't immediately leave the room, did you?
Yes, I did.
You went over around the bed and you pulled the phone out of the wall before you left the room.
Right, and immediately left the room.
Well,
Well, got something called cinnamon bites. I think they're donuts, like donut-y kind of things made out of pizza dough. That looks pretty good.
after you shot them, you didn't immediately leave the room by either going out the door that you had come in, which was the closest,
Well, they're good.
or by going out the other door, correct? That's
I went-
not the immediate thing that you did after shooting them, was it?
I went to get the phone.
Okay. You went around the bed, all around the bed, through here where there's this armoire where Dan is lying on the floor in order to get the phone, correct?
I don't remember that piece of furniture there. All I remember is going to get the phone. I don't even know if it was on
Well-
the floor. I think it was on the floor.
The armoire obviously was there, and it was open, right? And Dan was on the floor, and you had to walk through this area where Dan was reaching for the phone in order to grab the phone and pull it out of the wall, didn't you?
I don't know. I don't know.
The phone was on this nightstand right next to the bed, wasn't it?
No, I'm thinking it was on the floor.
The phone was on the floor.
Yes.
Okay, and where was it on the floor? Was it on the floor right next to Dan's body?
I didn't see that furniture. I didn't see Dan. I didn't see the bed. I didn't see Linda.
Where was the
phone? I don't know.
Well, you said it was on the floor.
I'm thinking it was on the floor. For some reason, I'm thinking it was on the floor.
You testified that you picked up the phone because Dan was reaching for the phone and you ripped it out of the wall. Where were you standing when you picked up the phone and ripped it out of the wall?
Somewhere over there.
Somewhere over in this area by Dan Broderick where he was lying, correct?
I don't know. The phone.
Or were you standing at the end of the bed?
I don't know. The phone had a very, very long cord on it. I could have gotten the cord first and pulled the phone to me.
If the phone is on this nightstand next to the bed,
But it
it's
wasn't.
plugged into this wall, the cord is not anywhere out here, is it?
I don't believe the phone was on the
It's been
nightstand.
asked, it's been asked and answered.
She's on cross.
The phone, I don't believe the phone was on the nightstand. I'm sorry. I think it was on the floor.
And the reason you pulled the phone out was because Dan was reaching for the phone.
I didn't want him to call the police.
And before you pulled the phone out, you hit him with your gun on the hand when he was reaching for the phone, didn't you?
No, he didn't. No,
You hit him.
no.
Didn't you tell Dr. Defrancesco? Dan was on the floor, puts his hands up. Okay, you got me. Hit him on the hand because I didn't get him.
I don't remember saying that.
Did you hit Mr. Broderick when he was reaching for the phone on the ground over there?
No.
Okay, he did put his hands up and say, okay, you got me, didn't he?
I know that I told Lily
That's
that
pretty
day
bad.
and everything, but I don't remember him sitting up in bed and saying anything like that at all.
Well, you didn't just tell Lee that. After there was testimony by Lee at the preliminary hearing, you called up Amy Wallace to correct the testimony, didn't you?
I told other people that day that that's what happened, but I don't remember that that's what happened.
Okay, so you don't remember it now, but you are saying that that's what happened. That Dan did put his hands up when you came around the bed there and said, okay, you got me. And that's when you hit him, and that's when you grabbed the phone.
Your Honor,
I don't-
objection is argumentative.
Sustained. Compound.
Did you hit him on the hand when you walked around the bed there?
I don't remember seeing Dan at all. Or Linda. I mean, I just don't, I didn't see them.
I just shot without looking. Could have been the kid sleeping in the bed for all I knew.
You told
Good point. Kids were young enough that, it's unlikely with the stepmom that, but, it's not unheard of for, hey, I'm scared. Can I sleep with you for a few minutes? To come bursting into the room, shooting at the first thing that moves in a house that your children are in. It's
Patty Monahan when you made a phone call that morning that you could hear Dan Broderick gurgling in his own blood.
That's not, no, Patty Monahan did not say that. Patty Monahan doesn't even remember me saying that because I didn't say that.
Patty Monahan told
I agree with Margarita. Best hair in, from the criminal side of true crime, I think. Especially if you're thinking of prison hair, like she's not Corey Richins. That was Corey Richins in custody? It couldn't have been with those hairstyles. Maybe it's different in Utah. But I wouldn't put Corey Richins on a list of best hairstyle in court, that's for sure. I think Betty, best prison hair of any convict I've seen. We'll have to, take nominations in the chat, and if there's enough contention on that, maybe we'll put up a poll.
Jerry Thatcher immediately that morning, after hearing you say that you had said you heard Dan gurgling in his own blood.
Afro Man lawyer had a good
Until 8
beard.
months later. Patty Monahan and
Hair was
I
mid.
don't remember that happening. Jerry Thatcher's the only one in the earth that thinks he remembers that happened, and he didn't remember it
Corey
till
was
8
in
months
custody.
later.
Where do you get the 8 months later
I
business?
thought that
Oh, right, because you wanted the Crest White strips smuggled in, and then she didn't smile the whole trial. That's right. But yeah, so I guess, decent. You can put her on the list, maybe top 5, just because it's a low bar to have any hair. Sarah is like the bottom. If you're starting at -10, you've got Sarah. Then baseline, I don't know, Robert Tellez, like you put the bald guys at baseline and then work up from there. But yeah, Betty's an 11 on that scale anyway.
that's what happened at the last trial when he said that.
Well, he was interviewed by by an investigator many, many months before that, only a few months after these events.
Vander
Well,
Ark
many
was
months
like,
after
Well, Patty Monahan
Three.
told the same thing to Sue
Stupid
Sparrow too
braids.
that day, didn't she?
Not that I
Your Honor,
know.
objection, and we know this is improper, we know it is.
How is that?
It's not a problem, Mr. Rhodes.
May we approach the bench, Your
No,
Honor?
just tell me the basic, your legal basis for your objection.
It assumes facts, not evidence, Your Honor.
She's on cross. I assume she has good faith belief that that was statement was made to Ms. Sparrow.
No, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
Oh,
Sure.
he's getting animated.
Go ahead.
The Dateline gives a couple giveaways too, but Mr. Early has a couple more outbursts in him.
It is true
Not
that in order to pull
Not necessarily today, but we do see more emotion from Mr. Early as the trial continues.
the phone out of the wall, you would have had to have been over in the vicinity of Dan Broderick's body. And it is true that after he was shot, he would have been gurgling in his own blood. So that statement is consistent with something that you might have said to Patty Monahan, isn't it?
Not at all, no. I wouldn't have known. I had no idea that anybody was shot or that, and there was nobody gurgling any blood. No.
After unloading 5 bullets of that gun into their bed, you had no idea that anybody was shot.
No, and that's exactly what I told everyone that day. It was dark, the gun went off, I had no idea if anyone was
Once
shot.
you said that
I
Patty
thought Dan
Monahan,
was after me.
What happened up there? I don't know. I think they're reloading.
well, but Dan obviously wasn't. Dan hadn't been shot. He'd been up on his feet and he would have been after you.
I
And
thought he
didn't.
was after me, which is why I got in the car and didn't go home because I thought he was after me.
And if Linda had yelled, call the police before, and you shot 5 bullets and you didn't hit her, you don't think she would have been yelling, call the police before you could have gotten out of that room or something else? You knew they weren't making any noise. They weren't moving.
I'm not with you on that.
After you shot them, you had to walk all the way around the bed over here to get the phone. And Linda wasn't yelling anymore, call the police. Linda wasn't screaming. Linda wasn't doing anything.
I wasn't even in that room a half a minute total. I didn't know, nobody had time to do anything. I didn't know what.
If they had time to yell, call the
I just
police
got
as soon
out
as
of
you
there.
came in the room. They had time to yell, call the police or scream or do something when you're coming around the bed to pull the phone out of the wall.
Maybe they were, I don't know.
But they weren't, and that's why you knew they'd been shot.
You don't know that they weren't. I don't know that they weren't. Maybe they were. All I know is I got that phone and got out of there fast. And I thought he was after me, which explains my behavior after that.
But he didn't chase you down the stairs, did he? He didn't
I didn't
chase you
know
out
he
the
wasn't
door.
chasing me down the stairs. I didn't know that.
You told Amy Wallace that the shooting was simple. There was no pain, there was no blood, it was simple. Did you make that statement to Amy Wallace?
That had to do with people saying that Dan and Linda were the victims and that I didn't feel that they suffered as much as the children and I had suffered over all of these years. But that was after I read in the newspapers like everybody else and everything what happened. That was a long time after.
Bad
And you
testimony,
said there was
Betty.
no pain and there was no blood. And
I didn't think they suffered like I suffered. Wow.
it was
Pizza was tough to swallow just hearing her say that.
simple, correct?
That's what I have been told later.
And what makes you think that there's no pain involved when a bullet goes crashing through your body?
Because I heard in this courtroom that it was instant death or something.
You heard in this courtroom that it wasn't instant death for Dan Broderick, and you made that statement back in March of 1990 before the trial.
I heard from legal people or something that they were both dead and that it was instant. That was my impression, that it was instant.
There was no pain, there was no blood. You obviously didn't stay around long enough to see all the blood that was draining from their body.
I wasn't in the room a half minute. I didn't see anything. That's correct.
Mandy says, people say you got me playing tag or paintball gunfights, not when they've been shot by a gun. Mandy, you left out one of the things people say, oh, you got me when they're playing hide and seek. Haha, found me.
Correct. I have not seen anything.
How was it that you picked up that phone
It's a
and pulled it
fun
out
game
of
of
the
hide
wall?
and seek between friends.
I don't know. I told
On a
you I don't
good
know if I
day.
grabbed the cord and pulled the phone to me or picked up the phone. I just know that happened and I don't remember dropping it or putting it at the top of the stairs because I was just getting out of there.
You had a gun in one hand, you had keys in the other hand. What did you do with the gun and the keys in order to get that phone and pull it out of the wall?
I don't know.
Did you put them in your pocket? Did you set it down on the floor? Did you set it on the bed?
I don't remember. These were not, there wasn't time to make decisions and think about what you were doing with anything.
But you had to do something with those things in your hands, right? You couldn't just pick up that phone and pull it out with a gun and keys in your hand.
Maybe I could. I don't know. Maybe I could.
You took the gun with you when you left. You took the keys with you when you left. You went and you got in your car. You put the gun back in your purse, didn't you?
No. It was
Well,
on
when
the
you went
seat
over
of the
to-
car.
When you went over to Lee's house and you walked into Lee's house carrying your purse, the gun was in the purse.
When I went into Lee's house, I put the gun in the
When
purse.
was it that you put the gun in the purse?
When I went into Lee's house in Pacific Beach.
Well, what had you done with the gun when you went back to the car?
It was on the seat of the car.
And why did you feel the need to put it back in your purse in order to go into Lee's house?
I didn't put it back in the zipper compartment of the purse. I just stuffed it in the opening because I didn't think it was right to leave it on the seat of a car. I
Well, you
brought it
left
into
your
Lee's
purse
house.
with a gun on the seat of the car all the time, you said. That's where you left your gun.
Concealed and everything. The gun was not concealed in the purse. It was just stuck in the open compartment.
I think this is the problem with testimony getting added to as time goes on. Realistically, your memories fade. There would be less detail. But if you're continually recrafting a narrative, like somebody who writes journals 20 years or 10 years after the fact, it's a lot easier to convince yourself of untruths that are true because you're telling yourself a story at that point, and that's going to be the more recent memory than the actual memory. If you're testifying honestly, I think Judge Judy says this, you don't have to remember a lie. And what you do honestly forget almost confirms your truth telling if it's between a couple of trials. Like, did you forget this detail? Well, yeah, I guess I did. Wasn't that important, I remembered it a year ago. Tell me what I said. But when you're adding stuff and, remembering things that you didn't remember a year ago, it's going to make you look less believable, that's for sure.
In fact, it doesn't even fit like that. So the minute I got in the house, it was on the coffee table next to her purse. Next to my purse.
Ooh, I love the party hat. Just sent myself party
We've already
hats.
talked about the fact that after you were arrested, you had quite a bit of contact with the press and the media in the weeks following your arrest, correct?
I don't know the exact dates. But yes,
And that was voluntary contact on your part. In fact, you enjoyed the attention.
No, the dateline was on yesterday's video. So what I'll do is as we get to the end of this, I'll post the link to the raw video on Criminal Conversations that is that's captured and rebroadcast the court TV footage. The last 45 minutes of the video we watched yesterday had the dateline footage, which I believe is from 1992. Like it's not contemporary to the trial. It's not like this was on the night of the trial. They just synced it up with the same time that the judge was giving him a warning about a 2020 episode. So it's not the 2020 episode that they were warning the jury about, but it is a 90s news magazine show with interviews with people who didn't appear as witnesses in the case, as well as some who did. I think Kim Broderick is here, but a couple friends of Dan's are also included in the documentary. So if you're looking for a little bit more of Dan's side of the story, that's going to be presented in the documentary as well. And also they mentioned some of the evidence that wasn't able to come into the trial, but that existed nonetheless in some form or another, and just didn't reach the scrutiny of the court level because it was excluded before it got there. And that includes allegations of Dan hiring a hitman to take out Betty.
From the press media, didn't you?
I don't know that I enjoyed the attention. I told you I called them to correct the very many factual errors that were coming out in the press, and it really offended me, and I thought that I should tell them the truth.
Did
And
you
that's how
like-
I got in touch with
Did you
them.
like the attention that you were getting from the press? Did you blossom under the attention from the press?
Did you
Blossom
blossom?
in Las Colinas? No, I didn't blossom.
Did you have to correct
Little
things
diss
when
on
you
Las
gave an interview to
Colinas.
2020, and when you gave an interview to People magazine, and when you gave an interview to Mirabella magazine, and when you gave an interview to Ladies Home Journal, and when you gave an interview to the Los Angeles Times and the San Diego Union, were all of those in order so that you could correct misconceptions?
All of those with the exception of the one LA Times story were after the first trial and toward this trial. And I don't think it was correcting anything at that point because I felt I'd corrected it during the first trial. But the Amy Wallace story, I thought I was correcting. When she went and printed her supposed correction of the story, it had as many or more errors in her final version. So it seems stupid of me. I didn't call any more to the press to correct errors because
We
they
just
not only
called
didn't
them to
correct them,
tell
they
your
made
story.
more. And it never got corrected, and it got told wrong. That LA Times story was awful, and it was not the story, and it had more mistakes in it than the original.
You talked to Amy Wallace on many occasions until she wrote the article, and then you were so angry at the article because you didn't think it was favorable.
See?
That you refused to talk to her anymore, correct?
Right. Why talk? I talked to her to correct things. The article comes out, and it had more mistakes than ever were in the beginning.
And
Why
you felt-
bother talking?
You felt that your attorney at the time was not handling the press correctly after you entered Las Colinas. You wrote that Mark Wolf has made 2 court appearances for me. He was terrible at each of them. Late, fumbling, unimpressive. He's really botching handling the press as well. Not to worry, I'll take care of it.
I don't remember writing that, but I remember Mark Wolf hired a PR firm in the beginning of this case, and I was not comfortable with a PR firm.
And did you write, is this your handwriting that says he really is botching handling the press as well? Not to worry, I'll take care of it.
And I fired the PR person, that's right.
And you took care of it.
Fired, right.
That card that you sent, that Maria Peralta testified that she sent to you, did she testify?
You want to talk just like Amber Heard, not my lover? I just think of that Boston cream pie story, and I feel like Amber Heard might have been, 10 or 11 years old, watching TV with her mom, heard this story of Betty Broderick and saw the delight in her face as she talked about smushing this Boston cream pie. She said, you know what? I bet that looked disgusting. I could do that, and I don't even need a Boston cream pie. I could do this all by myself. And then Amber Turd baked up a couple of brownies and did her own Betty Broderick impression.
That you had requested. What did you do with that card?
I was disgusted and horrified at that card the moment I opened it, and I wrote you that note that says, look what I'm subjected to being kept here in Las Colinas. And I sent it.
Also in the Dateline episode that I've just posted a link to, there is a smidgen of footage of Betty being pulled away by security guards and prison workers while she's yelling and screaming, and she's alleged to have later defecated and wiped it on the walls of her cell. That part isn't shown in the video. But the footage of the prison incident is part of the Dateline episode. So if that doesn't hype it, I don't know what does.
To you.
And it's your testimony that you did not request that card to be sent to you from Maria Peralta. Is that correct?
Absolutely not.
May I have marked as
People's 110.
And so when she got out of custody just on her own, she decided to send that.
Thank you, not my lover.
She was trying to be friendly with me from the day she said she met me because I was a media figure, and she was trying to establish contact with me. I never wrote her back. I never answered it, and I was freaked out by that letter. I was absolutely freaked out about it, and I sent it to you because look what you're subjecting me to, people like her.
She did say, I hope you like the card after all. I did promise you one just like mine.
I don't care what she said. She was trying to sell her story to the press, and thank God I didn't write her.
So I think the prison incident video exactly, Larissa asks, was that the video from the other day when they didn't want it shown? They didn't want it shown me early. I think Mr. Early was arguing for it to be shown, and or at least arguing that he wanted the work records of everyone who was involved in the incident, like schedules and we never really did see the result of that particular motion, but we did see about 20 minutes of trial spent asking about something that happened at the prison. So very well could have been the kicking and screaming and swearing incident. But yeah, if you're looking for more on that, there's not too much of it in the Dateline episode, but I was glad to see something on it because I couldn't find footage of it independently, so that was the first time I was able to see any of it.
You also told Amy Wallace after these killings that you felt that you had only one choice, his funeral or mine.
Yeah,
You made the choice.
not only did Amber turd the bed, but she blamed it on Johnny Depp's dogs, and it's my favorite bit of the trial. How do you know that it wasn't dog feces rather than human feces? And Johnny Depp looks and says, I have teacup Yorkies. It was almost like the elephant shit analogy that was shown in the Corey Richards trial, where, you know, a bunch of people just kind of did this leap of, oh, right, okay, they're teacup Yorkies. Probably wasn't the dog's poop if you saw it wasn't teacup Yorkie poop.
His funeral, correct?
But you're saying I said that?
You said
Absolutely.
I had only one choice, his funeral or mine.
And that's the end of my quote, right?
Yes, is that what you said?
Yes.
And so you obviously made the choice to make it his funeral.
Does it, that has to do with my mom and stuff, and it has to do with my mom. And I said, Mom, you don't understand that, it was him or me on that day. It was him or me.
And
And
you
I
made the
wouldn't-
choice to make it him.
That's what turned out. It was not a conscious choice. No, I was intending.
Was that your word, choice? It was my choice, his funeral or mine?
Excuse me?
Isn't that your word, choice, that you made the choice?
Ooh,
I think what I
Understand,
actually
had only
said.
one choice, his funeral or mine.
I don't remember.
that is the key thing for the prosecutor to pick up on too. And of course, because Betty's fighting everything, she's not going to allow that she said choice. But it's a very clear indicator of the fact that she didn't have to. She wasn't crazy. She made a cold, calculated decision. This is what I'm going to do, not what I have to do, because I was driven blind by rage.
It was to my mother that I said that on the phone, and I said, Mom, what you don't understand is it was him or me.
It was my choice, his funeral or mine.
Excuse me?
Isn't that your word, choice, that you made the choice? What she
I
doesn't
think what I
understand is
actually
had only
said-
one choice, his funeral or mine.
I don't remember. It was to my mother that I said that on the phone, and I said, Mom, what you don't understand is it was him or me.
You also wrote a letter to a friend from jail where you said, whatever the future holds, I'll be okay. I've chosen the path of peace and I finally have it.
I don't remember saying that, but it's been more peaceful for me being in jail, yes.
It was my choice, his funeral or mine.
Excuse me?
Isn't that your word, choice, that you made the choice? What she
I
doesn't
think what I
understand is
actually
had only
said-
one choice, his funeral or mine.
I don't remember. It was to my mother.
I'm on mute. What I was just saying there is that, oh my God, I was just trying to be polite with the pizza. What did I rewind for again? Okay, we're going to let it play. A brilliant thought. Not brilliant. I don't want to oversell it in case I remember it.
Mother that I said that on the phone, and I said, Mom, what you don't understand is it was him or me.
Okay, that's
She was
it.
trying to be friendly with me from the.
Ruling
It was him or me on that day. It was him or me.
And
And
you
I
made the
wouldn't-
choice to make it him.
So thinking of her mom makes her sad. And despite the fact that she's like combative and, ready to do the automatic gainsay of anything the prosecutor's saying, when she's reminded of talking to her mom, you see the sadness pull on her face that's authentic rather than she's not conjuring it. It's because she accidentally remembered it.
That's what turned out. It was not a conscious choice. No, I was intending.
Was that your word, choice? It was my choice, his funeral or mine.
Excuse me?
Isn't that your word, choice, that you made the choice? What she
I
doesn't
think what I
understand is
actually
had only
said-
one choice, his funeral or mine.
I don't remember. It was to my mother that I said that on the phone, and I said, Mom, what you don't understand is it was him or me.
You also wrote a letter to a friend from jail where you said, Whatever the future holds, I'll be okay. I've chosen the path of peace, and I finally have it.
I don't remember saying that, but it's been more peaceful for me being in jail, yes. I'm not as afraid that he's after me all the time.
I have no further questions.
There we go.
Afternoon recess, sorry.
Whatever happened in the courtroom, she was able to smile at that no matter how sad she was supposed to be at the end of her testimony. She asked for a recess. It's funny how quick she can turn it off.
For me being in jail, yes. I'm not as afraid that he's after me all the time.
I have no further questions.
Afternoon recess, sorry. I just want to make sure we agree on something for the day's of it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess. This time we'll be in recess until, tomorrow morning, let's make it 9:30. I have 3 matters at 9 o'clock, and I don't want to keep you waiting in the hall. We'll be in recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please remember the admonition. See you at 9:30.
So the audio video unit was in there. Meowgarita asked earlier, was hoping we'd get a movie because the prosecutor played some of Betty's testimony for Betty from the last trial. Just to, wasn't that you? She used it for all of 30 seconds. So I would have felt burned as a kid in elementary school if I saw the AV unit walked in the morning and it sat there all day just, for 5 minutes of, and now we have a word from Neil deGrasse Tyson of 1980. Would have been Bill Nye the Science Guy back then. But and then they showed 5 minutes of that, and then you just had to go right back to work. Like, what a waste to see in the AV unit. That said, we get to see a new day. Criminal Conversations will load up the court TV video here while we talk amongst ourselves.
The redirect examination.
Oh, I like their audio
Broderick.
today.
There are 2 comments.
The audio's solid. Court reporter in looks like she killed 6 Dalmatians for that top. Little aquamarine in for Carrie Wells. Gray-haired lawyer beside her, he's totally flying under the radar as far as fashion goes. I think he's worn the same suit every day and gotten away with it.
I'd like to make to you, ladies and gentlemen. First is that on cross-examination, the defendant was asked about voluntary abortions that she had not been asked about by her attorney on direct examination. The reason for that is that there had been a pretrial ruling where I found such testimony to be irrelevant to any issue involved in this case. Therefore, her failure to testify regarding the abortion should not be viewed by you as an attempt by her to hide the fact that she did have the abortions, but rather was consistent with my ruling that they were relevant to any issue in this case. Also, I made a pretrial ruling with regard to the diaries. Reference was made to the diaries during the defendant's testimony, inferring that they may contain relevant evidence that defense counsel was being prevented from presenting to you. That is not the case. Both counsel can present relevant portions of the diary. They can also present other portions of the diary that are necessary to put the relevant part in proper context. Neither party is trying to hide any relevant evidence from you, nor are they being prevented from presenting any relevant evidence. With that, Mrs. Broderick, you're still under oath. Mr. Early, you may proceed.
All right, back to Mr. Early. I have to update my captions.
Good morning. You were asked some questions about your testimony last year and your testimony this year. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Last year, you testified for approximately 3.5 days, which were contained in 3 volumes of transcripts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the questions about what happened in the bedroom covered 2 of those pages, about 10 questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was no questions asked at all about that by the prosecutor, Ms. Wells, was there?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. You indicated that
Deborah Rockhill, good to
you were
see
asked
you.
some questions about different shows and different newspapers, 2020 People, Amy Wallace, some other newspapers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Are those people that you contacted? Did they contact you?
No, I never contacted anyone first. They all
Beth
sought
of a
to
salesman.
contact me.
And on those shows,
Late
for
night
instance,
joiners. Good to see
Tim
you.
Broderick was on 2020 People, in newspapers, in press conferences that she gave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection to leading questions, Your Honor,
Sustained.
and to relevance.
Sustained.
Were there other people who were
I'm going to leave the Dateline thing pinned. So if you've seen it, you can dismiss it.
Amy Wallace had a movie
I don't know why
contract
YouTube
with,
puts them down at the bottom
some
now.
people from Friends of Dan Broderick's that were collaborating in that.
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant and states facts not known.
Sustained.
Well, have you participated with anybody in some kind of movie or anything else? Or any kind of movie or book rights or anything else?
I'm aware of these things happening. I've not been in contact or given my consent or cooperation to any of those things, no.
Now, at the time, when was the first time that you had contact with the press? Who was that you had contact with?
I don't remember specifically. What I remember is all kinds of people attacked the visitor window. The first visits I had, they wrote me
No,
letters.
excuse me. I'm talking about the first time ever in regards to the divorce. What was the first time? There was mention of a reader interview. You remember that?
Right.
Was there some contact with the Reader magazine?
Yes, they contacted me about a story.
Okay. Did you contact those writers about a story?
No.
Okay. And was there a story written originally?
Yes, they interviewed me and Dan and Linda, and they were doing a story on what was going on in this divorce in 1987 or 88. I don't remember.
At some point in time, was there a letter that you wrote where there was a problem getting that letter printed in the Reader?
Yes.
And what was the problem with that?
Is that Dan threatened to sue the reader if they had anything to do with me or used my name or did anything about what was going on.
Okay. Was there a time that you were invited to speak before some group that, as to number of men and women were asked to about what was happening in the divorce system?
It was a press conference held by HALT about people that were having problems in the legal system, not just divorce.
Okay. And were you invited to speak at that?
Yes.
Did you speak at that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was there a publication and a TV broadcast of the people that spoke?
There was news coverage both on TV and in the newspapers.
And what happened to your segment?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Overruled unanimously.
Dan threatened to sue the TVs or the newspapers if they put my face or my name on anything or linked him with me. And so I was not allowed to have a name or a face. I was not, in the newspaper, I was a nameless, faceless housewife whose husband was a president of a local bar. I wasn't Betty Broderick, whose husband Dan was president of the San Diego County Bar Association. Everyone else covered had a name and dates and facts. I wasn't allowed to have a name.
Now, I take it that through the pendency of this trial, you sat through preliminary hearings, sat through a first trial, sat through this trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was
And
Lola.
so you've heard various pieces of evidence and various witnesses testify through the whole proceedings.
That's correct.
The there was some testimony as to some hearings that were had, some contempt hearings that were had in 1987 and some more that were in 1988. Remember
Yes.
being questioned about
Yes.
that? Did the subject of keeping of Linda's voice not being on the phone, was that brought up?
Yes.
And was there an order each time by the judge to Mr. Broderick about Linda's voice being on the kid's answering machine?
Yes.
And in March, or the last hearing in 1988, was there an order by the court, including on the restraining order that restrained Linda's voice from being on the answering machine.
Yes.
It was court ordered.
Was there any suggestions by the court of if that was a problem, putting another phone line in?
Yes.
You referred to,
That was a family court decision. Somehow, it was family court. Was it family court? Because Betty spent 21 days in jail. I guess maybe some for observation, but her takeaway from that was that the judge had ordered Linda to remove her name from the answering machine. And, sure, yes, that happened. And they've got evidence of it, but I think the fact that you spent 21 days in jail is part of that story too. It's not like, and the judge said to take your name off the machine. So guess I was right.
Mr. Broderick was present at that hearing.
Pretty decent sigh considering it's her own lawyer. I guess sometimes you just need to sigh.
You referred to Mr. Broderick was present at that hearing when that order was given, wasn't he?
Yes.
At least the mannequins aren't there anymore. They could be still sitting there where all the poster boards are now. Kitty's mine too. That's Cadillac the cat. Goes by the nickname Cat. If I need to call him in, I'll sing Billy Joel's Moving Out. You can still work with the broken back. Or at least you can polish the fender.
If I can have a photo marked as defense.
Working like that.
Triple J. Yes, and it appears to be a picture below a counter, some drawers just below a counter. The drawers are open. Some items in the drawer.
Get you a Cadillac, you ought to know by now. Yeah, if the cat's outside, I just sing a little Billy Joel, and cat comes to Cadillac.
I'm showing you what's been marked JJJ for identification. Do you recognize
warm soup time?
Those drawers and where that is?
Oh, what is she wearing there? That is interesting. It's almost like a punk rock overtop on a cashmere sweater.
Those are parts of two of my desk drawers.
This is kind of sad. I'm looking at the cashmere sweater on the court reporter, and the way that the hair stands up from the shoulder reminds me that Daryl Sheets, if you've ever watched the show Storage Wars, was reported as dead. Daryl Sheets with the son Brandon, one of the wow factor was his slogan. Yeah, that's some kind of a cashmere she's wearing.
Right off the kitchen in my home.
Okay. In the photographs
I'll have to move
the
her up.
district attorney has as of your home, there's a black countertop in the kitchen. Is that black countertop?
Yes.
And is the card that you referred to, that holy card, is that in there?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the blue card that's in there?
Now, do you want me to read it?
Well, is that the blue card that's in there?
Yes.
Okay. And what did that card say?
Objection, Your Honor, it's beyond scope of redirect, it's already been testified to.
It's been asked and answered, also sustained.
We'll see when they pull back. I think you'll see a little bit more of a sweater in the shot.
At the end of my question, it was said I could just go through it now. I'd request.
So, I disagree.
So I told him to reopen at the end to go through this. Question is,
Simply offer the photograph, simply there's no objection to that, but there's already been questions asked about what it said.
well, I thought he wanted to put the card in also. Maybe I'm mistaken.
No, Your Honor, just a photograph.
There's already been testimony as to what it said, as I recall.
Okay. The marriage encounters that we have marked here, one is yours and one is Mr. Broderick's.
Correct.
Was yours, when was yours finally located?
I don't know particularly when, but we didn't have it at the time of the last trial.
Okay. And was there a there's a date in your marriage encounter, is that correct?
Yes.
And was there a date in Mr. Broderick's?
There's a vague notation in the back that there was supposed to be a meeting in November of '86. I don't know, there's a vague notation in the back of Dan's. And last year we tried to ascertain the exact weekend of the marriage encounter and we couldn't. This year, since we found mine, we can.
There was marked into evidence a letter to
Yeah, Cadillac. I think Lola was bragging about
Joseph.
going live. Cadillac's a little bit more
on the fourth page of that letter, is that correct?
reclusive,
Yes.
but thought that was no excuse for having no screen time, so shot a little stock footage for him.
I'll go back to that in just a moment.
All right.
Okay, let's see. There's the sweater. Pause. Actually, we'll even go back. That's a crazy looking sweater. That is either like, cutting edge, or just, the cat got into the cupboard and have a look at this. 2136. There we go. That's a perfect. So you can see the fuzz. She's got that Daryl Sheet shoulder thing going. But as they pull back here, you'll see it's almost like one breast is cut out. Like that. Yeah, that's a look. There's certain places where that would, you wouldn't bat an eye, but I don't think you can get away with that in today's fashion. Somebody...
In 1987, there was
who am I kidding? You can get away with anything with today's fashion. It's a mohair moo. Oh, I got a cough.
There was a
Can I hold it?
settlement proposal made by you to
Held it.
Mr. Broderick through your attorney?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive a
Welcome
response on
bedtime lullabies.
For a long time, we didn't get any response, and then
that? Did you receive a response?
ultimately, yes.
And, Your Honor, I would like Mark for identification.
That's a good point. As long as we're talking cats, I think that might be a secondary niche for me because of the success we had feeding 13 Mandy's cats last night. Carolina Hurtado says, be careful when letting your indoor cats go outdoors. Those feral cats can be vicious when they smell indoor cats. It's like they know about indoor cats. Seriously. And that is great advice. My Cadillac was a rescue cat, so he was already habituated to the outdoors, and he's become more and more of an indoors cat, but he's still, he's not to be messed with. He's a Norwegian forest cat, so, kind of large build. He's old now. He was old when I inherited him, but he's healthy, he's strong, and he's pretty smart. He tends to just go outside for a quick walk around in the grass, smell the air, look at the birds, but I'm not finding any. Okay, once he caught a bird. He brought it to me, and I was just devastated. It's a little bird, and I'm like, what the hell do you got in your... Oh, my God. So I scooped it up onto a bit of newspaper, and I go to bring it outside, and as soon as I open the door to outside, the bird flies away. So the bird was just playing dead. Good bird, smart bird. And I pet the cat, gave it some temptations, like, don't worry, buddy. You did the right thing, but I've got the food inside, so leave the birds alone.
Triple K,
Yes.
and it's a one-page document.
Yes.
So much.
probably could have said all that
showing
during the
you,
break.
what has been marked as triple K. Do you recognize this letter?
Yes.
Okay.
Think of all the evidence that they've got. They've got the full alphabet. They've got the full alphabet doubled, and they're on to triple K at this point.
And that was the discussion that was had, at least to that proposal by you.
Excuse me?
That was what?
The answer, the response to our proposal for a settlement, yes.
The, when you were last year,
Let's do a time check. People are fading. We do have just one hour left of raw video, so probably about an hour and a half of watch together and enjoy each other's company time. Yeah, 2:23 is the spot where 2 hours 23 minutes is where we are. This is a 3 hour and 20-minute video.
when you were testifying in custody, did you have any visitors at the jail in the evening?
Yes,
Okay, and who would visit you at the jail in the evening?
you and,
And did we discuss your testimony?
yes.
Okay, and what happened during those discussions?
Your Honor, excuse me, if we can approach the sidebar.
I think maybe we better, Mr. Early.
I approached my client.
Yes.
A couple people in my neighborhood that have those cat extensions to their windows, so the cat can kind of have a run outdoors,
Broderick, I'm going to ask
but
you
they're
some
still
questions
enclosed.
about the clothes that you wore at the last trial. And I'm just going to ask you about there was a decision
The crow
by
is wrong.
you at the last trial to wear particular items of clothing.
This is day
that correct?
14.
Yes,
After the trial began.
yes.
Okay, and without going into any conversations you might have had with other people, what was that decision? Why did you make that decision to wear certain clothes?
Because the clothes that I had to be, not show the dirt and not wrinkle, and had to be warm because of the conditions that I have to be in every single day with the chains and the handcuffs and being transported at 5 a.m. till 8 p.m. and sitting on benches and handcuffed, and they had to meet those criteria like this outfit does.
The
The stars of this trial were the chair, the coughs, and the phone, is what the
there was
comments
some,
on the last video
question
said.
asked about during the marriage. I think the term was that Dan squandered any money. You indicated that no, he didn't. How were the money decisions made during those early years of marriage?
Objection has
Overall, you can answer that.
Dan controlled the money and the loans and the purse strings, and I got $25 a week for food and stuff when we were poor. Does that answer your question?
Did he do anything with what he thought was discretionary money during that time?
He had the discretionary money. He took flying lessons and went on ski vacations and things that I didn't do.
And was that something that, how did you feel about that?
Well, I was having babies every year, and I was home with the babies, and I didn't
Babies every
really
year.
want to go out and do all that stuff, but nobody ever gave me money and said, here, why don't you go do something? I thought we were poor, and I didn't think we had any money to do anything, so I didn't do anything.
The district attorney asked you some questions about.
Oh, Disney Mom, I've been talking about her
Mr.
clothes all
Broderick,
trial, yep.
About the funeral. And some comments you made, you were upset about a Catholic funeral. Some also other comments that Mr. Broderick made.
Your Honor, excuse me, I object. I attempted to ask those questions and objected to by counsel. I was not allowed to go into them.
That is not my recollection. She did go into.
Thank you,
some
Mandy.
of them were-
I hope we help you sleep.
Your client said that she would have handled the funeral differently, so go ahead and ask about the funeral if you want.
Well, there was also some other questions that were asked about Mr. Broderick's statements at the trial. about early, he would have divorced early except for Catholic views. Remember those questions?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
Well,
There was no-
Frame your question, Mr. Earl. Let me see what your question is.
Did you have some problems as to Mr. Broderick, how he was portraying himself?
Yes.
Stain.
In the Dateline
Was
episode,
there a
the joke that right after the murders, apparently the running joke through the San Diego community and maybe the legal community at large was, guess it's be nice to the ex-wife week, eh? Was the dark joke of 1989 Christmas season.
Was there a public persona for Mr. Broderick?
Very definitely, yes.
And was there ways he liked to be perceived by people to judge in the public?
His image was extremely important to him at all times, yes.
And were you, was that something that you disagreed with about how he wanted to be portrayed?
At which point in time? No, I used to be part of the image.
I know, but after the divorce and after the separation, did you disagree with what his public image was?
Yes, I thought it was hypocritical
And why was that?
and false because he was portrayed at the time of the funeral and by his friends as a Catholic family man with traditional family values, and he was buried in a Catholic cathedral, and I just thought it was very hypocritical and false.
Why did you think that?
Because Dan never stepped foot in a Catholic church while I was married to him, and he was very much against the Catholic Church, and he even put it in writing in the marriage encounter, and he discouraged me from putting the kids in Catholic school and having first communions and baptisms and things. So I thought it was phony.
What was it that Mr. Broderick said about the Catholic Church?
Objection, Your Honor, there's been a pretrial ruling on this.
It's irrelevant.
Your Honor, can I,
It's in the marriage encounter book, but you're going to put that in, so it's going to something else.
Your Honor, excuse me, can we approach side phone?
All right.
All right. He hates sidebars.
Your Honor, we have an encounter book that was marked as defense expert identification.
If I'm correct, the color that the prosecutor is wearing is the same color that the San Jose Sharks chose as their shade of teal for the franchise that I think launched right around the same time as his trial. Teal was a big thing in the early 90s. I remember having a Charlotte Hornets basketball jersey or shorts. For some reason, if you didn't have a basketball team in your hometown, you were a Charlotte Hornets fan in the 90s.
And I do have copies for the typed copies of the encounter for the jury. I'd like to be able to ask if they be read at this time.
All right. Defendant X has received an evidence, and you can distribute the copies of that to the jurors. Have my jurors. Go ahead, Mr. Roy.
Different audio setup today, a little bit more open mic.
I'm going to just, Your Honor, I have marked as LLL
Good, we can definitely hear the chairs just as well as we have in the past.
for identification. It appears to be, this is a 4-page letter that is written on San Diego County Sheriff's Department with a heading of that. It's on paper. It appears to be from the jail.
Is there a date on it?
6187.
Fine, so marked.
Night, Bernice.
Mr. Broderick, remember seeing the other, the page, there was a page 4 of a letter.
Yes.
Just looking at LLL for identification, can you tell me whether that's the whole letter, including the 4th page?
Yes.
You were asked some questions in regards to, well, before we go to that, if I may withdraw that question, during the time that, during the pendency of this case, when you refer to legal mail, what are you referring to as far as legal mail?
Anything that came to my house in a legal envelope with a return address of an attorney, whether it was Dan or someone else, was legal mail to me.
Okay.
Was legal
Anything on 11 by 14 paper.
papers to me.
So when you were getting the letters from Dan on his stationery with his letterhead,
It was a legal paper to me, right?
and were you getting those, were you getting a large number of those, including the court paperwork?
Yes.
And were you getting that from, and I take it that's from your mail, your house?
Yes.
Okay, what time did your mail get there?
In the afternoon.
So in the afternoon, when the mail arrived, Can you give us an estimate of how many times you would get something that had to do with the case?
It appeared to me hundreds of times over the year's duration.
The there was a question in regards to the fine that the district attorney asked you about on the hearing in February of 1988. Do you remember that? Remember her asking you about the fine?
I'm not exactly sure which date or which fine you're talking about.
Okay, in February of 1988, there was a hearing that you called the dog hearings.
Okay.
And there was a fine.
Yes, now I remember.
And the district attorney questioned you and say, isn't it true that that fine was not imposed at that time? Remember?
Right,
Okay.
right. That's
Showing you what has been marked as MM for identification.
Is it triple M or just double M?
I'm sorry, triple M, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Do you recognize that letter?
yes.
Okay. And
See how quickly she does it with her lawyer. Do you recognize that letter? Yes. The prosecutor hands her anything. Huh. Well, really help if I had, the other 15 pages and I see what this is. And always a full narrative, but yes.
letter is dated what?
March 1st, 1988.
Okay. And is that a support payment letter?
Yes.
And is there anything deducted on that letter in regards to a fine?
Yes, fine to the county of San Diego,
And how much is deducted?
$1,000.
And that was by Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
Your memory is that that was court ordered that time.
Yes.
The now the district attorney showed you some checks in August, September, October, and November of 1989. Is that correct?
Right,
Remember those
Carolina?
checks that she showed you in the deposit slips? Remember that?
Yes.
In June and July of
Was
1989,
Carolina? No.
did you receive your full payment?
No,
Yeah,
I
no.
got money out.
I always lose
And
track of
was there
that
any
too.
court
People
order
will
for
say
him to keep money
goodbye,
out?
There was a
and then
court
you'll see
order
someone
against him
who's
to keep money
leaving
out.
say, goodbye, Carolina. And then a bunch of people are like, oh, Carolina's leaving. Goodbye, goodbye. And I've had that happen. And I almost feel like I should go. Like everyone said their goodbyes. I don't want to stick around for a second round of goodbyes. But no, you're welcome, Carolina. We hope you stick around. We've got probably about an hour left in the broadcast. I'll throw up the clock and it's not hard and fast. I'll add time to it if we're running behind.
If the court ordered, for instance, the $1,000, he kept money out, that was because there was a court order for you to pay a fine. Is that correct?
That was a fine imposed by the court on me. The other fines were fines imposed by him on me, and he was not allowed to do that since Napoleon Jones ordered him years earlier not to do that.
Did you have any court hearings
Napoleon
on those fines?
Of course
Jones.
not, no.
The district attorney went through a number of checks that you were writing in 1986 and 1987 in regards to money that you were spending. Is that correct?
Yes?
Okay. Now, in 1986 and 1987, the community property, as far as properties, land, bank accounts, who had control over those?
Dan?
And during the period of time, Mr. Broderick was writing over $1 million worth of checks.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. That's not yours.
Same.
During that period of time, was anyone writing checks and spending your community property?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, six facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's what I'm bringing is the facts and evidence.
Well, the community property hadn't been decided or split yet, Mr. Early.
Well, did you find out later that somebody was spending $1 million that you would be credited for?
Objection, Your Honor, paying debts and paying community debts is
Well, the way he worded it, that she'd be credited for is permissible. You can answer that just yes or no.
Yes.
Were you consulted about
Oh.
whether that property should be kept or
You know what? Thank
where
you.
that property should go, or whether it should be sold, or what should be done with that
I
money?
have two screens, Billie
No,
Jean,
not at all.
and I only updated the text on one of them.
The district attorney asked you about,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the continuing foundational manner in which he's asking foundational questions.
All overrules. He's just focusing her attention in an area. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
there was some questions that were asked about,
I appreciate it,
assets
Billie
that
Jean.
you
You see
were
something like that, bring it up.
suspicious of or
I'm not
worried
too
about.
Yes.
proud to correct a
Was there
mistake.
any property or that was bought just before separation that changed just after separation?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a residence in Pennsylvania that Dan and Larry were buying together. And it was just, they were buying it together and then they undid the deal and then they did the deal again where it was Dan's money, but only Larry's name appeared on the property. But
No.
everybody knew it was half Larry's and half Dan's.
Now, before Dan left, whose property was it? Before February 1985.
I'm learning a lot during this trial, so
Dan and Larry were buying
I'm gonna
it
take a
together,
quick
50-50.
So in the chat, Not My Lover brought up that I didn't update one of my labels. I've learned now that I can use the same labels from different scenes that I've set up across those scenes. So if I update it once, it updates it across all the other ones. But there's a lot of messy artifacts because I've just been adding stuff as I've been learning how to do it as we've been live streaming. You learn a lot by doing, something for a few hours every day. So I've picked up a few things, but now my scene collections are kind of these messy collections of hidden items that I'm checking out. So the good thing is I've learned a few things that I can set up a master court template for the next trial I cover. And then whatever it is, I just have to, import the YouTube link or whatever the source is for the video, and everything else will already be there. And I just need to update the title once instead of 3 or 4 times. But yeah, if you see anything during this trial, please correct it. For people who are watching it on replay, it's definitely confusing if hey, is this day 14 or 13? It said 13. And if you're watching on replay, if it feels like you haven't seen it, you probably haven't seen it. As long as the playlist is in order, it's being recorded in the order these are recorded. So if you're watching from the playlist and it says you haven't watched it, you haven't watched it. By the very end of it, I'm sure my chirons are going to be correct 100%. But right now they're 80%. They're pretty good.
And was there money that went before the split up that went to the purchase of the property?
Yes, the money that Dan used to buy 50% of that property was community property money.
Okay. And then after he left, did the title of the land or did the arrangement with Larry change?
We're still here,
Yes.
A to B.
And how did that change?
Because the Dan's name did not appear on the property, but it was a gentleman's type agreement between Larry and Dan and the third party that Dan owned 50% with Larry, but the paperwork only showed that Larry owned it all.
Got
And did
an
that money
hour
then
on the
become a
clock.
loan to Larry?
Yes, on paper.
A to B, did the video end up working for you from yesterday? It's fully processed now from what I can see.
There was some testimony about, or some questions asked about Robert to who, remember that?
Yes,
Have you ever seen a police report or incident report at any time about that?
no.
Ladies and gentlemen, while he's checking his notes, it would be my intention to go through till the noon recess unless one of the jurors feel they need a recess. If you do, signal.
Look at her, look at the jury.
Hand. All right, seeing no hands raised, go ahead, Mr. Earl.
Look at Betty sizing up
There
the
were
jury.
some
You sure none of you want to
questions
go?
asked about problems with money in 1987 between you and Dan, and you were shown some checks and deposit slips. You remember that?
Yes.
Were there
Bedtime lullabies. Perfect little break of the trial. Special gift for Ruth Ann, Claire Fisher, Susan Walton, Fabulous Fatty 79, and West Coast Mesh Fighter. You've all earned gift memberships from Bedtime Lullabies JLC. Bedtime Lullabies JLC. If you need a bedtime, call JLC for a bedtime lullaby. Bedtime Lullabies by JLC is a proud sponsor of Dan D True Crime, sponsoring 5 gift memberships at the gift membership level. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who's gifted a gift membership to Dan D for True Crime. As long as Jack Early takes a break, I'll continue talking to my radio voice. If you're on the highways, do keep an eye out for any wildlife or falling rock. If you see a problem in traffic, give us a call. It's a free call on your cell phone. It's 1-800-DAN-D-TRUE-CRIME. 1-800-DAN-D-TRUE-CRIME if you see wildlife or any falling rock on the roads. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled trial as soon as action resumes in the courtroom. At this point, it's just a radio announcer filling time. Filling time in the summertime. Killing time in the summertime.
Like 3 letters, I believe they can just be marked as one exhibit.
All right. Defense triple N.
Let's go, Penguins. Let's go.
From, Daniel Broderick on August 31st. Another letter on June 8th from Miss
Hold on.
Smith.
Yeah, we'll do that.
A letter on August 26th of 87 from Miss Smith.
It's playoff season. We'll throw that out there for Bedtime Lullabies for giving us a gift membership during hockey playoff season.
1987 letters. Mr. All
Yeah,
1987.
they're all 1987.
All right, so marked.
Showing you these 3 letters marked double N for identification. Do you recognize those letters?
Yes.
If you go through all.
Again, quick answer. Like, she's never answered that quickly to evidence being handed to her from the prosecutor, and, you know, rightfully suspicious, but still, the distinction is so wide that the jury can't help but notice.
Yeah.
And during 87, starting at the beginning of it, were there problems with both Tricia Smith and you getting money?
Yes.
In 19,
Thank you, Billie Jean. Yes, that's a great thing to bring up because we don't like it, but it's still nice to pin the odd message. So just the odd ones. All the even ones, they're going unpinned tonight. We're pinning the odds.
there was,
Oh, Betty.
problems with-
Oh, if I'm just talking to myself and meanwhile Betty's doing that. Watch this. This could be like an ad for a spa commercial. I could like take some new agey kind of like Enya or what's that, Bjork. But yeah, something really, and then just play this super slow.
There was problems with
Calgon, take me away.
what you termed, you thought, delay tactics or foot dragging with Mr. Broderick.
Yes.
And did, at any time, did Tricia Smith write letters about that?
Yes. She always complained that he wasn't cooperating.
Yeah, if you don't like the pinned messages, you can dismiss the one at the bottom. I'm only going to pin like a message every 5 minutes or so you don't have to constantly dismiss them or just feel like it's wasted because there'll be a new one there in a second. And hopefully YouTube will get the idea that there's less pinning going on because people don't like seeing them pinned to the bottom. Yeah, Carolina, that's one of my favorite parts. The court reporter's sweater, I can't stop looking at. I initially thought there was a few Dalmatians killed for that outfit, but and that it's not polka dots. It's like a cashmere or mohair sweater with, 2-inch long extension hairs coming from it, and then like a punk rock little tank top with these strategic holes cut in it, so there's still shoulder straps. Almost a little. The top looks a little like Suma's Dr. Pepper shirt.
It's a letter on Fisher Smith's stationery dated
For the cuts, not the Dr. Pepper.
1987?
88.
1988, all right, somewhere.
It's 88.
Somewhere.
I'm sorry, it's January 15th. Did I say June?
You said June, January 15th, 88, so marked.
Yeah, Beth, if you see Carolina's comment, maybe yours,
Like 3 months,
if you haven't
I think, with the
updated your YouTube app, maybe don't, because I've got automatic updates on mine, so it just happened. And yeah, if you pin a message right now, it pins it to the bottom of the chat, which makes it difficult to notice new chats coming in, because you might just be looking and see that same name at the bottom, like, oh, guess there's no new chats. And even you don't even get to read the chat because it just shows the name and then shows ... after 3 letters. So you have to click it to see it, and then it hides the most recent chats. And it seems like a poor design choice. A regressive progression for sure.
It's confusing that there's 12 of them too.
But no, not pinned to your bottom, Beth. Just pinned to the bottom. We'll save the bottom pinning of Beth for another time.
Yeah, have you seen that letter?
Yes.
And was that written in response to problems that they were having?
Yeah, she says it's her one last final demand.
The
Like a fun. Oh, there's the sound of the gin and tonic bottle on the judge's desk.
There were questions asked about court hearings being closed. Remember that?
Yes.
In the hearings in February and I believe it was March of 1988. It may have been May of 1988. Yes, March, February, and May of 1988.
Carolina likes the
Were there
pinned comment.
discussions about whether
At the bottom. So it's only appropriate that hers is the pinned comment at the bottom.
the courtroom and the file was closed.
Between whom?
Did the judge indicate that it was his belief that the courtroom had been closed and the files had been closed?
Yes, and yes, that was everyone's belief all along.
There were some questions asked about things that you were doing. Did you think about them harming the children? Remember those questions?
Yes.
Did you do anything to protect the children in 83 and 85 from an affair that was going on?
Did everything.
That has to be answered.
No rule is properly
And it states facts, not evidence. Assumes facts, not evidence.
Ah, smart.
He's asking her, did she do that? Did she do anything?
It
Yes or no?
assumes that there was an affair going on in 83.
That's such a interesting distinction in wording, but it's so much better. Assumes facts, not net evidence, as opposed to states facts, not evidence. Because if you're on the jury and you keep hearing states facts, not in evidence, I think there's subliminally you're like, whoa, those must be facts. And even though you're supposed to disregard them, there's a part of you that's like, well, if they're facts, I don't want to totally disregard them. I'll just, lightly disregard them. But when you say assumes facts, not in evidence, well, now that instantly calls into question whether they're facts at all, which is exactly how you should be objecting that, in my non-lawyerly opinion.
There's no facts to that yet.
Well, you're Hunter, but I would.
That's within the possible range. Go ahead, you can answer that yes or no. Did you do anything?
Yes, I did everything to protect them from it. They didn't know from me.
Was Mr. Broderick doing anything to protect his family unit from disintegrating when he was having an affair?
No.
Okay. Did you learn that Mr. Broderick had bought various gifts for Linda Colquina while the two of you were still married?
Yes.
And what was that?
Objection.
Condominium.
You're saying beyond the scope of your own.
She got it in there.
But you indicated that you were
Condominium.
upset about Mr. Broderick and the community money and how he was spending it. Was there anything that you were upset about in relation to things that you found out that he was buying for Linda Broderick, Linda Kokina at the time?
Yes, I thought all monies expended on Linda Kokina in 83 and 84 and before the divorce in 85 were community property monies ill spent on my behalf. Those dollars were half mine that were spent on Linda that bought her a house, a car, fur coats, and jewelry. And that was my money. Half my money.
The question as to, remember the question as to Mr. Broderick, you were shown a letter and asked if Mr. Broderick was trying to make the split up in the divorce easy for the children? Remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. Did in those letters and Mr. Broderick's comments, did he ever mention that he had talked to somebody about having you killed and how much it would cost and how he could be protected?
No.
Oh,
Did he
trying to
ever
get
bring
in the
that up to
hitman.
you?
No,
Was he having those conversations to protect the children?
no, obviously not.
They're not allowed to, but
The-
he's talking around it.
You indicated that there were some rumors that you thought were being spread about you. Is that correct?
I knew. Yeah, they got back to me.
Did you ever receive a contempt hearing that in 1989, beginning of October, that you had broken into Mr. Broderick's house in the middle of the night and confronted them in their bedroom?
No,
Did that happen?
no,
Did you hear that Linda was telling that to people?
Yes.
There was some questions asked about the divorce file, about you being the one who stole it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the divorce file was found sometime by the court after you were arrested. You know that, don't you? That sometime it resurfaced through the court.
I've been told that.
Okay. They didn't let you out of jail to go give somebody the court file back, did they?
No.
Look at those eyes. Smile, the satisfaction.
I'd like to have a tape mark next to Mark.
Triple P.
You've listened to the tapes of your conversations or that statements that you made over the telephone, is that correct?
Yes.
And the tape conversations that you heard on the telephone, that the message machines, those weren't always, were they always complete? Were those all the messages you ever left?
Oh,
at that
awesome.
house?
No, they're not even
That's worth
one
pinning
part of 1% of the
Zeitgeist.
messages that were left over the years at the house. They're just on a very few days for specific reasons.
When when you were in jail in 1987, did you find out anything about whether there was a record of you being in jail?
Yes, I found out there wasn't a record of me being there.
And how did you find that out?
A friend of mine was very, very upset and concerned that I had been put in jail, and she called a pastor at her church who works in the jails, and he came to the jail and tried to see me, and I was not on the computer, and they said that I wasn't there, but I was there.
Now, there was a hearings that the district attorney referred to as the contempt hearings that she showed in 1987. And there was a hearing on the 2nd and a hearing on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, a hearing is where there was evidence taken.
Yes.
Were there other hearings that were set?
Oh, yes, lots.
And were those hearings and the hearings, were those hearings continued?
Yes.
If I have a one-page letter, marked next in order, it's stated, actually not dated, Your Honor, but it's on letterhead of Mitchell Ashworth, Kenny Berry. It does have a received stamp of February 16th.
Of what year?
1986.
All right, somewhere, triple Q.
Now, the hearing that you had in front of Napoleon Jones, it was actually in 87, is that correct?
Napoleon Jones
86
sounds like a
Carter Rose,
character.
your lawyer. By 87, you had Tricia Smith.
But they were
I hope we get to see Napoleon Jones.
both Judge Jones, I believe.
Okay. The, showing you what has been marked as QQQ for identification. There was, that was in regards to a contempt hearing, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was one of the first contempt hearings that was set on the day it asked to be set on the day of your reconsideration, is that correct?
Yes.
And that hearing, as well as others, were continued for some period of time. Some of them were continued to other dates.
Yes, I was totally confused by it. It seemed I was always under threat of something happening at that time, and I'd show up in court and then it would be put off, or he wouldn't show up. Or...
Eventually, were some of the, on the hearing dates we have, was there a number of different hearings that were consolidated at one time?
Yes, it appears so, yes.
You indicated that that at some point in your life, there was some point in this process, the depression took over, or became a predominant part. You remember when that was?
There was a progression of all sorts of different feelings, and the really deep depression didn't start till well into 87.
Okay. And what was it that brought that upon? What had happened that led finally to that?
It was a whole string of emotional reactions from 1983. A plethora of feelings. Of,
Plethora.
When the affair first started, that was a set of upset and betrayal and lies and things
Sarah
like that.
would love
And then we
plethora.
went into the separation and more lies, and then I got angry about that. And then we got into...
Sarah would love plethora. Betty has a plethora of words Sarah would like in her quiver.
the legal assault. And I thought he was just so unfair and so brutal with the sale of the house and with the bifurcation and the sole custody of the children, and then cutting me off the money and throwing me in jail. That by that point, I was just like finished. I couldn't stand it anymore. So then when I had Tricia Smith in the beginning, I thought maybe she would do something. But as the months and the months and the months and the money went out the window and my life went on and nothing got done, is when I got really, really depressed because I lost. I didn't know how to get any satisfaction anywhere. As we described, looking for help in the press and in the legal system, I just couldn't do anything. And that's when the stress translated into total depression. And that's what got worse from the end of 87 through 88 and into 89 was that I was screaming and yelling and flailing.
When I'm driving my car into the front door, I can't get no
around and trying to get something settled, and I just couldn't get it settled, and I just got real depressed. I internalized it.
Sustained.
Oh, she doesn't like the prosecutor's objections. It's a big Serenity Now moment for Betty. Let's watch her. Let's watch her dial it in here. 301-27. That should be enough.
Is present. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, Mr. Early, in questioning his client, asked a question with regard to whether or not Daniel Broderick had hired someone until 1:30. Please remember the admonition.
Yeah, that's after.
Not to discuss.
Something
he gets in trouble.
Emotional reactions from 1983. A plethora of feelings of, when the affair first started, that was a set of upset and betrayal and lies and things like that. And then we went into the separation and more lies, and then I got angry about that. And then we got into the legal assault, and I thought he was just so unfair and so brutal with the sale of the house and with the bifurcation and the sole custody of the children, and then cutting me off the money and throwing me in jail.
Oh, what a terrible story. Carolina Hurtado had a mountain lion come down and take her daughter's neighbor's 2 large dogs, a husky 8 years old and a 2-year-old Labrador. He caught the attack on a home surveillance camera. Mountain lion versus... Aw. That to be terrible to watch.
But by that point, I was just like finished. I couldn't stand it anymore. So then when I had Tricia Smith in the beginning, I thought maybe she would do something. But as the months and the months and the months and the money went out the window and my...
Thank you, Carolina. She points out that Sarah had plethora in her own quiver. Although she didn't know the word quiver, so she probably just called it her arrow case. But plethora was one of the arrows in her arrow case.
Life went on and nothing got done. Is when I got really, really depressed because I lost. I didn't know how to get any satisfaction anywhere. And as we've described, and looking for help in the press and in the legal system, I just couldn't do anything. And that's when the stress translated into total depression. And that's what got worse from the end of 87 through 88 and into 89 was that I was screaming and yelling and flailing around and trying to get something settled, and I just couldn't get it settled, and I just got real depressed. I internalized it.
Sustained.
Yeah, this is what I was originally pausing for. I don't know how I missed it by so much, but I know when they come back in about 20 seconds now, Mr. Early's going to get in trouble for trying to bring in the hitman stuff.
You recross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. There's another matter. The attorneys could be here at 1:15. We'll take up the other matter.
This may, maybe, perhaps without the reporter, we did some more.
Go.
I will take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30. Mrs. Broderick is present. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning, Mr. Early, in questioning his client, asked a question with regard to whether or not Daniel Broderick had hired someone to attempt to kill her. As I've told you before, statements of counsel are absolutely not evidence. There's absolutely no evidence before you that such a statement is true. And in fact, the defendant herself was not aware of such an assertion. Even the mere allegation is not relevant to these proceedings. I instruct you to disregard that statement, treat it as though you never heard it. The question and answer are stricken from the record. You're still under oath, Ms. Broderick?
That was that.
This marriage encounter book that you've referred to, the portion that was written by Dan Broderick. Mrs. Broderick, did you rip any pages out of here?
No, not that I remember.
Are there any pages that are missing out of here?
I don't know. There could have been another volume, but I don't know.
A volume.
When you read from page to page, they don't follow. At the end of one sentence, for example, at the end of the first page that you have here,
Okay, what's the question?
to me, one element of happiness is my assessment of what the import of my death will be, particularly on you, Kim, and Lee. Daniel T. the Fourth is still too young for it to matter, but also on everyone. And it goes, son, I am disappointed in myself for these shortcomings. Obviously, there's a page missing. Did you rip that page out?
Is it missing from the handwritten copy?
Yes.
I don't know. No, I didn't rip any pages out.
At the end of this page, one worldly goal, one will and then it goes to plan until another, it's too late. There's obviously, again, another page missing.
I don't know if there is another page missing. I don't know. I didn't tear any pages out.
You will agree, though, that it appears that there are pages missing from that book because the sentences don't flow, correct?
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if he was answering one question and then another. I don't know. I'd have to read the whole thing in a row. If it doesn't follow, I don't know what's wrong with it.
And you've already testified that you felt that during this marriage encounter back in 1976, that you felt that Dan, at the time, that he was being sincere when he wrote this. You felt that you were both being sincere at the time when you wrote this.
That was the point of the week, and I can only testify that I was being sincere. I hoped and thought that he definitely was.
And when he talked about the financial things that he wanted, I thought that you had described that he had indicated how he wanted all of these financial things for himself. Doesn't he say in here that what he wants includes, for example, the financial security to buy a piano for Kim if she wants one, to buy you a ring, to buy a microwave, a camera, whatever you want, when you want it? That's why he wanted financial security?
Yes, and that's what upset me, is because he promised us that it was for us as well as for him, that we had to wait longer, and he was doing this for us, and that's what really upset me.
Okay, but he
Papa's gonna buy you a diamond ring.
was indicating that he was doing it for you, the kids, as well as for himself.
Welcome
It wasn't
back,
just for
another
Us
one.
as a family, yes, definitely.
Yeah, we're here.
You also indicated that you had spoken publicly on behalf of this HALT
Oh,
group.
Carolina, you didn't see
Is that
yesterday's
correct?
Not on
testimony,
behalf
or
of
maybe
them, it was to them. It was
To the whole
their
group.
thing.
maybe you missed it. Betty said that Brad was just a good friend. They were just good friends. So we had it all wrong. Even Brad had it wrong, who testified as Betty's former boyfriend earlier in the trial. But no, Betty explained it to us. She was just a really good guy. He was, shoulder to cry on. Friend with a Porsche and a cell phone that, responds to anything she needed. Just a good guy. Just a good friend. Good friend.
Yes.
Okay, and then did you also speak publicly at another hearing at the gender bias hearing before Superior Court?
That was entirely different. That didn't have anything.
Not my lover. Inadvertently, you've changed your handle to a Betty-specific handle, because now that totally fits with Betty's testimony. He's not my lover. He's just my friend. You guys just trying to put words in my mouth. You guys don't understand. Me and Brad, we had a special thing. It was really, there for me in my time of need. And again in 2003, 12 years after I went to prison, still there for me.
To do with HALT.
Okay, and that was a public hearing that you went to, that you spoke. You spoke about what you felt were the injustices in the system, and that was transcribed. It was a matter of public record. It was, in fact, in a big public room with a lot of people, right?
Carolina
yes, I
caught my
just went
snarky
as an
ass.
individual person. It had nothing to do with any organization or anything.
Betty was definitely dating Brad. She's maybe just embarrassed by the fact that we all joked about the fact that he looks like Hermie the Drill from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And Betty futuristically didn't want Betty prioristically to admit to being the boyfriend after hearing our ridicule in the chat from another dimension.
But you stated your name, and your name was a matter of public record, and you stated that you were married to Dan Broderick, and you gave all that information in a public hearing at the time, correct?
About gender bias in the courts.
The Hermie picture? Okay, I'll put it up.
And it
Thanks.
is also true that before the Reader article was written, that Dan Broderick gave a full interview to the Reader, to the author of the Reader, correct?
He gave a full interview, I gave a full interview, and then the article that was supposed to come out of those interviews was never written.
Well, there was an article that did come out of those interviews in January of 1989, wasn't there?
There is an article that, because I remember he said it'll never be over till one of us was gone, in a Reader article, but it wasn't the article that we were
That's Hermie,
interviewed to
right?
do. It was a
Yeah.
much shorter thing.
May I have Marcus People's Exhibit?
No, that's Brad. That's not Hermie.
Purports to be an article from the Reader.
Remark the 111.
Maybe it's Hermie.
Yeah, all right. Great. Your articles marked People's 112.
Hard to tell. Is that
And
Hermie
this
or
was what
Brad?
month?
If you would just take a look at this article, and just to yourself, please, take a look at the article to see if that refreshes your recollection about an article that was written in January of 1989.
Yes, this is concerning something entirely different from what the interviews were about. This is about the trial. These are the people that tried to open the trial during the trial to the public and things, and that's about the trial not being open to the public. That's
And
not
Dan-
about the divorce situation, which is what the bigger article was supposed to be about.
Right, and Dan gave a full and complete interview to the writers of that, and then when it was going to be published, there was concern by the psychologists, by Dr. Ruth Roth, by Dr. Sparta, by Dr. Taryn Phillips, and that's when they wrote these letters that you've already identified, correct?
I don't
They've been
know.
marked as People's Exhibit 101.
I've never read these letters, and I don't know when they wrote them or why they wrote them. I know that when the article was supposed to be printed,
Excuse me,
I put it on.
that's
They
all
were
I
just
know.
up.
okay, well, what you testified to is that he threatened to sue them because he didn't
He
have any
absolutely,
information from them.
factually had two lawyers threaten to sue the newspaper that they went ahead with that article. He would sue them out of business because it would be an invasion of privacy for them.
Was there not a recommendation, in fact, a plea on behalf of all of these psychologists for them not to write that
I
article?
wouldn't know that. I'm not a party to any of those talks. I was not a party to any of those communications, and I was not aware of that.
You don't have to answer the question.
Oh, sorry.
You were aware, obviously, that when a marriage breaks up, there's community property and both sides split the community property, as well as both sides are responsible for community debts,
That's
correct?
exactly what I thought, yes.
Okay.
And that's not what happened.
And you didn't continue to pay on any community debts after the separation?
That's-
Excuse me. if
There
you-
were no community debts that you're talking about.
Well, did you make any payments on any community debts after the date of separation?
No.
Simply a question, yes or no, did you make any payments on any community debts?
Do you have an objection to that question?
Yes, Your Honor, I object. It's facts, not evidence, and it's ambiguous.
Overruled on both those grounds.
Did you
Yes,
make
ma'am.
any payments on any community debts after the date of separation? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're defining as a community debt. If you would be more
Any
specific.
outgoing obligations, for example, payments on
What do you
mortgages,
mean
payments
incur?
on taxes, payments on investments that have to be made? Did you make any payments? Yes or no?
I don't know. I did not make any payments.
Thank you. And the property, the residence that you talked about, or the property that Dan and Larry bought in Pennsylvania at some point, or he lent some money to Larry, that was their parents' property. Their parents were in financial trouble. They were getting ready to lose their house, and they bought their home for their parents so that they could live in the home that they had been living in all along. Is that not true?
I wouldn't know if anything that you said is true. I don't know any of that.
Well, you
All I know
knew
is
that
that
they
Dan-
bought a residence in Pennsylvania, and you're saying that you didn't know that it was their parents' home that they were buying?
Oh, I knew that was the name of the property, but I don't know that anyone was in financial trouble, or I don't know what you just said about those things. I know that they arranged to 50-50 buy that property.
For their parents? You didn't know
I don't
anything
know
about
the arrangements of why they bought it.
that? When you made an offer, or your attorney, Tricia Smith, made an offer sometime in 1987.
Yes.
In that offer, in 1987, there was no request for any change of status and custody of the children, was there? At that time, Dan Broderick had custody of children, and you made no request for any change of custody. It was included in that offer that custody remained the same, correct?
I don't know. I haven't seen that offer since 1987. If it's around somewhere and that's what it says, that's fine with me.
This was the time of the
You
National
indicated that there
Enquirer.
was some trouble by Tricia Smith in getting discovery of financial documents.
This would have been newspaper.
You've already talked about the deposition that was given in July of 1987.
Would have been shopping aisle fodder, like all of the big splashy weeklies that the National Enquirer, the Weekly World News. Well, Weekly World News was more aliens than it was celebrities, but yeah, I remember all of them with their splashy headlines, and I'm sure this would have been a real sales driver of the 90s, early 90s.
By Dan Broderick, in which there were questions about
Inquiring
all these
minds
financial
want to know.
documents and all of that kind of stuff, right?
I wasn't a party to the deposition. I was aware there was a deposition taken.
Your Honor, at least at this point, I'd like to at least have marked as People's Next in Order a deposition of Daniel T. Broderick, dated July 20th, 1987.
Oh,
All right, so marked, 113.
interesting. She's wanting to bring in the deposition of Daniel Broderick from 1987. So for everyone that's asked for, I wish I could hear Dan's defense. This is going to be Dan speaking posthumously in his defense, and it's raised by the state. Let's see what this is going to be.
Thank you. I was just curious. Final product out here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Maybe no one.
I can hear the court TV people talking. I'm going to rewind that again. If you've got headphones on, you'll be able to hear it too. We're at 43:12:04.
Thank you. I was just curious. Final product out here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Maybe no one was in your left. Yes. You're hearing me on the transcript?
There's the phone call, and the girl says, "You're hearing me on the main feed?"
You also testified that you
Play that back for any of you that are listening on a device that lets you hear it. Definitely what I heard. About 8 seconds of silence, and then, well, you can hear the very slight talk if you've got it amplified, and I won't talk until it's over, so I don't blast you out.
Thank you. I was just curious. Final product out here.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Maybe no one was in your left. Yes. You're hearing me on the transcript?
You also testified that that Dan Broderick had bought a house for Linda and had bought a car for Linda before your separation. You know of no evidence that shows that, do you?
No, I do. No, I do know
Still
of
there now?
evidence that shows that.
Do you have financial documents or documents that show that Dan Broderick bought a house for Linda or bought a car for Linda?
We have financial documents that show that Linda bought a house at a time where she had no other source of income in the world except Dan Broderick. But he did not put his name on those papers.
Well, so she was working for Dan Broderick as a paralegal and obviously making a salary. And she bought a condominium on her salary. And you're saying that Dan Broderick bought it for her?
Exactly, yes.
And you indicated that Linda was spreading rumors about you, that you had broken into the house in the middle of the night and confronted them on an earlier occasion.
Good
How were you
question,
aware of
Carolina.
that alleged rumor?
I don't remember how I heard that one, but I heard a lot of rumors what she was saying about me.
You
I don't
specifically
remember.
testified about that rumor.
I
just this
definitely
morning.
heard that rumor, but I don't remember specifically when or from who or. I
Isn't
know
it-
she told people that.
I specifically remember it, but not when, who, or why. 7 more minutes of testimony in this video. We'll watch the first minute or so of the next video just to see what we have ahead of us. We'll do a scrub through to see if it's Betty all day or if we move on to another point of the trial.
Isn't it true that you did break into their house and confront them?
No, of course not. No, because obviously Dan would have had me arrested or filed a report or done something, and he didn't do any of that. Obviously, I didn't do that.
And you, at this point, you have no recollection whatsoever of who would have told you that she was saying that.
No, but I know that I heard who she told it to. She told it to Marshall Cockett, who I don't know,
Marshall Cockett.
but he's an attorney.
Well, it's good that you clarified that. Napoleon Jones and Marshall Cockett. They sound like they're definitely actors in, you know, some sort of a movie production they could be in. Marshall Cockett. He's a lawyer.
And you also indicated that after your arrest on this incident, obviously you were in custody, and at some point
I'm not putting a cock up.
the divorce file.
I don't care if she
a
said
portion of
Marshall
the
Cockett.
Divorce file was discovered. Obviously, you couldn't have put it
I
back.
put a cock up,
into
I'm going to get my
evidence
channel
because you
taken
were in
down.
custody. It's also clear
Yeah,
that obviously
stop
Dan
phoning.
Broderick could not have done it because he was dead, right?
Sorry.
I don't know if it's ever been found. I've never looked at it.
disabling
I
super
heard in
calls.
this courtroom
This is
last
bad-
year during
bad
the last
idea.
trial that it had been found supposedly. I've never verified if that is the file or if it's been found or what's in it or anything. I don't know.
Okay. May I have marked as People's Exhibit 111, Your Honor? A series of 1, 2, 3, 4 deposit slips.
So Mark,
If you could just take a look at these and identify them, please, as your deposits.
Oh, that's pretty good too. We don't have very much of this. It's going to be harder and harder for me to go back without screwing it up. But look at like the exasperation on the prosecutor as soon as she hands over the evidence, knowing that Betty's not going to. She's not going to answer the question. She's just like, do it to me again, Betty. She's almost got the look of Charlie Brown after Lucy's pulled away the football 40 times. Like, you want me to kick the football, Lucy? Yeah, go ahead. No, this time I'll answer.
If you could just take a look at these and identify them, please, as your deposits.
She's doing things. Yes, these are mine, or no, they're not mine. That's the question.
Yes. And those are your deposit
Oh.
slips for April, May, June,
Yes.
and July of 1989.
May, June, and July of 1989, correct.
Wow, Betty. You know, go prove us wrong with 5 minutes to go in the video. That's the first time that she's just answered yes to a yes-no question, especially when she's been given evidence to play with.
And in one of those months when Dan Broderick didn't send you
I think that even threw off the prosecutor. She was ready for a fight there.
the full $16,000, he sent you $15,000, $15,903. And that was because you had, when you dropped off the kids one day, you had driven across his property and over some lights and destroyed the lights in his property.
That was his allegations and his fines, but I didn't do that. And I remember the scratch on the picture, I think. I don't know. It was minor fines, but they were fines, and to me, he was starting it again, testing me.
With respect to the, one of the exhibits was shown you about the $1,000 fines. That was not a fine that Dan Broderick was imposing. That was a fine that the court had ordered to be imposed, correct?
That's exactly what I said, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure there's no misunderstanding. For example, in this payment, March 15th, 1988.
Told you once.
There was a court-ordered fine of $1,000 that the court ordered Mr. Broderick to pay on your behalf, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no more super calls.
So he wasn't just all by himself deducting $1,000 from your support. The court had ordered him to do that based on your findings of contempt.
Which I thought were a bunch of hogwash, yes, but and
Hogwash?
these fines were court.
How quaint, Betty. Hogwash. Never wrote hogwash on any of the papers that had the word bullshit on them, but Betty's getting all demure now. 12 days into testimony.
But the other ones were not.
There was a restraining order, another one to say. As Victoria will probably testify, but Dan used pretty much any legal maneuver that was available within the courts. Whether it was something as a stalling tactic, it was something that was legitimate for just a court process, but anything extra that he could do, he was doing because he could file it on his own. He didn't have to hire a lawyer to do it. He was hiring a lawyer to do stuff that he didn't have time to do, but I 100% would say that he filed his own restraining order rather than having to pay for it. because that's how she ended up getting arrested the night of the Blackstone Ball, which is the big lawyer convention. And the one where Betty bragged to the reporter, Amy Wallace, about Dan had her arrested the night of the Blackstone Ball. And she was rather giddy about it, according to Amy Wallace in her testimony. So it's a full wraparound story of that.
And Tricia Smith did at least at one point acknowledge to the court that she had received all the discovery from Dan Broderick, didn't she?
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm aware of exactly the contrary, according to this letter, which was dated just before she got off the case. That is her.
It's a lot of hogwash and hooey, I tell you. Excuse my language.
Final and last, whatever, request
And
for
what's the
document.
date of that letter?
I don't have it sitting here right now, but I had it a minute ago. Do you have the letter?
Asking questions to the prosecutor again.
Okay, counsel's indicating he'll stipulate the date was January 15th, 1988. The letter has been marked on her, I just don't know where it is.
All right.
And didn't she, on February 24th, 1988, indicate to the court that she had received all discovery at that point?
I don't remember. Is that just an oral thing? I
Yes,
don't
to the
remember.
court.
I don't remember. Did she say that he delivered it that day or something in that
That she had received the
That
remaining discovery that day,
day? Right.
in February of 1988.
Right, after she wrote that letter.
I have no further questions at this point, Madam.
Okay, we're getting close to the end.
The district attorney asked about whether you had been making any payments on community property, remember that?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you had been making hundreds of thousands of dollars in payments.
Your Honor, counsel is testifying, and that's not.
It's also argumentative, sustained.
Also argumentative thing.
Did you ever get charged for making, during that period of time, did you get charged for the community debts?
Yes.
Okay.
But I got charged for more than community debts.
Okay, so you were paying in 1986 and 87 and 88, you were paying community debts.
Your Honor, the community was paying community debts.
Objection sustained.
Did you have any possession of the community in 86, 87, 88 that was paying these debts?
No, but I'm having a problem with the words here. If we can just straighten out the words, maybe I can straighten out what I think I'm saying here.
The EPSTEIN credits, were you
Epstein
paying,
credits, here we go.
did you have control of the community? to
Mention
decide
Epstein
which debts
credits
will
in
be
every
paid,
video,
which
so this
items
never
will be
gets
sold, and
promoted.
What should be kept and not kept?
Sorry, I'm
No,
bitter on
I
that.
have no control or knowledge of any financial stuff.
Just so we know what Epstein credits are, we're only 1 minute to go in this video, so we'll rewind it just a touch. But Epstein credits have nothing to do with the current news cycle. So YouTube, if you're looking at promoting this video, you can send it out. It's not a political video. Epstein credits were a legal maneuver used in divorce courts in California. It basically allowed you to, if a couple had broken up and accrued debts together, either half of that couple could pay off those debts unilaterally, and the other half of the couple that accrued those debts was on the hook for it. So a situation where it makes sense is, let's say, a couple racked up, 50 grand in credit card debt, just living, and, so it's 25 each. And if one person pays it off, the other person still owes the 25 because, you built it up together. In the case of the Brodericks, it was Dan's law school. He had all the loans outstanding. When he paid them back after they had been long divorced, and he was making, enough to pay his law school loans, with a couple months' salary, he paid it off. Betty immediately went on the hook for them. Of their assets that were declared during the trial, worth $1.5 million, Betty's half after the Epstein credit reductions was $28,000. So Dan got $1.47 million in their assets, and she got $28,000. So you can see how that not really, it doesn't mitigate, but it's definitely something that makes you more sympathetic towards Betty than to Sarah, who did nothing. And yeah, we'll let this final minute play. Poor Lola's having nightmares in the background.
Were you paying,
I have to
did you
take her
have
for a walk.
control of the community to decide which debts will be paid and which items will be sold and which should be kept and not kept?
No, I had no control or knowledge of any financial stuff.
But I figure every time Epstein gets mentioned in one of these videos, the YouTube algorithm goes, I don't want to be pushing the Epstein stuff out here. We don't know. It might be a little too hot politically. So if you've got friends that are interested in the Betty Broderick trial, it's up to you to share this feed with them, because I don't know that a lot of it's getting fed out into the main algorithm. But it'll be here as an archive. It'll be here on the replay. And I think it's very cool that everyone who is joining us in chat is part of the conversation that people will hear for years to come if this becomes a re-watchable archive applying today's standards of trial watching to a trial from 35 years ago.
I have a further question.
Any recross?
No, you're not.
Witness being excused?
Subject to recall.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Broderick.
Will it do, please?
Just leave them there available. Get them. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Another one that it's one of those things where you can kind of, okay, so that's why she freaked the fuck out. And even getting $16,000 a month, she's like, oh great, so I got 2 months of alimony out of the my half of the marriage, 16 years and 5 years of fighting. Yeah, that's a little piece of the pie for how she went mad.
The next witness is one we need to discuss.
Thank you, Bedtime Lullabies.
Oh, Jen, we're going to need.
The next witness is one we're going to have to discuss, so we'll definitely look ahead in the next video that pops up. A reminder that it's Criminal Conversations that we're watching the videos through. If you want to watch any of these without commentary, you can go to their site and rewatch any sections where I may have stepped over the audio or not given it the due attention it needed.
To take up a matter outside your presence, that should take 10 minutes or less. So we'll be in a brief recess.
No justification, exactly. I think it's just as the thing that kind of makes her an actual case of a woman scorned and makes Sarah Boone look like, the Timu woman scorned, like 35 years old, older, all haggard, and, trying to play the playbook that was fresh with Betty Broderick and had some genuine hurt, something that people of the time could relate to. People who were getting screwed over and didn't kill their husbands at least understood the anger that someone could have. And I think that's the interesting lens to see this trial, especially as people who know the Sarah Boone case and how detached Sarah is from the argument she was claiming, as opposed to Betty, who is at least there's a connection to those arguments. Neither of the murders would be justified, but at least you can get some, when you get into the mind, like a Daryl Brooks, you're like, why the fuck would he do that? And there's no way of getting it. Like your head is just blown at, how he's thinking. Sarah's kind of the same. Betty, there's at least you can, okay, bad decision, but I see how she got there. Like, Betty shows her work.
I think half an hour.
Awesome, another one to say.
All right, maybe it'll take us a half hour.
Maybe if it's not.
Let's see what pops up. I'm going to end my poll.
20 minutes on the fourth floor, and then if we're done sooner, we can bring this. That's fine. We'll be the last witness of the day. So.
All right.
No guarantees it goes to the winner. Oh, it's pretty even.
We'll be in recess until 2:45. But if you all happen to be in the same area and we're through sooner, I'll send my bailiff down for you. Please remember the admonition.
3 or 7, huh? Well, since it wasn't overwhelming in any direction, I'll just go by what I feel like in the next hour or two. Stay up for a bit and see how early I feel like waking up. Still hear chairs. Is this the next video?
Is this Dr. Levinson's report?
This is skipped ahead because I was looking to see who would be on. So that's tomorrow. We have a 4.5 hour video. So we have 6 hours to watch. That leads me to think I'm going to start a little earlier. Maybe I'm going to go with the 3 p.m. Pacific. Then I'd be done at 9 and be able to get out for karaoke if I still have a little voice left. Maybe I'll go 2 p.m. Pacific. 6 hours, done at 8. Yeah, maybe. Okay, it's somebody different. It's not Betty. It's not Betty. Who's it going to be here? Let's switch my screen while that's playing. I think it's playing. Pretty sure it's playing. Oh yeah, there's the music. I don't want that playing though because I don't own that. Shh. You never know what they've licensed. What's the YouTube, licensed? Anyone can use music. But yeah, if you want to go onto this channel, Criminal Conversations, they do have the Menendez brother trial as well. A lot of video from that. Look in the more information. Okay. Tomorrow, we have 2 more defense witnesses. They are psychologists, Dr. Don Lusterman, and we heard this name quite a bit today, Dr. Catherine Defrancesco. Dr. Catherine Defrancesco and Dr. Don Lusterman. I imagine this is Don Lusterman. He looks like a Lusterman. I see his face. I think lust. Of all the 7 sins, that's his. The Lusterman. Unmute that so I don't forget to do that by tomorrow. Mr. Lusterman is only on for the first hour of the video. And then it's Dr. Catherine Defrancesco till the end of the video. Defense case part 9 is what's coming up. Switch it again to me. That's me in the Dan D studio. Lean back here a little bit and give you an idea of my surroundings here. Make sure all the buttons are going. Yep, put that one on. Flick, 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 flick. Okay, we're ready to go here. You guys have been a fine and dandy chat. We're sitting here with like 30 people. We're 14 days, 2/3 of the way through a marathon. Thank you for bearing with me on the double days, but I think that is the way to make this the most efficient marathon. Let's just look at the schedule, looking ahead. Looking ahead. All right, what day is it today? April 25th? Does that sound right? That's tomorrow. Perfect. Defense 8, April 25th. 2 p.m. is what I said, so let's go with it's 2 p.m. So start from now. It's 9:37, so 3:12. 14 hours from now, plus, whatever you need to round up to the next hour or half hour. 14 hours plus whatever you need to round up. We're going to do defense case part 8 with the psychologists. Probably go for about 6 hours. Then on Sunday morning, we've got judges and friends testifying. That looks like it's also a full 6-hour stream. We might go early Sunday morning for people who've been wanting like a different change. I might find out when Danielle has her Sunday fun day and then go immediately after. So like 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern. And then I'll be going to bed for my 12-hour overnight shift. We'll come back and do a couple morning streams, 9:30 a.m. Those will go for 3 to 3.5 hours. Then on Wednesday, the 29th, state rebuttal with Dr. Dietz. We're going to spend 6 hours on that. Thursday, we have the closes from the state and the defense. We've got 6 hours for that. Friday, it's the close, it's the jury instructions and the verdict. Got 6 hours for that. And Saturday, May 2nd, end of the marathon, start of the party. We have a verdict and sentencing. It'll take about 3 hours, and then we're just going to roll. I'm going to pop open a bottle of champagne because we finished the marathon, and then I'll read through letters that I've found. She's got letters to a journalist. There's letters to Brad. There's a few different things. So, all the little tidbits, some of the stuff that I've run at the beginning of episodes and moved on. We'll play all that kind of stuff. Any of the shorts that don't have music. Thank you to Carolina Hurtado, Not My Lover, Zeitgeist ABS, Bedtime Lullabies JLC, with some gift memberships as well. Watching the Penguins at 8 p.m. Fantastic. Everyone wish good luck to the Penguins. I don't have a horse in the race, so I'll root for the Penguins. Go Pens! Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Another one to say watches these for the commentary and the company, and that's fantastic. I did ask in the last poll, how's the commentary? Is it just right? Do you want more? Is it maybe a little too much? Big 0% for too much. 2/3 said just right. 1/3 said a little more. So I went with 1/6 more tonight. I think I kept to the 1/6 rule. So you noticed a little bit more. Hopefully it didn't push it beyond just right, but I feel like we're right in the zone. I'm going to go at 2 p.m. I think I've said my good nights. I've let you know how fine you are. I know you're fine because I'm dandy, and together we feel fine and dandy. Is there anything else I wanted to do? I even plugged my own commercials. I don't think we're going to do any more of those. Those were fun. Yeah, no, I think that's it. I'm going to set up the stream for 2 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. That's 14 hours and a bit from now. So if you don't know how to do your time zones, just look at the time now and add like 2 hours and change it from p.m. to a.m. or a.m. to p.m. And that's when it'll be. And then we'll be going for 6 hours. So even if you're by an hour or two, we'll be here. We'll be here. I enjoyed the snark. I enjoyed the sass. There was a few times where I said some funny things that surprised me. You guys inspired me, and something funny came out. So together, you're fine. I'm Dan D. This is the end of the stream. The chat will stay open for another 2 to 3 minutes for goodbyes, and I'll see you